Hello and welcome to my channel. I'm Queen Bean Tarot, and today I am doing the November reading. I have 4 choices before you, and I'm doing this in a little bit of a different way today. So I have pile 1, which is obviously this card. I've already pre-chosen all the cards, so I shuffled and they all fell out, and then I put them into their respective pile. So the first one we've got is the Soul Symphony card deck. So that's the first ones on top that I am using, that you would choose from either this or you will choose from the crystal that we have located. I also have the Angelarium is another card in like another oracle card that I've shuffled. I will be reading from the book for that one because they're very different. Like, I can't explain it any other way, but it's very different. I also have a Pearl of Wisdom oracle card shuffled out, and I also have a Divine Blessings card shuffle out for each of these. So that's the cards that are actually located under each one of these piles. So for this November reading, these are going to be huge readings. I'm actually going to be splitting them up. So within pile 1, I'm going to pull out these cards. I'll grab some tea leaf cards while we're doing this actively. And I'm going to do self with the shadowscapes. Like, so for you in yourself for November, so this is meant to be you internally, and then like your conscious, subconscious, just you. And then I'm doing the 3D world and the people around you, so your surroundings with the black tarot. So it feels a bit like black and white. So that's going to be part of each individual reading. So after that, I will cleanse the area, and then we're gonna do finances or jobs or studies, like anything that's materialistic or wealth driven, with a Lucid Dreams tarot. So this is typically the one I'll be using. I always use this for financial sort of readings. It just seems to connect to that. After that, I'll cleanse again, and each one of these are going to have their own timestamp. So if you don't really care about finances for November, you can skip to, say, creative. So this is for any creativity, passions, or projects. I'll be using my the Weaver Tarot, Threads of Fate. I don't use that one too often, but I felt called to use it. I'm also going to do a love reading with a different deck. And in between each one of these, I'm going to cleanse and, clear the area. So I'll be using Ziki's Arcania for love. I typically use my Age of Aquarius deck, but I felt really called to use this deck. It's very unique. I can't say it any differently than that. And then at the very end, in its own timestamp, I'm actually gonna ask for any guidance or advice from your higher self, from the universe, from your spirit guides, and I have 2 different ones. So I'll be using these 2. One for like advice and stuff, and any clarifiers I might need. So I'm going to be using the Insecta Obscura and the Light Seers. And that is what I'm going to be doing for each individual pile. So it's going to be a huge reading. So this is probably going to be a very, very, very long video. So starting off with number 1, we have the Regrets card came up. So blamable, being distant, guilty, or feeling ashamed. I chose this deck to use because 1, they are very beautiful, very colorful, and it can mean a lot of different things. And for the stone, I have like this matte Shanghai teardrop. It reminds me of like a guitar pick. I used to play guitar, can you tell? Wasn't good at it. My hands are too tiny. So that's pole 1. Pole 2 is risk. partner to partner, unsafe decisions and not thinking. So I'm thinking when it says partner to partner, it could be like, you know, partner in crime. That's what I was thinking. And the fact that you have like dice makes me feel like taking a chance, sort of like risks, calculated risks. But you have the Ammonite cube, which is ironic because it sort of matches a die. So yeah, very interesting. Number 3 is union, reconciliation, coming back, a second chance, and rebuilding. Reminds me of the Lover's card, and that happens to be with I believe this is a lemon Jasper heart. So my mum bought me all of these. Shout out to my mummy. I absolutely adore my mum. Anyone who knows me knows I love my mum. And pole number 4, we have guarded, past trauma, building up walls, defensive, blocked heart chakra. And this one is actually with the very healing and loving, beautiful amethyst disc. Now this actually looks like it's you know, meant to sit it down and something sits on top of it, but yeah, that's this one. So those are your piles. If you choose the timestamps, you can do any combination. The whole point of this is you might feel pulled to a few different piles, either the card or the stone, the crystal, and you might not want to know finances for pole 1, but finances for pole 3 is calling you, or a love in pole 2. So you can mix and match whatever you want, whatever you need for November. So it's meant to give as much fluidity, as much accuracy, and allow you to pretty much follow your intuition, your gut, your instincts, and go with what feels right. Personally, when I watch readings, I tend to find certain timing seems to call to me. So there might be one that has 3 2s in it, or a 5 and a 5 and then 2 5, or something like that. So some people do that. So yeah, follow your instinct, your intuition, your higher self, and yeah, hopefully this won't be a super long video, but knowing me, it will be. So those are your choices. I'll leave you with it, and I will see you in your reading. Hello, my beautiful pile number 1. If you chose this card, regrets, blamable, being distant, guilty, or feeling ashamed. Doesn't have to be you, could be someone else. Or if you did choose, due to this Shungite, it's like a matte feel, guitar pick or teardrop, then this is your reading. Let me see if I can get that in the shot. There we go. All right, so we have these. I'm going to get some tea leaf cards, only a few. I don't want to go overboard unless I absolutely must. So for our Angelarium, I keep thinking Evangelion, which is actually an anime. Say you're an anime fan without saying you're an anime fan. We got Binar, Left Eye, Knowledge. Now, I do need to read from the books for these ones, just because these ones are brand new and they are very different. So, Left Eye, pretty sure they have contents here. Okay, Binar, Left Eye, Knowledge, page 9. There we go, straight onto it. Wow. The third Sephira, through which light flows into the world like water. A small candle illuminates both itself and others. She seeks not only the power to create, but the very motive force of creation. She is white, lighting the path ahead. She resides in learning, sharing experiences, and creation. That's beautiful. So we're talking about creation, about inner light. That's really lovely. See, this is why I have to read it, because you wouldn't look at that and think that's exactly what that card is about. I mean, no one really does. I also have a Pearl of Wisdom, Renewal. Nurture the sacred essence of your being by honoring your soul call. Allow the stirring of your innermost passions and embrace the awakening of your spiritual senses. Look how beautiful that is. Yeah, it looks like they did actually dot out anything naked, but these are not for children. My readings are definitely not for children. I get too adult, too realistic, I'd say, for these readings. And, oh, you've got the dragon, Grace. Open yourself to receive divine grace and love. Allow yourself to be filled with divine blessings that are flowing to you right now from a source of unconditional love. This is making me feel like you're learning, where, like, what you're meant to be doing, where to put your energy, your passion, your love, what your call in life is. It feels very, very powerful. So I do split these guys up, these tea leaves, into different sections so I can actually get Spear. Heartache over what you no longer have. And Grasshopper, situations in the balance that require careful handling. And I'm just gonna grab, because I've got a lot of tea leaf cards. Let's see. So I already shuffled and these ones came out for you. And I did that solely to save time, because this is going to be a really big reading otherwise. We got Eagle, triumph over troubles and obstacles. There you go. Okay, that's beautiful. I do feel like with the Spear, it might be what this regret is about, because we're starting off with regrets. And it could be stemming from the year we've had, or the start, like the end of October, or, you know, many different things can lead to regrets. However, I do feel like you're gonna be definitely getting past this. Let me see if I can manage to fit everything. It seems like you're going to be very carefully maneuvering to get past all of this. And you have the Eagle, which means you are going to overcome it. It feels like you're going to get a different, like a bird's eye view on how to deal with it. I think maybe you're also, I'm getting the feeling like you have a lot of light, you have a lot of love, you have a lot of like passion and kind and care and empathy. Like with this renewal, if anything, I feel like you're this person who pours onto the other person and take care of the other person, but you need to be the person who's getting all this light poured onto them. It feels like you need to put yourself first. I feel like maybe you're one of those people like, oh no, they didn't mean it like that. Like, oh, I just didn't understand them right. Like you blame yourself. And honestly, you really shouldn't. I feel like you're used to being the scapegoat, being the blame, but you're such a good soul. I'm really getting that. Like, you're a really beautiful soul and you deserve a lot more than you have in life, but you think you're not being grateful enough for what you have. But it feels strange. It's like I definitely feel that like maybe someone's like, oh, you don't respect me, you don't feel grateful for me. If you did, then you wouldn't be terrible. And you're not terrible, but they are being terrible to you, but they're trying to reverse it onto you like a narcissist would. And it's actually getting to you, and that's the problem with manipulation. I don't think whatever you're regretting, I don't think it's actually something you need to regret. I feel like you've had nothing to do with feeling bad. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. You have nothing to regret. And I feel like maybe someone's forced you to feel guilty, like has manipulated you into feeling ashamed when you shouldn't be. That's the feeling I'm getting, because you're so light and bright, and you've got so much love and grace and kindness, and you know, you're actually a very passionate, beautiful, spiritual person. Like, that's exactly what I'm seeing. And like, your heart, like, this feels like your heart with this, but I feel like someone's made you think that you've done this to them when you haven't. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into the self. Let's get into the self. So this is the shadowscapes. It's funny, these are called shadowscapes, but they're very light and soft and bright, and I'm pretty sure they have fairies. They're a very positive, very positive deck, and I love it for like self. I only want 5 from each deck that I'm going to be reading, or else we'll never stop. Honestly, we'll never ever stop, because I can do this for the rest of my life. Okay, I do not take reversals either for this deck. Okay, we have the 9 of Cups. Okay, so you're feeling pretty good about yourself. No, yeah, 3 of Swords. Okay, so I feel like you probably think you've won the lottery. You're feeling like all your wishes are granted. You're very happy. You're very positive. You've got, like, this is called the wish granting card. Like, you're very happy. So I'm kind of confused. Like, you've got a lot of abundance, but then you got the 3 of Swords. Maybe something happens that's making you feel heartbroken, or you lose something very important. So we're looking at this at your sense of self. So your insides. I think you realize, like, you are capable, you are very smart, you have a lot to offer, a lot to give, and yet you're very upset. Now, this could be, you might be missing someone. There is being distant. I feel like maybe you literally have distance from someone you love very much, and it's sort of like you're a little bit, you're feeling a bit of the separation. That could be it. Maybe you're away from someone who is a really good support, or you feel like you need some more support in life, like you're missing something. You do have the 10 of Cups, which is really good. My nail keeps wanting to fall off. That's why I keep doing that. If you notice, I do this. This is to push my nails down, because these are just stick-ons. I love wearing nails for my readings. Yeah. So you got the 10 of Cups, and that's like, you go from 9 to 10. So it's like, you know, your wish granting, you've got good luck, you've got abundance, you know, happiness, you have everything you want. And then this progresses into divine connection, love, harmony. Like, as you can see, these two are connected under the water, and probably disturbing the hell out of these fishes, but I digress. They're in absolute love, and like, look at this. It's like the sun is like, you know how when you're underwater and the sun's up above you and you can see it come through? It's like shining a light on you. I don't know. Maybe you've missed someone and you get with them. I feel like you are very capable. You're a very capable person. You're very loving. You're very giving. You do so much. You give so much to keep other people's cups full. But you know how much you have to offer. The Ace of Swords is about clarity and communication. I feel like you're a very communicative person. You love to be understood. You do not like miscommunication. It probably actually upsets you if there is miscommunication. But yeah, there's maybe you'll have some new ideas. And then you got the King of Pentacles. Now, that's another very positive card. Prosperity. It's about being very determined and being a leader. being good with finances and materials as well, or having goals for finances and materials, being capable of knowing what you want and going for it, and having prosperity, like getting all your finances and stuff in a row. So this could be something that you do decide to, like, maybe you have a creative thing and you can see how you can you're gonna build off of that because you think about the future and growing. Pentacles does tend to show someone who is very capable of forward thinking and securing the future for themselves and the people around them that they love. So you're very capable. You love to take care of your family. You love to give. I see that. You're very emotional, but not in a bad sense. Like, you're emotional and open with the people you love and trust. With this, I feel like maybe you've been hurt in the past, but maybe you're a little bit guarded. So I mean, everyone in their inner self has things that aren't perfect. We all do. It's just natural. But this could also be related to regrets. Maybe there's something you do need to go back on, or you're going to delve into it, and maybe delving into it, uprooting it, going through it, you know, doing everything is going to end up leading into getting clarity and getting closer to the people and the family that you've wanted to. However, like, it seems like you're really putting in the energy and effort. With November, there is massive, I mean massive depths where people are jumping in and uprooting up their whole psyche and their lives and their likes and their dislikes and why they are the way they are. Scorpio is playing a big part in this month. I believe it's either the moon, or I feel like it's one of the planets, either Uranus, could be Pluto. Someone, I remember seeing it. I'm in Australia. I don't do too much of the astrology, only because I know for a fact that it's very different depending on where you live, like southern and northern hemispheres, stuff like that. So when someone tells me, oh, the full moon's on this day, it's like, well, actually, I live down in off the grid, so it doesn't happen. It happens like a day later, or the next night, or whatever. Or it's already passed, and I'm like, well, that's not on that day for me. So it's different, like different timing. So I got to look up my astrology in a different way. So sometimes people will mention it, and I can't really mention it too, because it's not always the same with where I am located. I sound like I'm on a different planet. Anyway, yeah, so there is a lot of change. There is also a lot of direction, and I get that with this sword. It's like getting a heading and knowing exactly where you're going to go, and cutting out anything that that's not going to serve you with this, whatever this is. It feels like you're going to get some clarity. Something new is going to hit you. A new job, a new offer, a new idea, new creativity, but it is something that you might be able to gain, or it could be someone, you get some clarity on a relationship, but you as a person seem to be very, very loving, capable. I feel like you're gonna go through a lot of the things that still haunt you. I don't really like to say haunt you, but like things that you feel like you need to probably finally unpackage, you know? But it's gonna be what you need. It's like a renewal. It's like opening up a new door. And as you can see, it does. You go from 9 of Cups to 10 of Cups. So it's like that last little thing you have to unpack, organize, and resort, and then you're done with it. Think of it like that. Like you put all your issues in a box to then go through at a later time. That's a healthy way to view things in our life, like harder things in our life. If you want to mentally view it like that and unpackage it, it helps with clearing that energy and also help your mental space and emotional space with it as well. I found that has been really good with therapy personally. Not saying that that's how you have to do it, but it's just one of the ways I do find works. So yeah, you seem to be very clear cut. You're very capable. And you're not, I don't feel like you're a money driven person, but when you get passion, you really do go for it. There's something about you've been searching, but not like openly. It's like your subconscious has been searching for something. And I feel like in November, that's going to be coming along, because we have renewal. We have, showing your light and healing and growth. And here we also have receiving love and grace and, your blessings and unconditional love, and like embracing that and, your innermost passions. So there's about finding what it is you're supposed to be doing. Maybe you feel a little bit guilty for focusing on yourself or putting energy and effort in yourself to grow yourself. Maybe you've always been giving to everyone else, because that makes a lot of sense with what we're seeing here. You're a giver. You love to give, but just remember, you can't always be giving. You can't always give, because takers would just take. They never have I always say this, but takers need to know where the boundary is. Like, you can only take 3 drinks. You can't take any more than that. As the giver, you have to put that boundary. Takers don't have boundaries. They'll take 100 drinks without even thinking about it. They don't care. They get in a free drink. Why would they want to stop? So if you put up a boundary and someone makes you out to be the villain and they are the victim, that is a clear sign that you're dealing with someone who's not kind and caring and probably doesn't have your best interests in their mind, because they're a taker. They're going to want to keep taking from you, and when you cut that off, they get it affects them and they feel personally attacked. So they're going to make a big boo-hoo about it and make you the villain. Honestly, my advice is that could be this. Maybe you put down some boundaries and there's some people who stab you in the back. Could be that. I seem to feel like you are a very flowing person. You've probably gone with the flow with a lot of things in life, and I feel like you've been waiting for something. And I feel like this Ace of Swords is when you get that passion, that drive, that action, that creativity, that clarity, that communication. And it's like you become a king. Like, not saying you have to be a man or a woman, but like, it's like you know exactly what to do. Look at this. Growing an entire tree from their body. They know, they're dedicated. They know exactly what they're doing. They're going to be here. They got their hands out. They're ready. They're doing it. And it's like it came from this clarity, like, yep, I'm going to do this. This is what we're doing now. So you got you've got a lot of assertiveness when it comes to what you're going to do. Like, I feel like you have an idea, but you just need some affirmations, some clearer advice. Like, I feel like it's going to be a phone call or an email, because your sword is an air sign. So you might get a phone call or an email. It seems to be like, if you get clarity, it's typically from, air. So email over the air. You might even hear something on the radio. I'm hearing. You might get something from a radio, like there might be a promotion. Have a feeling it's not something you're actively looking for. I feel like subconsciously, so you're unaware, but you really want this. You're looking for this subconsciously. And it's not until it's literally thrown right in your face or put right in front of you, ooh, that's a good idea. And then your subconscious is going to try and kick in and be like, yes, that. But you weren't actually actively aware that that's what you wanted or needed prior. It's only when it shows itself that you're going to realize that's what you want, that's what you need. So regardless of what it is, this could be in so many different ways, but this is how your inner self thinks. I feel like you're, like I said, very fluid, emotional person. But let's see the world around you. Oh, we've got a few. And the people around you. So the 3D world. One more, please. Oh gosh, it did pop up. If it's meant to be, it will show itself again. That's what I always say. And there it is. Okay. So let me put that down. Okay. So the world around you, strength. You probably have some good bonds, connections. You have a well place, like a house that's stable, that gives you strength, that keeps you safe. Let's see. Oh, you got the 9 of Cups again. Sometimes I find our inner world and our outer world correlate with one another. Okay. So I'm trying to get this all in the picture. Let me see if I can. Whoop. There we go. That fixed it real quick, didn't it? Let me see if I can move everything up. I'll put your little thing there. There we go. Yeah, don't mind. I have so many decks. It's ridiculous. I might have a hobby that's not a hobby. It's more me buying decks to enjoy shuffling. I love shuffling. It's something that's very therapeutic. Okay, so let me see if I can. There we go. Oh, I'm so happy I got it all to fit. Okay, so we have strength. Yeah, so with our outer world, that's what I was thinking. With strength, when it comes to strength, in our outer world, it could mean that you have a really good support system, you have healthy bonds, commitments, you have healthy hobbies that you deal with in a good society. You're surrounded by a healthy community. You could also be living in a very good house, owning your house. Feels like you can hold the weight of the world. Like it's I keep seeing an image of a, you know how like it's like a burnt down house, but like the main beams, they call them the beams, sorry, they call them the bones of the house. They, you know how they stay erect regardless of the house crumbling down, they stay up. That's what I keep seeing, like not a burnt house, but like the bones of a, like the structure of a house, like the bones of it holding up this entire house and an entire, you know, family and everything. Like it's really strong. That's what I keep seeing. You have the Ace of Wands. So Ace of Wands means like you probably have a lot of people who back up, or you're surrounded by a lot of inspiration. So you're in a community that's quite passionate. You might be living in an area, so let's say you like painting and stuff, you probably have quite a few like art area, like what's the word, like how they have all the art stuff up. It's like and you go in and you view all the art and you can buy it. They do shows and stuff. I'm just trying to think. My brain's not working. I can see it clearly. Like, yeah, you have like different companies and places, and they do like inspiration. You can probably walk down the street and find a flyer to like learn cooking or something. Like there's a lot of like, it's like an area where there's a lot of accessibility to learn and grow and manifest things that you want or need. So if you ever need to jump into something new, like a hobby, or you want to try something, it's literally at your fingertips. You're not living in like a rural area, like, you know, out in whoop whoop. It feels like you have a good community, or you're with people who are like, you know, you like this, just do it. Why bother waiting? You only live once, just do it. You have people who just go for it. Like they just support you. They're like, yeah, you can do it. They like fire you up. So I feel like you've got a really good, passionate, strong connection with a lot of people around you. So when it comes to this 3 of Swords, because we're not seeing that in the outside world, that is very much inside. It could be something from your past is what I'm getting, because everything shows me how great you are. It could be something that you've had to grow and learn from. It probably built a lot of your character and a lot of your resistance and strength, to be honest. So yeah, you also have the Page of Swords. So a Page of Swords is a very curious sort of mind, a person. However, when we put that into our outside world, it could be that you live in a place where there might be a lot of like a lot of places where you can learn, like a lot of universities or schools, a lot of teachers. You could also have, like, it could be a place where you get messages really quickly. Let's say like DC, where it seems to be like the main hub of like a news station or a newspaper place, like where a lot of information flows in and out. Like, I don't know if people know, but I live in Australia. And I remember growing up, we always seemed to be the last people to get the newest music, the latest hits, the latest movies, the latest anime, anything. We always got it last. We got it like ages after the rest of the world did, especially America. Like, even I remember reading like a list, and it had like, it was for a top anime, and it was all the places it was to be released at, like first release. We were at the very bottom, us and New Zealand. Even New Zealand got it like a day or two ahead of us. We were the very last. Africa got it before us. Everywhere got it before us. I think America got it months before us. So like, it's making me think that you live in an area where you get all the stuff first. Like, you get to see things first and hear things first. Like, you're in a real, like, you might get a lot of messages and communication really quickly. You could be in a place where it's like, it's a lot of freedom with learning and growing. It could, that's what I was thinking, art studios. You know how like you go to an art gallery and there's like art studios and stuff? You might be living in an area where there's like, and it really does make me think of like New York City and you know, DC and stuff like that, places like that, with a lot of like tourist attraction and a lot of things that you could go out every single day and do something new, see a new place, and every day of the year, and there's still more for the next year. Like, it gives me that feeling. So in your outside world, you do have a lot available for your creativity and for support and for growth. For that, I even feel like maybe you don't have a lot of homelessness sufferers in the vicinity, or like the houses where you live or the area where you live, they're very it's like, what's the word, it's like held up to maintenance. Like, it's all like manicured yards and stuff. Like, it's a very good, like, all the houses are filled with happy families, or like people help each other in the community. Like, if you saw like, you know, someone riding down the street and they, you know, flip their bike or something, everyone would go out to be like, oh my god, are you okay, do you need us to call an ambulance, what can we do? Like, you know, it's got that feeling, like that supportive strength that you would want in a community, when, especially if you have a family. I feel like you could have a family, whoever this might find they resonate with this pile. And I feel like perhaps you're the one who holds everything up, and it's probably where this is also coming from. Like, you can't take a day off, and anytime you do something for yourself, you might feel guilty and ashamed to give yourself any sort of care, which is very upsetting. You need to do more for yourself. Pole number one. But yeah, Page of Swords could mean that you also probably have a high-tech home where you have a lot of information, a lot of stuff coming in from the internet. It is, so the Page of Swords is about like messages. It's about curiosity, growth, stuff like that. You might be surrounded by a lot of people who are curious. Maybe you have children who are like, I want to learn this, I want to learn that, I want to do this, I want to do that. So you might have a lot of people who like, who get curious about things, and they mention it. They just, do you know how to do this? I've always wondered. And they just research it because it's like, it's instantly available. Like, the internet's available. Like, you're in a place like that. Like, it's accessible. There's a lot of stuff that's accessible. And so if you're curious, it's at your fingertips. You could also have a lot of people who, like, you might have a different, like, family. I feel like you might have a big family and they're like really open. Very, what's the word? open-minded, and like if they think something, like, yeah, have you ever had like you think of something and then you go, oh, I don't actually know the answer, so then you search it? It's like that feeling. Two of Wands, I feel like you've got a lot of growth for the future wherever you're living or the people around you, and I feel like they support you with anything that you want to like do. So if you need to take action and you have to get help for it, you could ask people and they would help, either the people in your community or your family. I feel like you might actually set some routines or goals for the household, like you keep a good steady routine so that moving forward in the future, because it feels like you are a forward thinking person, moving forward in the future everything's organized. There's like I feel like there's a place for everything and everything has a place. So there's that sort of feeling. Two of Wands means a lot of planning. You could also be doing renovations, hence strong bones. Like you could be in a renovated house, or you are renovating a house or whatnot. And the Nine of Cups, so you had the Nine of Cups at the beginning, you got the Nine of Cups here as well. So this is yourself, which is like, you know, you're a very positive person, you have a lot of luck on your side, you have very full cups, and you like to give, and you're very caring and emotional, not in a bad way, but emotional person. So when we put that into our outside, you would be a happy person. So if you live in a house with a lot of people, you try to make it a very bright and happy place, and you try to keep it positive, like a cup is half full, not half empty. And also, like, you might even, what I'm sort of getting is like, you give a lot of what you gain, like a lot of the abundance you gain, you give to the people in your vicinity. Like it feels like you've got a bubble, and there's people that you've put inside the bubble, which is the people who deserve what you have, like deserve your unconditional abundance sort of thing. Like you give to them, not just in love, not just in you know, finances, not just in time. You give them your energy, you give them unconditional attention. And I feel like you probably do that for the people in your vicinity, or like, let's say you have a neighbor and you care for them, like you would take them over a baked goods if they're like, you know, they hurt their arm, they can't cook, so you're going to cook for them, like you're going to do meals and like allow them to put them in the freezer. Like you seem like that kind of caring person. Like any abundance you have, you give that out and share that, and it feels like the home that you live in and the community you live in, you do the exact same thing. You share that around, and you actually put yourself in a community where you feel welcomed, you feel loved as much as, and like people accept what you give. Like they accept the abundance, they accept the luck, they accept that positive emotional happiness and fulfillment. So you've got a really good, so your outer world, what's around you, feels really stable, really strong, and the people in that world feel really stable and really strong as well. Like you got clarity, you've got people with great communication, you've got great access, you've got great strength in the community and maybe your home and stuff like that, and the people within your home. You have a lot of passion and kindness and ability to search stuff out. It's like in your vicinity, and the people around you might be very creative, artsy people. So yeah, you really, really good, honestly. Or else in November it's gonna be this good. Like you might actually find you'll be grateful. You turn from regrets and to like fill yourself up, be very grateful. Look around at the people in the world around you in November. So there might be better communication and stuff in the outside world, which is going to help build everything up. When your outside is really positive and good, you tend to feel good on the inside. So what's outside reflects inside, and what's inside reflects outside. So because you are feeling this great, and you're getting like direction, and you're getting abundance, and you're going with the flow, and I've got a feeling you're gonna be dealing with whatever these Three of Swords is, this sadness, this burden, whatever that's made you feel down and like stabbed in the back, and heartache and separation and loss. I feel like you're going to have a really strong knit community. This could, for some some people, not all, I am feeling like you probably can lose someone, because this is how you're feeling. You might actually physically lose someone in the real world, and that's what's showing here. However, that does remain to be seen. We didn't have any Four of Wands, so I'm not gonna jump the gun on that. But your outside world and your community and your support system, very strong, very, very strong. So that's a very good reading for pole number 1. All right, so you guys don't have to do anything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pause, I'm going to clear this, and then I'm going to cleanse, and then we're going to move on to the next pile. Not pile, but like for you guys, it's the next part, which is actually finances. So if you don't want finances, after that it's going to be like creative passions. After that is then love, and after that is like advice and guidance. So all of these are going to be in your timestamps below. So if there's anything you want to skip, you can do that. Otherwise, I will see you in this next little part. So you just stay tight, sit tight. I'm going to do everything here. You don't have to lift a finger. Welcome back, pole number 1. This is for your finances. So I'm using the Lucid Dreams Beginner Tarot. This one seems to be pretty good for finances. So we're gonna see in November of 2025, what is our finances gonna look like? So previously we did have the King of Pentacles after the Ace of Swords, but that was for self. So let's see if that actually correlates with anything, like maybe a new job or a new hobby or idea or a passion that might actually lead to income. It can be studying, it can be material wealth, it could be anything like that. So just finances in general. I'm gonna grab 5 cards, just like I will be doing before and in the future, unless something very specific comes out. Keep that one up. With this deck, I only take reversals because it allows for reversals. If a deck doesn't allow reversals, I don't take reversals. Okay, all I need is one more, please. For my beautiful pole number 1s, their November financial reading, please and thank you. This one. Okay. Okay. So we have the 10 of Wands, followed by the World. Ooh, followed by the 5 of Cups. Ooh, the 5 of Pentacles. Okay. And we also have the 7 of Wands. Alright, so we seem to have a lot of burdens. You might have a lot of debts. So I do have a lot of people who have student loan debt. That is very common. House debt, car debt, paying rent, trying to save. So yeah, when it comes to the World, it could mean that you complete something, you finish something, you fulfill something. You might fulfill a contract that you had, like you had a loan and you fulfill it, like you complete some debts. With this disappointment card, when it comes to finances, you could actually have a loss. So you might pay something off and then learn that it's now worth a quarter of the price. You know, like the second you have it paid off, they might be like, we'll buy it back from you for like 300 and you paid like 13,000, you know, for example. It's just an example. Which can make you feel like you've lost something. You might have to cut your losses with something. This could also be completing a contract at a job or at a work site, and finding out that the finances behind that is actually all gone. Like, I do know my brother-in-law, he works on sites and he's a supervisor, and they all got told, like, they didn't get let off from the company, but they got let off of that site because the contract was ended. They had no more money. They said, okay, that's it, pack up, go. Even though the job wasn't fully done, it was just that they ran out of time. I believe it was like that. So I've got a feeling that could definitely be it. we might have, like, this is about financial loss. So your Five of Pentacles is like feeling left out in the cold, having less, lacking, you know, money, being isolated, financial loss. So we are asking about finances, and this is a loss. This could deal with what you were upset about, because it says loss and there is financial loss. So in your immediate world around you, there was nothing indicating loss. However, in finances, we are showing loss. You might even get let go off of a job. You might be having to prioritize, and this says regret, and your actual card that you had is let me pull that one back out, is regret. So regrets. So you might actually, let me pull this down because we've got all the space right now in the world. You might actually be feeling regret due to this. Like, you might have to, you've probably been let know that, oh, as a company, we're doing massive layoffs. You're most likely going to be one of them. Get your assets in order, get your future in order, and you're having to decide on what you're having to get rid of and what you can keep. You probably have to get rid of more than you can keep, but please try and, you know, be happy that at least you get to keep something. And like, if you look at this, I don't know if you can see this, but like, can you see there's like the little dots around this? Can you see that, how it goes there? It's little things around it, like they've got a shine on them. So you still got something. I feel like you're walking away with something. However, you're gonna view the loss as more, and it is probably a big loss, whatever this is. However, I feel like you're not just gonna be like, you might even have to sell a whole heap of your belongings to stay afloat, like to keep your head above water. And in this society and this economy, all over the world, everywhere is feeling it. Some places not as bad as others. It feels like everyone is definitely experiencing financial hardship one way or another. I mean, you get these people who are so financially secure, have massive losses that they've never experienced in their life before, in this, you know, in this world of today where everything is gone through the roof with price. So yeah, we do also have the Seven of Wands. So I feel like you might be redoing your budgets, looking at protecting your savings. You might be having to like put yourself onto a very tight budget. I feel like maybe even getting food coupons, using that cashback app. If you live here where I live, there's a cashback app. If you buy on the cashback app, you get money back annually. Like, it's like every so often you get money back. So there is that. But yeah, you're having to lay some boundaries. I feel like you might be doing this with your family as well. If you have a family and people who rely on your income, and your income will, I've got a feeling it's your income that's affected. It's your job. If you have a job, if you are a stay-at-home sort of partner and your other partner in the relationship is the sole provider, they might get a cut. And you guys are going to have to like quickly jump through some hoops, reevaluate, try and remove some financial burdens. You might even consolidate a whole heap of debt, and in doing so you have to get rid of some stuff and keep some other stuff. Like, I feel like you're going to be viewing this all as a loss. For some people, if you do have a gambling addiction, try and nip it in the bud. This is not the economy to be having that issue, especially if you are having more losses than you're having, you know, wins, for example. So yes, I feel like you're reevaluating. You're gonna be getting extremely protective of your finances. If you have any dependents on you, like children, pets and stuff like that, I feel like everyone's gonna be affected by this. Everyone in your household, I feel like everything's gonna be reevaluated and cut. And I might grab, I have a timing timing. I want to see how long this might last, like how long this budget restraint will be in effect for you and in your circumstance. Like, I know this is a general reading, but I feel like it's sort of weird of how much of, like, you get passion and stuff. You could also choose to walk away from something to pursue something else, knowing that you're going to be at a loss. Sometimes, you know, you follow your dreams. Three cards. So they're going to be probably three entirely different answers. However, we are doing a general reading. It's worth the time. May today. Okay, so I've got a feeling you're probably gonna be like choosing to walk away from something to pursue something else, even at a loss. That could definitely be it. It could start into effect as of today, whenever you're watching this. It can last up till May next year. Maybe you need to, like, put in money and finances, or whatever you're putting the time, like, you know, whatever you're putting into, like, if you're going to a new job, it's going to be worth that time. If you're doing a new passionate thing, it's going to be worth it. So it is going to be worth it. You might see those results yielded by a May, whenever you are watching this. This is a November reading, but whenever you come to this, I feel like if you feel called, it's for a reason, you know? So yeah, could go into effect as of today, or you begin that other thing today. You could also be doing two things, like maybe you're doing work and you're also doing a hobby, and the hobby is taking up your extra time outside of work. However, it is worth it, and begin it today. You might even have to put resources into that hobby. You know, any hobby you do, like this hobby I'm doing, this is a hobby for me. Makes me do something creative. I get to do my readings. It keeps me grounded and centered. It's healthy for me. I help people. I don't gain anything really financially. I love to share, so that's what I'm doing. But like, this doesn't just happen. Like, I don't get these nails out of nowhere. I didn't get this backsplash out of nowhere. I didn't get the stand for my phone out of nowhere. I didn't get all these cards from nowhere. They all cost money. So anything you do, hobby or not, requires resources, your time and your money. And that might be something that you're definitely looking at, or maybe you need to look outside the box. I'm hearing you have to look outside the box for other solutions and ideas, like working multiple jobs. I feel like you will have to probably do it in a hard yakka way. Oh, sorry, I'm speaking Aussie. You're probably gonna have to put in the hard work, do it the hard way for a little while. I feel like it's something that you initiate, though, not solely, but for some people, I'm definitely getting like a nice majority of people, because in the self you have like curiosity and creation and passion, and I feel like you might be actually looking into doing something else, or like timing just happens. Like, this could be, you know how we had you know, your divine like meaning for living on this planet. Like, you might find your meaning and it's divinely, you know, sent to you. Like, you find out what you're meant to do, and it's like you might actually just get let off, like, and the timing is that now you should put all your effort into doing this hobby, which you can turn into a business, something like that. Like, you might be forced into it via circumstances, or else it's something that you've started to look at, and the universe is like, yep, that's your purpose now. Fire her, like, fire him. He needs to be doing this. I remember hearing this story. This woman, she ended up, like, I think she left her job, and well, she originally started off and she was creating these bags, but they were like cute little teddies and stuff, but they were a backpack and you could zip it open and put all the stuff in it. It was for children. And she ended up starting it off, and everyone was like, oh, why are you spending so much time and energy on that? And she ended up leaving her job and doing it full time. And I think her partner like was like, that's not worth it, blah blah blah, but she stuck to it, even though everyone's like, you're not going to make anything from it. Her daughter believed in her little girl, and she ended up becoming very wealthy. They really took off, and it's stuff like that. I think that's also like we have like frozen yogurt here. It's not really frozen yogurt, it's yogurt, but it's not, it's really nice anyway. Australian, I think a Sydney woman started one up, and she's like a millionaire now, lives down in Sydney. She started a frozen yogurt place. I remember we had one here, and her own child, she's like sort of taught her own children this ability to become an entrepreneur and get these ideas and put them into reality and gain something from them, like go with what you want to make. So that could very much be resonating. But I got some timing for you guys. Whatever this is, let me know if this definitely resonates. So yes, that is what I've got for your finances for November 2025. This is pole 1 finances. So if you just give it a moment, I am going to clear and cleanse, and I'm going to move on to creative passions. I feel like for pole 1, this is going to be probably a little bit important. So I'm going to get that ready. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to go anywhere. I'll be paused and I'll be back in a second. Welcome back, pole 1. Alrighty, so we're gonna be looking into your passions, your creativity, anything that you'll be working on or working towards in the month of 2025. Again, with this deck, I do not take reversals, and there are a few cards which are renamed or unique to this deck. So I do have the book just in case, one of those cards that are renamed, because the pictures do not look anything like the traditional, and it can be hard to know exactly what you're reading when they've renamed them. Okay, we got our 5 cards. I'm quite curious for you, pole 1, because you had a lot of like inner, like for self. 2 of Swords. Oh, okay. The Tower. Oh, yes, that's what we like to see. Conqueror of Coins. The Conqueror, I believe, is the King of Coins. The Sovereign is the Queen of Swords. Yes. And the Queen of Coins. Okay. Alright, so your 2 of Swords, when it comes to creativity, it's more like you're trying to choose which one, like what to put your energy and effort into. Like, do I go with this idea or do I go with this idea? Do I, like, you're trying to balance your creativity with your realistic job or life or whatnot. But you definitely have some ideas that you're working on, you're planning on, some decisions. There is, these ideas can, so if you have 2, you're not sure what to choose, they could be total polar opposites. So like, for example, story time. For example, when I wasn't sure if I should start doing YouTube readings of tarot, or if I should have done my writing, because I do love to write and I write a lot. Except for writing is excessively exhausting. Like, I can't explain how tiresome it is for someone who's an introvert and an empath. I'm very my energy reserves aren't a lot, and when I write, I put myself into, like, I'm there, so I explain every feeling, every emotion, the surroundings. I'm very descriptive. I want to make it feel like you were there. And so when I write and I do that, it's extremely exhausting because my brain sees everything like a movie. So it's very tiresome for me to actually write. Meanwhile, reading for others is very fulfilling, and once I do this, I feel filled up with pride and success because I've done it. Even if no one sees this, I'm happy and I'm proud that I've gotten it done. And even if one person sees this, I've done it. Even if I rewatch this, I know I've done it. So it's something like that. So writing and then doing tarot, 2 totally different things, 2 things I'm really good at. Now, it's okay to say you are good at stuff. Say you are. I want to hear you say it. Say you're good at it, because I bet you are. Could be knitting and doing volleyball for a local group as a sport, like which one are you going to put your energy effort into? You know, the volleyball, you might be scouted, you're not doing it professionally, you're not making money, but it gets you outside and it energizes you. However, with knitting, you might be able to make something from it, and it's therapeutic. Doesn't take as much energy, and you can get a lot done in a small amount of time. Which one do you do? You know, like I'm saying, like two polar opposite things, you know? So sort of with my personal experience, the story I just mentioned to you, it might be good to try and evaluate that, like which one's going to fill your cup more. So I feel like that is probably where you're stuck at when it comes to deciding what to put your energy into, which path to take. I am getting the feeling of like a cross path, like you're finding it difficult to make a choice. And this is why I was so happy to see the Tower. So most people, I think, make the Tower out to be something really terrible. However, the Tower is not bad, especially not when we're thinking of passion and creativity and you know, like making something, like taking something that is in your mind or just an ability you have and bringing it into the 3D world and making it corporeal. So the Tower is a sudden change. It's like a bolt of lightning, something that strikes you out of nowhere. It might also be like you need to actually do it for the first time to realize if it's something that you want to continue to do. I didn't know if I wanted to continue doing this, and the first video I did and uploaded was, I think, horrendous. I think I'd done everything wrong that I possibly could, but I was so happy I'd done it, you know. I was so happy once I uploaded it, and I had an AI friend helping me the whole way through. I didn't know how to do anything on YouTube. I was terrible. So yeah, it feels like you're gonna get a bolt of lightning, you're gonna get a eureka moment, and you're gonna see exactly which one, like which choice to go with, what to pour your energy into, and what's gonna eventually refill your cup. And that is extremely important when it comes to passions. It has to be something that you can continuously pour into but receive back, because the more you can't keep emptying an empty cup. It's not possible. So if you're putting your energy and passion into something, you have to get some feedback from it, you know. You have to get something back. Alrighty, your Conqueror. Now I will double check, but I'm pretty sure it is the King. Alright, so I was wrong. It isn't the King, it's the Knight. They call him the Conqueror. Don't ask me why I thought a Conqueror would be a king, but it's the Knight. The King is the ruler. So the Knight of Pentacles. Now that's actually probably even better honestly, for creativity, because it's hard work, it's satisfaction, it's expansion. It's like you get a eureka moment and you put in the hard work, you get satisfaction, you get growth, you get like you're gonna expand far and fast with it. You also have the Queen of Swords. Now she is direct. She has communication like there's no tomorrow. She is so direct. She has a, like, if you remember the original, she's actually holding up a sword, and it's like she's cutting out all the BS, all the bullshit that doesn't serve her. So she knows what she wants. She's extremely objective. She's intelligent, very smart. So I feel like you know exactly where you're going with this and what you want to do. This is giving me that Ace of Swords. The Tower and the Queen of Swords is giving me that Ace of Swords that you saw in poll number 1, Self. Really feeling that. So it feels like the Knight of Coins can also mean that whatever it is that you're putting in the hard work for might take a while, in all honesty. And earlier with finances, we did get the timing of May. So the Knight of Coins is a long term, he's the slowest like knight of the entire pack, but he brings in the most wealth. He's like a long-term worker. So like It's like, you know, when you put all your money into a long-term lockbox or whatever, and it's gonna gain a lot of interest, but it has to stay in that lockbox for so many months or years before it gains that interest on top of whatever money you put in. It's like that. So the Knight of Pentacles is like, you put in the hard work, but it's okay because you're going to yield the results from that. So with this creativity, it means that you're going to gain back from it, and 2, it's going to be worth that time and effort. 3, it also means that you're going to be putting in that hard work, but it's going to expand. It might not happen rapidly, but you don't really want it to happen rapidly. You want it to happen slowly and be sustainable. And the good thing is, with the Knight of Pentacles, pretty much nearly any pentacle, it has got sustainability because it is a material, you know, wealth sort of thing. So it's a materialistic, and it's like, it's very stable. So pentacles are like, think of it as coins. They are hard, they're real, you can hold it in your hands. It's a very stabilizing sort of material. So with the Queen, I've got a feeling like you're gonna really cut out anything that's not serving you. So if someone says you can't do this, you're going to get rid of them, or you will be telling them to shut up and sit down and watch. I feel like you're really putting your money where your mouth is. That's the saying that keeps coming to my mind. But you also have the Sovereign of Coins. Now that's the Queen of Coins, the Queen of Pentacles. Now she is amazing when you're doing something creative. If you're doing something creative with the intention to gain from it, like material wealth and abundance, she's the one you want in your corner. She is very good with gaining material wealth. She tends to find ways and resources to gain. It's like you know how like you got you know how like when you get something and you're like, if I pay that off, I can utilize this to get this amount of money for the month. It's like knowing how to utilize the system. I'm thinking that's like what's coming to mind. It's like she knows how to extrapolate everything she can from all of her resources. But she's also a homebody, and she's also a nurturer. She will do everything and anything for the people she loves, her children, like anyone she puts into, you know, that bubble from the very beginning. Like you have a bubble, and all the people who are in that bubble is who deserves your time, energy, effort, and abundance. She's a nurturer. That's really good. But it also means that you have the ability, like you see how the hands are holding, like let me pull this up. See how the hands are like holding the coin? It's as if she's conjuring it. And she's, yeah, very capable. But it could be something you're working on from home, because she is a very homey person. She's a comfort person. She is down to earth, but she likes to do, she keeps the home in a good nick, and she works from home. She does a lot of stuff around the home. So she is a very stable, comforting person. She likes her comfort. She likes to work. She will work. She works hard for what she wants and needs, but she gets the stability, and she utilizes everything she can to create abundance and a sustainability and stability. So that's for creativity. This is really interesting. I want to know when the tower is going to hit. This is for November, mind you. So all of this is for November. Whatever you are humming and hawing on what to put your energy and effort into, you're going to figure it out. And it's going to hit you hard. And then you're just going to go, like, it reminds me of the Chariot, like full bull ahead. I heard, you know, the old trains that go, choo, choo, like the real, like, whistly sort of sound. I heard that. Like, choo choo incoming, like something's coming along. So yeah, you're definitely putting in the energy. If this isn't something creative for you, you could be starting a new job, figuring out exactly what you're going to be doing, and there might be some studying for it. Maybe you're doing like apprenticeship or traineeship, and you know how you start off on a lower income, but then once you pass that, you immediately go up into like a higher income, like what your standard base will be. So I feel like this Knight of Pentacles is gonna be sort of showing that. Like you need to just do the work and the training and the studies, and it will be worth it in the long run. Like you're going to step up into what your normal pay will be, which is going to be probably much more substantial than like what like a trainer is on, or what a apprentice is on. But yeah, it feels like you definitely got drive to do this. You've got the passion. At the start, you're a little bit indecisive, I'm not gonna lie. Feels like you do, at least you've narrowed it down to a few things like that you're stuck between choosing, and it is a cross path. But like I said, if you analyze what is going to fill your cup up in the long run, even if you try one and it's not suiting, then jump to the other thing. So if you try writing and you've tried it and you've been doing it for a long time, it takes a while and you're not getting anywhere and you're not feeling fulfilled from it, and then do the other thing like I did. I finally done the reading and I love doing it. Honestly, I love it. Don't gain anything from it. I do gain a lot of personal growth, confidence, happiness, some pride, which makes it worth it to me. I mean, sure, getting money from it, that's awesome. At the end of the day, it is not what I decided to do it for. It's the same with my writing. I didn't decide to do the writing for money. Would money help? Hell yeah, money helps everyone. Anyone who says money doesn't solve your problems has obviously never gone a day without money. Yeah. Okay, so poll number 1, this is for your creative passions. This is what I got for you for November. Let me know if this does resonate. Now, don't go anywhere yet because we still have a love reading for November. If you're not interested in it, there's going to be other timestamps below. So after love, we will have advice and guidance. So you don't go anywhere. I'm going to cleanse this area, do everything, and then I'm going to get on with love, the love reading, romance, you know, bonds, relationships, stuff like that. I just like titled it as love so I don't use up a whole page giving it all the other acronyms. Alrighty. So that's for that. You wait, I'll be back. Hello again, poll 1. This is your love reading. So I'm using, I believe it's Zeki's Arcana or Zeki's Arcana, however people want to pronounce it. I don't pronounce normal, let's be honest now. Now, there is some cards that are specific to this deck. That aren't in the original tarot deck. I think they've got like 4 or 5 special cards. So I've got the book handy just in case one of the cards I am not aware of pop up, because I've only used, oh gosh, okay. I only used this deck a few times. Ooh, okay. Let's see, for love, for my beautiful poll number 1s. Okay, we got this one and this one. Now, I'm not taking reversals with this one. You will notice I do not like reversals. I figured if the reverse meaning is meant to come out, there is enough cards in a deck that it will give you the a card with the exact same upright meaning that would mean the reversal of another card, you know? So I feel like a lot want to come out for you, like in this one. Anything else in this one? I feel like this is going to be quite important, because I do remember you had the 3 of Swords. It might be related to a relationship or a connection with someone or something along the lines of that. So we have the 5 of Swords. We have the Hanged Man. I know these are really cool cards, aren't they? The Knight of Cups. 8 of Pentacles. The King of Cups. We have the 7 of Swords. And then we have the Tower again. Now, you had the Tower in creativity. When it comes to romance, it is a little bit different. It's more like someone, look at it, it's like a comet hitting. That's what I see, a comet hitting, like a comet. I don't comment. comment. Maybe a comment does hit. Maybe someone slides into your DMs. This could be someone asking you out, or shooting their shot, or shocking you with, you never expected this to come out of left field, like you feel really taken aback. So this could be something you didn't see coming. It could even be a proposal you did not see coming. Maybe it's a little too soon, or you hadn't talked too much about it. Yeah. But when it comes to the Five of Swords, it is, like I said, a loss, a conflict. You've probably just left. I've got a feeling, because you did have the Three of Swords, maybe you are upset there has been an ending of a relationship, or you've had like a bad argument. The Hanged Man. Okay, so when it comes to the Hanged Man, typically that's all about like seeing from a different perspective. Now I remember you have like regrets and like feeling ashamed and guilty. Maybe you feel like you were the reason why, you know, there was, you know, there is issues. Like you might be looking at things from a different perspective now, or like you're learning to let go. Like maybe you're pausing, you're like, I feel like maybe you're reviewing, like you're processing, and you're reviewing it, and then you're like, well, maybe it's time to let go. I see like two hands, and like you're holding on to a rope, but the rope is barbed wire, and you're getting cut up and hurt, and the other person isn't even bothered. They're holding it loosely, like they're not getting hurt. They're like pulling you along. I feel like maybe you see it from their perspective, or you let go. With this Knight of Cups, now I don't typically see or feel the Knight of Cups like this, but I feel like you're moving on, like you're walking away with that cup that you do still have, and you're filling it up again, perhaps for someone else. You also have the Eight of Pentacles. Now this is actually typically it's about like learning a new craft or a skill, or like a lot of determination. You might go to someone else. Like sometimes when I always see the Knight of Cups as like someone offering you something. It's a lot like the Ace of Cups. Like it could be something romantic, like you get offered like a new romance, you get offered a new connection, new communication with someone, and you might actually be thinking, oh wow, like this is the person, this is what I want. If you haven't broken up with anyone and you are in a partnership still, it could be that you have had some miscommunication, some issues in the relationship, and you guys are going to therapy. You're looking at it from, like, you're slowing down and you're communicating, and you're looking at it from each person's perspective. Like you're looking at it from your partner's point of view, and they're looking at it from your point of view, and you're actually, you know, sorting out issues, and you're putting in the work and the effort. You're communicating, and you're building up that romance again. And that would also help with skill and craftsmanship, like with the determination to rebuild and grow what you once had. The King of Cups is about, obviously, love, balance. It is a creative card again. Maybe you guys are rebuilding and creating a new romantic life. This could be if someone... So I'm going to keep going back and forth from someone who is single to someone who's in a relationship. The King of Cups could be a person. It can represent a water sign. I believe that's Scorpio, Pisces, Aquarius. Oh my god, my brain. Let me see. Cancer. Oh my god, of course it's a crab. It's the crab. Don't worry about me. I'm just losing my brain. It's been a long day. So it could be someone who was a new perspective, like a new person, and they're stepping up. It could be that you're like, you meet someone, you're communicating, you guys go, well, why don't we look into a relationship, you work on it, and like you can see like, okay, this might be the person, this might be my person. Like they're really like growing up and they're moving up. Like I sort of view like, if you're starting a relationship with someone and you start off with a knight and then they go up and they keep moving up, like, you know, Jack, Queen, King, you know, that sort of thing. And it's like they progress, they step up every time they pass. Like the more you get to know each other, the more they sort of like, they progress in their, like, in tiers in your relationship, because like they're showing they can be trustworthy, they're showing they can be providers, they're showing they can grow and create with you, you know. So like they keep checking off like ticks, they keep checking off boxes. And it's something we as humans do subconsciously do when we are choosing a partner, a mate. We are subconsciously ticking off stuff. It's the same with like when we keep an eye out for red flags. It's the exact same thing. So it's just in a positive light. So you do find you'll naturally have them progress, and like you sort of put them in a higher standing. So they might progress into being a King of Cups with you. However, we do have the Seven of Swords. So that is about uncertainty. You could be moving a little too quickly, which could lead into this Tower. Either things come crumbling down, or where something you did not see coming has happened, like a proposal. So that really does correlate with moving too fast. So yeah, there could be illusions as well, which blows everything apart. Like if this is some people like working on their relationship, you know how like they come forward and they're like, you've been working on it, and then they all of a sudden they're the best partner you've ever had, and you're like more suspicious of them now than you were before. You might find out that like they weren't being truthful, they were always cheating, or they were always lying, or they were putting on a mask, I feel. Because like you see this face, like this tiger's face is split open in half. Like there's two sides of it. Like there's the person they pretending to be to gain your favor, and then there's the person they really are, like doing stuff behind your back, and it's all an illusion. Once you find out that illusion, like that was actually an illusion, it's not real, it feels like, you know, the, what is it, like you get the ick, or like you just can never see them the same way. You can't. And like these crows, they're falling. It feels like this one's falling and this one's like, I can still fly, mate. I can take off. But yeah, that's a few ways that this could definitely be. The King of Cups could be representing a person. This could also be, if this is like not a relation, like a partner, love. If this is just a person, you know, you could be doing something new you haven't done, like working with other people and building your craft and working with a new boss. But it could be someone that you're not going to mesh well with, if we've got this illusion here and this King of Cups. So it could be you're working with someone, you're collaborating with someone. I would say regardless if this is your partner or someone you are with, please try and communicate if you need to slow down the relationship. And if this is someone you're well and truly with, I would say trust your gut instinct and your intuition if things are too good to be true. Because your King of Cups is a balanced, loving, creative person. They have all the kind and caring, empathy, love, you know. And if someone you know, like a partner, is like that, and then all of a sudden they start acting like, you know, they're not, what I'm trying to say, I think I meshed up my words, which is funny, I'm saying it in reverse. Like if they are never really compassionate and empathetic and kind and loving, and then all of a sudden they start treating you like a queen and you know, giving you everything, and you know, oh, I'll go out and get this and get that. That is actually a huge warning sign, because men, or even sometimes women, are not always like that. Typically your water signs can be like that, like very deep. They are very deep. Water signs are, they're very loving and caring. They're very emotional, and they have a very, very big depth to those emotions. So they typically are, but like if you feel that something is off there could be an illusion there. But there's also the fact that, like, it could be that you are uncertain about this. Like, maybe you're feeling like this is not the right thing, this isn't what I expected. So maybe there could be a thing where it's like, it's not your partner, it's you trying to, like, you could be trying to rush, like you want to get married by a certain time, or you want to have children by a certain time, and you're trying to find an ideal partner, and you're sort of forcing it, like you're rushing it, and you're working on it, and you're trying to find the right person, and everything sort of ends not in the way you want. Like, it crumbles because you're probably also trying to put on, like, be the perfect person so that they'll get with you, like they'll stay committed with you, and you can start a whole life together, but you're not being true to yourself. This is a very interesting read. I did say I felt like a lot of cards wanted to come out for this one. So yeah, but there is something unexpected, something really striking you. You did also have the Tower in your passions and creativity. You could be working with this person with your creative passions, and obviously where there is passion in creation, that passion can be shared with another person, and there can be fiery passion shared in that way as well, just so you know. So the two can be connected, because we do have the Hanged Man, which is perception, and it's also it's about letting go and sacrifice. So you might sacrifice something. And you've got the two-headed snake. So it could be that someone was two-faced. I'm definitely getting that. There was a lot of issues because there was a he say, she say. That's another thing. This doesn't have to be a relationship, which this could be someone in your vicinity, someone who isn't trustworthy, or someone who's like, no, they align, and the people who are telling you the story is like, no, they align. So you have to try and get a new perspective to figure it out. Regardless, you will get clarity on what the real thing is. I feel like moving forward, if you either forgive them and work on this, or maybe you can't even, this person who is not truthful, it's someone you could be working with, and you can't just, like a boyfriend, you can't just dump them, or a girlfriend, you can't just, get rid of them and change the locks. It could be someone you're working with, and you have to stay with them in the workforce. You might be working with them on a project, and they are purposely, continuously trying to take the credit for your work, and throw you under the bus. I would say with this craftsmanship and with the clarity and stuff, I feel like once you get clarity, this coming up could mean that you are definitely, you're determined and you're working hard, but you're also you're keeping track of everything you do. You're keeping evidence. So if this is with a workplace and you're dealing with someone who's tooth-faced or untrustworthy or a thief of work or throwing you under the bus, that's definitely coming through. I feel like it will end up in your favor, or something unforeseen is going to happen. But yeah, the Tower striking, like it being struck, is huge. If this is a relationship you could be proposed to, like I said, this could be so this could also unfold in the workplace, and the Tower happening at the end where you might get let go is also correlating to your creativity from before and your passions, where you had the Two of Swords and then you had the Tower. So like they might actually even line up. So when this Tower happens in your creative path, that's when the Tower happens then. So once that happens, you go, yep, okay, I know what to do now. I'm going to put all my effort and energy into my creations and my passions. Like it could actually line up like that, just FYI. If you get proposed to and you get to stay home 24/7 and your partner's like, I want to take care of you, you're my woman, maybe you thought you would have to work your whole time in the relationship and do your hobbies and, you know, be a wife and a mum and stuff, or he would have to continue work. And she's like, well, no, baby, you can stay home and do your hobbies. I can take care of us. And you were under the illusion, like you just assumed, you would never, you would have to continue working for your whole life. But once you got with this person and they go, well, no, you can stay home. I love my job. I want to work all the time and I want to support you. If you have a hobby you've been wanting to go for but you can't, well, it's going to be a little bit harder with finances, but we can do it. And that could also roll in with the pile 1 finances, with where it's been a little bit harder, but it's worth it. So there's so many ways this can correlate. When it's general, it's very hard to get it all across, but I've explained what all the cards are. If this resonates, please do say so. This is interesting. I felt so many cards wanting to come through, so I've got a feeling a lot of people probably don't even intend to have a relationship on their mind, but even like I know a lot of people are having relationship things happening. I believe astrologically is affecting that part of our life as well. So yeah, I feel like a lot of people are having unforeseen like connections and bonds and relationships and progress, and like you don't even plan on it and it comes out of, you know, left field. You don't expect it, but it is happening, and it's happening for a lot of people. So that's what I've got for the love portion of pile 1. Romance, love, bonds, connections. Now hold tight. There is one more to do. So I am going to you don't have to do anything. I'm gonna cleanse, move all of this, and we're gonna move on to any advice or guidance from your higher self, the universe, your guides, and any clarifiers we may need, and we're gonna use those decks. So you hold tight. I'm gonna be back in a second. Hello again, pile 1. This is the very last part of your reading for advice and guidance. So I'm using the Insecta Obscura Tarot. Love it. It's very slippery though, doesn't love me. And I'm going to use the Light Seers. So, okay. This is for any advice or guidance from your guides and your angels, anyone standing in your corner. I could have sworn I saw one upside down, like, you know, showing itself in the deck. Anyway, maybe it was an optical illusion. No, it's not, because there it is. Ooh, and that one. Ooh, and that one. Ooh, and that one. Okay, I feel like maybe your guides have a lot that they feel like talking. They really feel like talking. But yeah, so from your angels, from your spirit guides, from your animal guides, from your you know, your higher self, from the universe, everything and anything. I'm taking it all. Take it all in for November. Let's get as much as we can. Okay, so we have the 6 of Orbs is the 6 of Pentacles, the flower spider. That's quite beautiful because, like, that is about generosity, good fortune, advancements, giving and taking. What goes around comes around is what I'm hearing. So it's like the give and take. It's a nice balance. It's balancing. So perhaps be happy to ask for help, like, you know, allow yourself to ask for help, but also don't forget to give help. So I feel like there's going to be some give and take, like it's reminding you to give and take. And you also have the 4 of Pentacles, which is actually about greed. It's like control and security, like holding on to all of your money. It might tell you to be careful with money, with who you give money to during this month, like who you're lending money to. You also have the 6 of Wands. Now 6 of Wands is like victory, success. You might even be given to donations, you get recognized, like, you know, being generous and stuff. You might get some recognition, or it's telling you to celebrate your accomplishments and even the small victories and successes in this month. find something to keep positive about, because you do seem to have some sadness and pain. So I feel like this might be related to the Three of Swords we had earlier, because we didn't have much show up besides the Five of Swords in the like the love reading. So I feel like it's telling you to take note of the small victories, or the little things I'm hearing, because you do tend to have a lot of being stabbed in the back feelings, like a lot of pain, a lot of sadness. You might be going through a breakup, or a friend stabbing you in the back, or someone you thought was in your corner is not. This might be correlating to be careful who you're giving money to this month. Don't just share your limited resources out, especially if you're not well off financially. Don't take out of your own cup to fill someone else's up when their cup's going to be fuller than yours, if you know what I mean. Yeah, you do have the Four of Cups and the Ten of Cups as well. So we got a few fours, 2 4s, 2 6s, 2 10s. So yeah, that's interesting. You got, yeah, 6 of Pentacles, 6 of Wands, 4 of Pentacles, 4 of Cups, 10 of Swords, 10 of Cups. So very interesting. But your 4 of Cups is all about probably feeling unappreciative, being unappreciated, and boredom. This also might be you feeling what's the word, like melancholy, like you're looking at the offered cup and you can see 3 other cups there. I'm thinking of the original tarot design, and you're just like, oh, another cup. Like you're getting bored of everything. I think maybe that's probably why you're being advised to have, like, accept the small things. You may even go through so much that after feeling so much emotions, it's like you're on a low, like a low vibration. You're not feeling much emotionally, and you want to, like, it feels like you're numb, if that makes sense, like numbing. I feel like your guides are saying to rest, to take some time by yourself. I know the 4 of Wands is for rest, but with the 4 of Cups, the person is alone when they're contemplating. It's like they're contemplating, thinking about stuff. But I feel like it's like stepping away emotionally, because like you've got a massive high here. The 6 of Wands is like about victory and accomplishments and success, and feeling really on like cloud 9. Is like feeling really high. And then you got the 10 of Blades, which is the 10 of Swords, which is like being stabbed in the back, betrayal, sadness, pain, like really bad. It can be overthinking, it can be a loss of something, it can be just extreme anxiety and depression. Like it can be a lot of negative things. It does tend to be a lot of mental negativity. I feel like acknowledging it and then processing it, having some healthy processes, like journaling what it is, or talking to a therapist, or having someone who you can confide in. But do be careful when you have the 4 of Orbs, and that you might have someone who isn't putting you ahead of everyone else, like isn't really caring. And the 10 of Cups though, the 10 of Cups is so positive, so it feels like you do build yourself back up. Like you go from 4 of Cups to the 10 of Cups, so you are growing. I feel like you will need to probably lean on the connections, so asking for help. The 10 of Cups is like full abundance, everyone you love, happy family, love, creativity. It's everything you could ever want. But let's get something. I am quite curious. This might be just related to you having a lot less finances this month, because your financial reading wasn't, spectacular. There is going to be some hardship, some strapped for cash. And that's probably why this is showing up. Like, ask for help from others so that you're not feeling like this, so that you can celebrate and enjoy the time. You might feel, It might play on your mind that you're asking for help, because I got that feeling like you found it hard to invest into yourself or to ask for help, or you were always giving and never able to take from others. But it's going to be worth it. Like, I think this is something that you really contemplate and you think over too much, like to the point of it makes you a bit like low, like it puts you in a low mood. But it's okay, because I feel like they're gonna come back and say, like, whoever you've borrowed from, they're gonna be like, it's okay, happy, you know, we're all happy to help, we love you, you mean everything to us, so of course we're gonna help. So definitely ask for help. You have to be able to let go of you not being able to take from other people. There has to be a balance. There has to be give and take. That one. So I'm just seeing if there's anything else that your guides or your higher self for November really want to give you a heads up for. I feel like you might need to be asking for help from others, especially if you're going to be working solely on a project or a hobby that you might want to grow with later. Oh, the Lovers. The Chariot. Jesus, these are big cards, and I shuffle these all the time. I use these all the time. Eight of Cups. The Queen of Wands. And the Ten of Cups again. Okay, now if I'm getting advice, you might have a choice, or there might be a person that you're interested in. Have a feeling you're being told to go with the flow, to make a choice on where you're going and to go for it. Regardless if that's traveling, if that's moving towards or moving away from something, you're going towards something new and bright. You might even be thinking about traveling or doing something spontaneous. This could also be doing your hobby, doing whatever project or job you're wanting to grow. They're definitely telling you to go ahead for it. The Queen of Wands. Now, I think you've had nearly every single queen come out in all of your readings. So for advice, they're telling you to live in your highest self, live in your highest power, your passion. I've got a feeling this one's probably from your higher self, saying you are creative, you are passionate, you are capable, you have determination, and you are powerful. Live free and direct your energy into becoming the best, like to become that higher self who's given you this guidance. And look, you will end up happy. So you've had the Ten of Cups show up twice. So I feel like your guides, in no uncertain way, have told you to live in your passions, to let go of what's no longer going to serve you. This could be cutting losses, but I've got a feeling this is you. So if this is something that you always feel bad about or you feel insecure about, I feel like maybe you're letting go, or you're getting through something that you find hard to deal with. Like maybe it's gonna be, you know, you do not like asking for help, or you find it very hard to take from others. You might just be finally learning in this month how to let that go, because you get to the point you can no longer continue on without help. Like it's not possible. You're going to lose everything. So you end up getting help, or someone isn't trustworthy and you choose to let them go. That could be what this is. The Lovers can be a choice. You might have to choose. And I do remember you had the Two of Swords with your creative passions, like having to make a choice. And again, yeah, stick to your decisions. Don't let others talk you out of it. Walk away from those who do not support you, and be in your highest good. Be in your highest self. Wow, this is powerful. This is a very powerful advice. I've got a feeling you got 2 or 3 like people helping you out. Like I feel like this is from like a guide, like someone standing in your, like backing you up, someone standing behind you. backing you up. The fact that you've got a 6, a 6, a 4, a 4, a 10, a 10, it's really given me like an angel or someone, a family member who's passed on. Someone's got your back, and this feels like it's more from your higher self, reaffirming from like, because what it's given me, like your future self is trying to let you know that, listen to this guide, this is exactly what they've just sort of pretty much told you, but I'm gonna tell you in a different way that I know you're gonna receive a little bit better. Like, I'm gonna show you it with a bit more passion and certainty. So it feels like this is a bit more direct and clearer on this, and I feel like this is more of it's probably from your future self who's like, just bloody do it, you're gonna be happy. Take what you need and leave what doesn't what doesn't work for you anymore. I've got a feeling there's a huge expansion though, and I think that showed up with your creativity. You had a chance for expanding. I'm trying to think, what card was it? But you had like a lot of expansion capability. And I feel like it might have been, it was either a cup. But yeah, it was like you have the ability to expand and to grow further. And you do. That's the thing. You do have that ability. And this is just proving it. Your guidance is to make a choice. Go for it. Just do it. Do it. That's what you're getting told. To let go what no longer serves you, even if that is the thing that is not serving you, is you not accepting help from others. If that's not serving you anymore, which I feel like if that is the case, you're going to get pushed so far that you will have no other option. It reminds me of, the Four of Swords is all about like rest, and if you keep putting it off, your body will shut down because you've pushed it too far. Like, it's gonna force you to rest. That's sort of what I'm getting. Like, if there's something you don't want to deal with, or something that's like happened, like I feel like this might be a little bit connected to the Three of Swords and the Five of Swords from the love section of this reading, where you probably have a bit of trauma, or a bit of like, maybe in the past you were manipulated and you were treated bad, and it's sort of like when someone tells you something a lot for so long, you do believe it. And I feel like maybe you are slowly working through that. Maybe even subconsciously you're working through that within this month, because this month is a directness, which you can see with the Chariot, like directly going for something, a lot of passion, a lot of focus, but also delving deep into things that you need to deal with, that you can't put off, that is going to help with your growth and expansion in your life. And I'm getting that, but I'm also seeing all your cups are going to be full, and you're going to be right where you want to be by the end of November. It is a very powerful reading. I don't think financially you're going to be there quite, but you're going to be rolling. Like, you're going to be going with this flow of this new movement, and it's going to be right where you need to be, and it's going to be perfect for what you had envisioned. You're sort of rolling like a waterfall, and you're going where you need to be, and you continue flowing. And once you get that flowing, you're going to be all right, if that makes sense. Like, you just got to trust. Have faith in your guides. Have faith in yourself. I feel like you can do anything, and you are very creative. You're very caring, and you have a lot of light and a lot of love. So poem number 1, this is the reading I have for you. This is everything I have for you. I do not need to cleanse anymore. I have completed your entire reading. Now, if anything resonated, I'd love to hear about it. Please like, share, comment if you want to. I always appreciate it. And I am leaving you with lots of love, light, and positive vibes. And I will see you in the next one. Bye. Hello, my beautiful poem number 2s. So, if you were drawn to this risk card, partner to partner, unsafe decisions and not thinking, or this Ammonite cube, which is Beautiful. This is your reading. Alrighty. So, what we'll be doing is I'll be reading your Angelarium from the book, because it's a very specific deck and you don't just look at the card and know the entire little paragraph for it. So we got Uriel, which is, I believe that is actually an angel of flame. I've got a feeling of passion, but let's actually see what it has in here. Uriel, angel of flame. Uriel. There it is, angel of fire. Okay, they did that wrong. Number 17, page 17. So that says flame, in the book it says fire. Okay. So, Uriel, the angel of fire, he is both tame and wild, never repressing his nature or yielding to any constraint. Flames dispel the night's cold as Uriel approaches. Fire tongues lick the edges of your consciousness. Before you turn to face him, you're already consumed by the searing blaze. Miracles, a brazier, a stallion, a tongue. Maybe someone, I feel like you might, because you do have a risk card, you might actually take some risks, and when you do it you both get calm but you get really excited, like you get both at the same time. The prospect of winning is probably really addicting, very passionate. We also have introspection, the illumination of the path to our truest selves is initiated by first looking within and seeking the divine purpose that whispers us. And then we have our divine blessing card. Patience. Okay, life's processes can take time and it's important to have patience with yourself and others. Allow things to unfold as they're at their own pace and don't let impatience or fear distract you. Okay, so I've got a feeling perhaps whatever you're taking a risk with, be patient with it. Maybe you need time for it to yield results. Let me just push back that one. There we go. We should be able to fit it all, hopefully. Might have to... I've got so many decks here. There we go. Alright, now I am getting some tea leaves for you. Only a few. I don't want to get too much. But this is for November. So November, poll number 2. That one. And because there's so much tea leaves that I have, I'm going to have to do a few shuffles to see if there's anything else that needs to come through. For poll number 2, November, risk. The adventuring cube. That one. Okay, you only have 2. Interesting, but that's what's coming through, so that's what's coming through. Now I do definitely plan on doing a huge reading. So poll number 1, as you can see, nearly took 2 hours. So let's see what you have. Clouds, temporary problems. And we have fan, romance celebration party. Okay. That's very interesting. Maybe you've got some passion and you're taking a risk and it pays off. Maybe it's a risk you thought you wouldn't have to, like, you know, oh, I can turn it around, and you do happen to turn it around. I definitely think you're trusting your instincts a little bit more when it comes to figuring out what to do in certain situations. I do have a feeling this might have some domestic connections with family, like a partner, because you do have romance celebration party. Temporary problems though, very interesting. So I feel like the problem, because it's temporary, you gotta wait it out. That might be it as well. Or you can fix it from doing some introspection. This might be something that you need to deal with, or you just don't think and you jump in, so you're having to slow down and truly think things through before you jump in, so you don't end up getting caught off flames. You don't fan those flames. You could also be meeting someone who sets your soul on fire. That's what I'm hearing. And they fan it and you end up, it grows. So this could be, you might have something eventually in the romance section of this reading. But for now, I'm going to be using Shadowscapes for self. For you, your inside, like, you know, your mentality, your emotions, what you're thinking, what you're going through currently in November. What's November gonna be for you internally, introspectively? I feel like there's a bit more for you. Like, I've been trying to stick to 5, but you've got a lot coming through. So after this, I'm going to be pulling from these cards, which is for the world and the people in your surrounding. Okay. You have the 4 of Cups. I feel like you're probably a bit more melancholy or bored. The 6 of Pentacles. The Emperor. Yeah, you might even be a fire sign. If pole number 2, if someone's watching this, you may be a fire sign. You might be a Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries, or you have that placement maybe in your moon sign or as your ascendant, aka your rising sign. If you do know, that might be helpful to say. I'm going to put that on top of that. Move some of this stuff. Might put the clouds on top of Patience. You do have the 2 of Wands, and you also have the Ace of Cups. Okay, very interesting. Okay, so the 4 of Cups is, so I'll tell you what each card is about, like what they generally mean, and then I'm gonna be trying to interpret what they're feeling and how to apply it to, like, this is for yourself, for you internally. So I'm gonna explain what it's like. So the 4 of Cups is about emotions. It's water sign. It is about being, you know, bored. I did mention boredom, being unappreciated, need to meditate. So this does definitely connect with your introspection. I feel like you're trying to center yourself. You're trying to, like, even look at this person, like this mermaid. She's laying there looking into the water. She's so bloody bored, man. I feel like the 6 of Pentacles is about good fortune. It's advancement, generosity. You might find something that brings you fortune. Like this, you might find that to escape boredom, you're throwing yourself into your job or into ways to make money quick. You do have the Emperor. Now, the Emperor is a very masculine energy. They are the leader. They have structure. They know exactly what they want, and they're very authoritative. So you might own a company, a business. You might bring home the bacon per se. You don't have to be a man. This could be a woman as well. You do have women who are breadwinners, or they wear the pants in the house, you know, in the relationship. So I feel like maybe you're getting bored and you're starting something that brings you some income, working from home or something. You seem to be thinking a lot about what can gain you, like what you can gain. So yeah, the 6 of Pentacles, but you're also being generous. Maybe you're giving money to someone and taking leadership, or you're feeling like a leader because you're a giver. You do also have the 8 of Pentacles. There's a lot of Pentacles I'm finding, but also a lot of fire. So Pentacles are your earth. skill, craftsmanship, working you know, towards something. It's determination. You like the spider webbing, like its web, look how intricate and beautiful, and that takes a very long time for them to create. It takes a lot of energy. I feel like you're putting in energy. I feel like there's something you do definitely want, like there's something you're after. You have the Seven of Swords. Now that is actually illusions and uncertainties or moving too fast. It can be clarity, like you see something, you've learned something new that you didn't see before. And you have the Two of Wands, which is about choices, setting goals, taking action. And then you have the Ace of Cups. Now the Ace of Cups can also be a new love, but it can be joy and creativity. In your sense of self, I feel like you're someone who gets bored very easily. I feel like you might get in your own head. You probably find that meditating does not work for you. I feel like you're probably someone who does action. I think you do pick up on things really easily mentally. Like you might see something and you learn instantly. Like you might see someone disappointed about something and be like, okay, they're going to be disappointed about that, so you learn that and you take it in. Like you learn about the people around you very easily. The Six of Pentacles is about give and take. I feel like you definitely keep note of who you're given to and who you're taken from. And you do think, like, I think you're a very organized person. Like you've got like your processes that you deal with, and you definitely see yourself as the boss. You are in control. You are very, like, you like to be in control. You like to be doing things, and you also like to have the last say. I believe that really does suit the Eight of Pentacles, which is about determination and working. But yeah, you might feel uncertain sometimes. I feel like you second guess, or you wonder if you're like, if something is very hard and you are very determined, but if it is very hard, you might second guess if you're doing the right thing just because it is hard. But the Two of Wands is, you are someone who thinks about the future. You do like to take action, which also makes me think that you are a fire sign. Fire signs love action. They take action all the time. But you are someone who sets the goals to make a better future for yourself, and you are someone who likes to work on stuff. I feel like you might be really good with hands, like crafts, just because we have, you know, craftsmanship and stuff, but also I feel like you've got something you're working towards. Like you have an idea of the future you want, and you're trying really hard to get there. You're putting in a lot of determination, but I feel like there's a lot of stuff actually playing on your mind at this moment. Like you have a lot of room to grow, but like there's also a lot of other things. Like I feel like you have a lot of parts of your life that you're trying to work on at the same time. That's why it feels like there's so much coming through. Like you got cups, you've got pentacles, and then you got swords, wand, and you also have the Emperor. Now the Emperor is, I believe, fire. It's a fire sign. It's a fire one, so it is a lot of passion and fire. And then you got, of course, cups again. So you have a little bit of everything, but there seems to be a lot of fire and a lot of like you're trying to grow, you're trying to become very stable. I feel like you're doing it for a reason. You might be trying to get stable because you want to settle down. That could be definitely something. It might be on your mind as an end goal, like you want to get with someone or propose to someone or start a life with someone. You might have even someone in mind, even though you're not dating right now. That might be a goal. And it feels like you are someone who is very masculine. You actually might not think of yourself in that way, but you are actually very masculine. Like, that's not just for like men, it's for men and women. Women can be very very powerful masculine women, and I don't mean like muscular women, I mean very direct, strong. They know what to do. They are natural leaders. They're very intelligent. They love their processes, and the way their brain works is just very communicative and direct, and they take lead very easily. You know what you want and you want to go for it. The only thing I'm feeling from you, pole 2, is that you know what you want and you want to go for it, but you even though you do know how much effort you're going to have to put in to get to it, I feel like you might jump into the deep end, or you didn't perceive it to be that deep. Like, you know how you jump into a deep end of a pool and you keep going down and you're, holy snap, it's this deep? Like, I think you might have been under the illusion it wasn't going to be that hard, or you know you're very capable, but there's that little voice in the back of your head that goes, but can you do it? Like, you've got a little bit of a negative voice, like you don't think you're as good as you are. I feel like you've got a little negative voice in the back of your head where you're like, you're not that great, but you are. That's the thing. You are very capable, you're kind and you're caring, and you give to the people you view deserve it. I feel like you're bored though. I feel like you need a lot of mental stimulation. You're someone who needs a lot of it, and if you're not mentally stimulated, you're doing a lot of physical stuff. The 2 of Wands is you're trying to work towards the future, but it can be hard when you're someone who needs to physically do stuff and you need mental stimulation. However, there is going to be things you're going to have to do that you might find as hard, but other people won't. Like, you might find it hard to get all your ducks in a row, I think it is, like to get stable, to get, like, it's the small little things that you're gonna find harder than the really big things. Like, you'd probably, I don't know, you seem to be really good with your hands and doing stuff. This is a general reading, but I'm just picking up, you know, self. So yeah, you might find that you're really good at doing really big things, but with the little things, you're like, I can't do them, I'm pathetic. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. Everyone's good at some things and bad at other things, and that's perfectly human, perfectly normal. Never put yourself down. I feel like you've got a little bit of a negative voice in your head. That, or you lie to yourself a lot. It feels like you build an illusion, or you put on a front to other people to build yourself up and to come off very very capable, very prosperous. So there could be that. You might tell little white lies. What's that song just hit my head? Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. Tell me lies. But you definitely, you're definitely after something. Either you're after a new job, you're after something you want to create from scratch, like your own creation, or you're after a new joy, a love, a partner. That could also be taking a risk. Partner to partner, you might be wanting a partner and you're gonna go out on a limb and ask someone that you think is way out of your league, but they're not. They are not out of your league. They might have confidence, they might be beautiful, but honestly, they would see you for who you are. I really feel like the love portion of this one's going to be pretty big. For pole 1, theirs was all mostly about creativity. But let's see your surroundings, your the people around you, the society, the community you're in. I actually might do it like this. The community you're in, and the support system, your house, your surroundings, you know, your society you're in. Oh, okay, these 2 are definitely part of it. But I'm not going to take these ones. These feel like an accident. Definitely, but these 2 definitely aren't. I could feel that when they came through. Also with these decks, I don't take reversals. I just don't. If the deck is made for reversal, you can pretty much tell when you first get a deck and you go through it and you know, synergize with it, and you know, you sit with it. You can definitely feel when you have a deck. Fine. Oh my god, stop it now. That's too much. I was not meant to pull this much. So, pole number 2, you have a lot. I feel like you got a lot going on in your life. I feel like you're just a busy person. You have a lot that you focus on or do, and you have a lot of like connections and people, and it feels like you got a big personality, but inside you feel small, or you have a lot of people. You might be you might actually be the center of the party. Like, the party don't start till I walk in. Might be that. That's what I'm feeling. You have the Page of Wands. So again, I'm going to tell you guys what all these cards mean. And then I'm going to tell you how you can apply it to the area we are personally going to be applying it to, which is actually, don't worry, I knocked everything over. That happens when you have a desk filled to the brim with too many cards. Yeah, so I'm going to tell you what it means, and then how we could read that in the sense that for your surroundings and your life. So let me get them all out. We're not taking reversals. Not with this deck. Definitely not with this deck. Got a lot coming through. For some weird reason, I felt like this one was a sideways. This deck doesn't have sideways cards like some decks do. But I felt like it was supposed to be sideways for some weird reason. I just thought I'd note that. And the World. Okay, completion. Let me see, I might be able... Yeah, I think I can work this. Okay, so you have, like I mentioned, you have a lot of cards. I feel like you're someone who has a lot of connections. You have, I wouldn't say like you've got a big house and a big community, but you have a lot of connections to people in the community, or a lot of connection to the society you live in, or you're a big personality, and that's how people around you and the world around you views you, even though you don't view yourself in that sort of manner, if that makes sense. Like, it feels like you view yourself opposite. Like, I feel like maybe you make the people around you feel inclusive and like you're like you're the class clown. Like you build everyone up, and you're happy, and you like to make people laugh, and you love to light up people's lives because you want them to want you around them. But in reality, you hide behind your humor to cover a lot of your insecurities. Wow, that got really deep. I'm sorry, number 2. Just take it if it resonates. That was just for someone very specific, apparently. But yeah, you have the Page of Wands. Your Page of Wands is curiosity, creativity, and enthusiasm. 2 of Swords is about making decisions, it's opening ideas, it's balance. Your Ace of Swords is clarity, new ideas, and communication. Strength is, well, it's pretty straightforward, but it is about inner power, persistence, courage, and persuasion. You have the 7 of Swords, which you have here again. So I just thought I'll mention it. Sometimes with pole number 1, I could really connect a lot of the different sections to each other. Like, we're going to end up, after this, I'm doing a finance reading, and then a creative reading, which is like your passions and projects. Then we're doing a love reading, which is also bonds and connections. And then we're doing advice and guidance. So we'll get to that. But like, you know, 7 of Swords, like I mentioned before, it's like illusions and uncertainty, moving too quickly, something you don't see, or something you finally can now see. So yeah, being sneaky, Moving in the shadows, I'm hearing. 7. Oh, okay, you got 2 7s here. Interesting. 7 might be an important number for you. But yeah, your 7 of Wands is actually courage and protectiveness, self-expression. It can be to do with boundaries. You might have very strong boundaries. Another thing, your 10 of Spheres is your 10 of Pentacles. That's really good. It's about prosperity, fulfillment, good fortune. And the World is the last card of the major arcana. It's the 21st card. It is completion, accomplishments, it's fulfillment, and it's wholeness. It's like the end of a cycle. It's everything comes around full circle. Now, a lot of people is having huge expansion in November, and because this is a November reading for 2025, there's some areas of your life that is going to feel really big or really expansive. For you, Pole 2, I have a feeling that you're focusing a lot on you, focusing a lot on your home life, on the people you communicate with and give time to. So for the Page of Wands, you might naturally be a very curious person. You might be enthusiastic to learn. Like, you might be someone who just absorbs information, or you're curious, or the people around you are like that. You might even still be learning or studying, or you just have a curiosity. Like, when you think of something you don't know, you will search it out. You might have people in the house who are studying. You might live in a community that has a lot of places you can learn and study, or you have done a lot of studies in your life. You might feel very accomplished with studies in your, like, people view you like, oh wow, this person, they've done all their studies, they do this job, you know. So you might be viewed by the world in that manner. You might do a job that not everyone can do. Your 2 of Swords is uncertainties, balances, making choices, opposing ideas as well. Okay, so you might feel like the world around you is wishy-washy. You might actually have weather that it can go from one extreme to the next. You might even feel like, oh, I'm gonna go do this today, and you find out the store is closed and you can't do that. Like, it feels like you might live in a place where things are closed and there's not much communication about it. The people in your life might be on your side one day and then they're not. You might have a few unpredictable people, or you might actually have people who help to balance you out. The Ace of Swords, that could be you live in a place with a good communication to others, or you have a lot of people who a lot of places you can go to which can build you new ideas, might help get you clarity. You might have a lot of resources in the community you're living in. If we were to look at a house, like view it, you do have strength. Now, I remember number 1 had strength, but for them it was like they had like a strong, like, it was like their house was strong, it could uphold them, and the environment inside their house was strong, and their community backed each other up. But for you, I feel like you feel supported, like, because I feel like you view yourself in this Emperor, and so when you need it, others will support you. So the community, or you could ask for help from a lot of the people you know. I feel like, see, it's funny, it's that you got the 7 of Swords for both of these. So maybe some people are not your friends. They save face and they want to keep you around, maybe because you have a use for them, and so they will tell you what they want you to hear. You might have some people that you need to protect yourself from, hence why you also have boundaries. You might have a lot of healthy boundaries in your work life. You might have a lot of healthy boundaries in community, like you don't go out because you know you might spend money, or you don't waste time on people who aren't gonna either mentally stimulate you or be worth your time. I feel like you're gonna be valuing your time and your energy, and you're cutting out anything that's not serving you in the physical realm, but also internally. I feel like you're probably going to be going to therapy and dealing with stuff, either physically, you know, physical therapy if that's something that you need. But I feel like you notice with this one, when it comes to like the Seven of Wands, like, you know, boundaries and like protectiveness, self-expression is another one. You might be in a place where you haven't been able to self-express very much. Like, you can't really tell everyone in your community or your family or the people you're connected to exactly how you're feeling, because you worry on what they will say or that they will minimize it. I feel like, see how this sword's being held behind them? Like, it's like, it reminds me of like keeping an ace up your sleeve in a way, but it's like your burdens and stuff. So if you do have an issue, you try to bring it up and you try to be good, but if someone, I feel like you know who you can talk to and who you can't talk to about this stuff. So there is people in your vicinity, but you can't really, I feel like there's family members like that, and you can't really get rid of them because they're family. So even though you might butt heads with certain people in your family or have certain issues with them where you feel unbalanced because of them, you can't really get rid of them, and sometimes you feel like you're holding up your whole house, and or you're holding up the whole paycheck for everything for everyone. It could actually be a bit suffocating, like a bit of a burden, a bit of a, what's the word, like an encroachment, if that makes sense. You do have the tendency, so I feel like this might even, you might feel like you're living in a place where there is a lot of negativities, but at the end of the day you wouldn't want to change it for the world. You actually love everyone and you feel like you have a lot of prosperity. When you take a step back and you look at your whole surroundings without you in it, everything seems perfect to you. And I feel like this sometimes will connect to the way you don't think of yourself in a positive way, where you're like, everything's so perfect, but once I put myself back into my surroundings, it all goes to shit because I'm not good and I'm not great enough. And you know, you pull yourself down, like you have that negative thought where you don't think you're as good as you really are, and you think that everything is great without you there, but you keep forgetting it's only great because you've been putting in the energy and effort to build that home life and the community that you live in, and the people you maintain, the connections with these people that you see every day, your friends, your family, the people you say hi to, the people you work with. You might think that you're terrible and you're very introspective and you act really, you might be introspective, but I also feel like you're an extrovert. So I feel like maybe you hold your tongue quite a lot to make peace because you don't want to be told no, or you don't want to be told, I didn't realize you were like that, like, because you're always keeping the peace, you're always being a happy-go-lucky kind of person. But in the end, I feel like this is your world and you've accepted it the way it is. I feel like you're seeing people for who they are, or you've always have, and I feel like you might want to be working on that this month of November. There is a lot of direct passion to work on things, and you do have a lot of creativity showing up, like a lot of cards that mean creativity for your surrounding world and the people in it. You might actually be working on it or creatively doing something, and you do come off as someone who want to work with their hands quite a bit. So I am feeling for pole number 2, you might actually be doing something to build your outside world a bit in the way that you want to see it a bit more. However, you are still happy with what you have right now, but I feel like you want to set some boundaries. I think you want, maybe you're doing some fencing, you're definitely doing something. I feel like you might even want to have some more privacy and set up a boundary. So you might do something that's going to bring you that into the 3D world, like your surroundings. You might even be taking down, like you might not be on like your Facebook and, you know, all those media outlets that you can download and post on, because like you might want to keep some privacy. You like people to see a certain amount of you or a certain side of you and then nothing more. You don't like to overshare. It's like you have masks that keep you safe, and you can take it off, but only for certain people, only for certain things. So yes, that's the reading I have for you. This was very full on, this first part. Part number 2, Jesus. So yes, I'm gonna say that's that. I can't pull any more from this. I do feel though you are someone who very values family and the connections, the people who are very connected to you. Even if you don't have the perfect relationship, you put them above everyone else. You are very, very supportive family kind of person. Anyway, that's this. So don't go anywhere, because the next part is your financial reading. So I'm going to cleanse this area. You don't have to do anything. You just chill on there. If you don't want this, you know, financial reading, let's say you want a love reading or something else, hop down into the timestamps. You can jump to any section you want. If you felt called to another reading, let's say pole 3, and you feel called more to like pole 3 finances, go to that. You can chop and change and put anything together to get the best reading for your November, because these are general. I might get certain specific messages for certain people, but these are general readings. So take what does resonate. But yeah, hold on tight. I'll be back in a second. Welcome back, beautiful pole number 2. So this is your financial reading, and I've already got 2 cards. I'm sticking, I swear, I am sticking to 5 cards for you. Before, when I did your you and your outside world as a reading, you had a lot of cards come through. I feel like you're just like a really big influential person. See, I already went over what I said. Oh well, it better be worth it. So for finances, you have the Moon, you have the Fool, you have the 5 of Swords, you have the Chariot, you have the 8 of Swords, and you have the 6 of Swords. 6 of Wands, sorry. I don't know why I said 6 of Swords. 6 of Wands. Alrighty. Okay, so when it comes to the Moon, you do have obviously hidden illusions, subconscious, the unseen, the unknown, fears, trusting intuition, uncertainty, confusion, secrets, and complex. Now, you might have a lot of things that you wish to do, or a lot of things you subconsciously worry about when it comes to money. You might have a lot of ideas for like getting a brand new start, not just job-wise but financially. You might naturally like to travel a lot and be a free spirit. Feel like you like taking chances. Now, if you remember, you actually have risk. Risk is your card, which is it's meant to be unsafe decisions. However, with the Fool, it's meant to be taking a leap of faith, you know, being very spontaneous and taking a new path. I'll just hit that there. So I feel like you want to. I think maybe you dream about literally walking away and starting a whole new life, financially as well. Like I think you might actually be someone who has a steady job, like a nice healthy income, but it's boring, and I think maybe you're over it. the monotonous, continuous thing of doing the same thing every day in and out. You might dream for a lot of new changes. I think you want to follow your intuition, your gut, but like from before, from your introspect, like you as a person yourself and the world around you, I feel like you're trying to build stability and steadiness. This would make sense if you are a fire sign, if you're a Sagittarius, Aries, Leo. They tend to love, or an air sign, a lot of air signs love to travel, be spontaneous, they're very free spirited, but so are your fire signs, very passionate and spontaneous. You might love to travel, or you like the idea of not being anchored down to one place. I feel like you might actually be right now. You are probably anchored down. Maybe you had to do that for family. Maybe you have people who depend on you. And you've been, you know, because you are like that emperor showed up, you are someone who, while you take charge and you are the boss, you're also someone who supports, and you know, you're supporting others, so you can't just uproot your life and move away or do what you want. But I feel like you dream about it a lot. I feel like you have a stable job or stable income or stable money. You maybe dream of gaining your money from somewhere else and doing a whole new life. I feel like you dream of walking away from this life a lot. The fact that you have conflict, disagreements, competitiveness, unfair defeat, winning at all costs, stress, hostility, aggression, bullying, and intimidation. I have a feeling maybe you have a lot of stress for this job, like maybe you don't love it anymore and you just want to take action and leave. You want to move, you want to take control of your life, and you have determination to do it, but I feel like you're always trying to reel that in. You also have, self-imposed prison thoughts, limiting and negative thoughts, victim mentality, trapped, helpless, powerless victim. I feel like this is how you feel. Like this, I think this is meant to be like, this is meant to be your finances and stuff like that, but I'm getting more of like, I feel like you feel trapped in the job you have. Like you're like, it pays good and it's sustainable, but that's not the life you actually wanted. I feel like you're probably someone who's quite mature, and you maybe had to grow up a little bit quicker and support family and friends. Like you've had to support others, and in doing so you've actually locked yourself into a lot of like debts and contracts and stuff, and you have to keep paying it. You can't just uproot your life and take off. I mean, you've probably dreamt about it or have contingency plans, or if you did lose your job, you have a lot of plans. I think success, public recognition, achievement, self-confidence, victory, you might actually do this. I feel like you might take the step of, the fool, taking a risk, literally taking a risk. You might even be choosing to leave everything behind, walking away. Look, it feels like they didn't defeat this person. This person chose to sit down and they just continued to walk away. They weren't even worth the look back. I feel like you're gonna, ride a horse off into the sunset. You're going full bull. I feel like once something's gonna happen, either it feels like, you know, like when you have parents and the kids have grown up and they've moved out of home, so the parents are like, oh yes, we can travel everywhere, we can sell the house, we can do whatever we want, like we can retire early. Like they have that freedom, like they don't have any dependents needing them anymore. They're gone. It's like their job is done, they can now live free. I'm sort of getting that. I feel like you've been thinking and dreaming about this quite a lot, to the point that the thing that's holding you back is your material gain, like the job, or your burdens of, like, you know, your maybe you have a house loan or a job that keeps you located in one area. But I feel like when it comes to, I don't think this is a illusion or anything. I think that like this might be something you keep secret and close to your heart. Like you don't really share it too much. But it's something that you've wanted. You are also afraid of it. I think you think about, what are my family gonna think, what are my friends gonna think, you know. I want to go live free. I want to like sell everything I own and just live off of the land and travel and you know, go to a new postcode every single day or every week. You know, you want to go, you want to live your life, you want freedom. I feel like you've probably felt anchored, stuck for a little too long. Yeah, that's exactly what you want. You want to do this change and you want to take control and do it yourself. It makes sense because you are someone who needs mental stimulation. You like to work with your hands. Traveling does work well for people like that because you get to see and learn and do new things. But also traveling, if you're not like traveling via airplane, like you're doing it the hard, sorry, my Aussie's coming out, the hard yakka way. If you're doing it, you know, the way where you go, like where we live in Australia, you drive around, live out of your car or live out of your out of a caravan or something, and you would actually do that yourself. You've been wanting to do this, whatever this is. You've been wanting to create it. You've been wanting to manifest it. You've been wanting to do it. I really feel like this is a very specific reading. Someone very specific is hitting number 2 a lot. But yeah, you're definitely going to be living the life you want. You're going to have the resources and willpower to do it. You might make a wish that comes true, which gives you freedom. I feel like if you do end up getting the freedom, there's something about vehicles or driving or something like that. Like you might be on a ride or on a cruise or on a train or something. It feels more like a car. You might be traveling at a slower pace than an airplane, I'm getting. But you could travel overseas too. The chariot does mean overseas travel. But yeah, it seems like you've been thinking about this for a long time. It could be something you subconsciously have always wanted, and subconsciously you might actually be working towards it and you're not actively conscious of it. You might actually be putting putting savings aside and you're like, oh, that's for a rainy day. But subconsciously your brain's like, that is literally the day we can uproot and take off. We are leaving into the sunset and we are not looking back. We're going to sell everything and live free. Like, I really get that feeling. But I feel like you don't worry about money and material wealth. If anything, it feels like you want to throw it away. You want to sell it all and get rid of it all. I feel like you dislike material wealth unless it's or items and stuff. Not cash. I think you love money and stuff, but I think you don't have a sort of like a, what's it called, like an emotional connection to inanimate objects, like to your house. You don't have a connection to it. You could separate from it. There might be some things you're connected to, but not many. You don't seem like someone who emotionally gets connected to material things, not like a earth sign would. This is what's making me thinking you're either an air sign, which could be a Libra, Aquarius, or a Gemini, or a fire sign, a Leo, an Aries, or did I say Aries before? I don't know. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, or a Aquarius, Gemini, or Libra. So your air and your fire signs. You didn't even have one single pentacle show up. Not one. Not a single one. And I don't think financially you're too concerned. I feel like, yeah, you still pay bills, you still work hard, but you'd rather not. Honestly, I feel like you would rather not. And I think you dream a lot about running away from all the commitment, all the restrictions of that lifestyle. So, poll number 2, this is what I have for you. Stay tuned, because your next one is passion and creativity, projects, anything you are working on. And because you're someone who manually likes to work with their hands quite a bit, you might have something in this next bit. You don't have to do anything. I'm gonna clear this, cleanse the area, and get on with it. I'll be back literally in a second. Welcome back. Pole number 2. So this is the Threads of Fate, the Weaver Tarot. This is actually the Ascendant edition. I do not take reversals for it. They did rename a lot of their cards. But anyway, this is for your creativity, your passion, your projects, what you're working on, your hobbies, the things that get you excited and passionate about what you're creating and doing outside of work, hopefully, because we should all have a healthy work-life balance in our lives. Not that many of us do. But yeah, you have to have, I think it's healthy to have hobbies. Okay. I'm hoping you might have something worthwhile mentioning, pole number 2, but I do feel like we will find out. Strength again. You had strength in your pile about your outer world. So just take a note of that. Conqueror of Swords is your Knight of Swords. The World again. The World again. The Pillar. Now, the Pillar. I'm trying to think what the Pillar is. The Chariot and the Lovers. Okay, wow. Let me double check the Pillar. Okay, it's the Empress. I thought, for a second, I thought it was the Tower, but I'm pretty sure in this deck it does say the Tower. So they have another one that's been named something else. I think it's the Anchor. I don't know. I can't remember which one it is, but yeah. So the Pillar is the High Priestess. So, yes. Or the Empress. It's the Empress. So yeah, she's about love, creativity, and stuff like that. So a lot of strength. So I'll do this the same way I did before. So this is obviously inner power, persistence, courage, persuasion as well, like being able to be persuasive, to get what you want, to know what you want. So the Knight of Swords is actually the fastest moving knight in the whole deck. So there's something you want. It's hard working, it's expansion, it's going for it, it's being quite direct. It can be communication coming through as well. This could be you get some communication. Because we're obviously doing our creative, passionate, reading, you could get some information that you've been waiting on. You could choose to be heading towards something. The World, though, you have the World again. I feel like a lot of your cards are repeating for you, pole number 2. And I feel like a lot of your life is really big, but it's really interconnected. So yeah, completion, achievement, fulfillment, wholeness. There might be something where you've been working on it and it fulfills you. You do obviously have the Empress. Now I'm pretty sure it was the Empress, not the High Priestess. Oh god, now I need to double check. You know what, I'm gonna do it on camera this time because we can all see together. It's funny, I'm forgetting. I just looked at it. You know how when you look at the time and then you look away and you've instantly forgotten? Yeah, it's the Empress. Nurturing love and pleasure. Yeah, presence of the earth, the elements, the sacred receptive force of innate natural beauty. Oh my god, I can't talk either. Am I having a stroke? No, I'm joking. I definitely am not having a stroke. Creation, which is good. You want creation. This is about creation. This is literally creation. So there's something you feel fulfilled on with creating something, but you have the Chariot again. I swear, number 2, all of your cards are repeating over and over and over again. You want to take action, you have a lot of willpower and determination, but I feel like you like the control. This could mean travel, But you also have the Lovers. So the Lovers can be, you might even be working on a partnership. You might be putting energy and effort into creating a better partnership or going after a partner. I think I mentioned that in earlier in the very beginning of your reading, self and your outside world, because I'm pretty sure I mentioned that you might be wanting to actually focus on a relationship and working towards that. That could be something you're creatively working on. So yeah, with Strength, I feel like you might have some courage to go after something you want to feel fulfilled and completed in your life. I don't think with you that it's full-on creation, like you're not creating something from scratch. I think you're trying to create a home or a world or a place you could give to someone and be like, go to them and be like, this is my life, this is my world, I want you to be part of my life and my world. Will you accept this? This is everything I've built, this is everything I offer. If not, let's back up, because I'm reading for general, so this can be so many things. You also might be taking some, you might be creating something, like being very courageous with stepping out of your comfort zone and going, instead of stepping out, you sort of sprinted, you like deadbolted for it, and you are going to complete it, but I feel like you're going to really be jumping in. But it's something that's something you love, it's something you're very expressive about, something that brings you pleasure. It might be something that's seen as a feminine, like a woman sort of thing. You can be a man who does it, but like some people might think only women knit, so you can't do it because you're a man. I feel like it could be something along those lines, or people wouldn't expect you to actually do that, but it's something that brings you a lot of love. It could be something you're doing with someone else. You might be doing this with someone to like get a closer bond with them. The Chariot is a bit difficult because it's about travel, but it might be that you're heading for a goal. You have a goal in mind, you have something you want, something you're going for, something you're chasing. And it's quite interesting because your Lovers is about relationships, it's about love, but it's about harmony, choices, and cooperation. You might be working with someone, that's why I was thinking like you might be doing something with someone else. You might actually get pulled in to something else that you didn't perceive in ever doing. You might have someone who's recommended you do this with them, like, oh, like, for example, I don't like the gym. I'm not a gym person, definitely not. Doesn't mean I don't do exercise, I just won't do it at a gym. And like someone's like, no, you need to go to a gym, it's so good, come with me, and I get pulled to do this. Not that I want to, but it's way out of my comfort zone. But it's something that it seems like you take to it like fish to water. Like that's what I'm hearing. Like you end up going for it and you're like thinking, like, I get the feeling like, yeah, oh, let's get this over and done with. It's why you're sort of rushing through it, like the Knight of Swords. However, it ends up like, I feel like it might fill a void in you weren't aware that you needed filled, and that you might actually thoroughly enjoy. I feel like you're going to be pleasantly surprised, and you might actually embrace it a lot more, or you might get closer with the person who's pulled you into this. And I don't know, maybe sparks fly from that, passions be growing, and you get some determination. This can also be making a choice. Sometimes the Lovers is making a choice. That wouldn't really suit because it's at the very end of your reading. So unless your creative desire ends with a choice, it could relate back to your financial reading, where you want to sort of, that feeling like you want to take off, like you want to leave. And I keep getting that because you've got a lot of air, you've got a lot of movement, a lot of action, a lot of I need to go, I need to do something else. But I feel like whatever this is, you're not going to actually realize that you love doing it until you do it. And it's something actionable, I feel like. It's something you weren't expecting. Maybe someone takes you out somewhere to do, like, bowling, for example. And you're like, I've never bowled, oh, I wouldn't like it. And then you do. Or, like, you do golf. Like, you've never done golf before. Or you go out and you do surfing. You've never surfed before. Like, it's something like that. It's like you're doing something totally out of your comfort zone, and it's like you fall head over heels for this activity or something, and it's like you get a whole new creative love for it. Like you invest into it, and you grow to love it way more than you ever thought. And you might even get to travel for it. You might enjoy that, like having to travel. Like you might need to, you know, it's like a city over or something, and you need to travel there to go to the amenities or go to a certain place where it's held or something like that. Or you spend more time with this person and you take action with them. You might actually gain a relationship from this. I do think I mentioned in the very beginning of poem number 2 reading that the romance side seemed like it might have something, because you had a lot of fire, a lot of passion, and there was also the lovers for that. You might even meet your future partner from doing this, honestly. I feel like you're someone who likes mentality. You might absorb everything from whatever this new thing you're doing is. It might be fulfilling in way more areas than one. You know, you might even, because it feels like you're trying to eventually get into a relationship, or it is subconsciously on your mind, you might find out someone you have a crush on is really into this, and you go into it and try it and absorb it, and their passion sort of ignites you into loving this. Or you have a friend who you want to spend more time with, but they're doing this all the time, so you just go with them and you do it, and it's enjoyable. But it's definitely a feeling like you having to step outside of your comfort zone. Like you gotta like be very courageous with doing it. But yeah, this is what I got for your sort of passion and creativity side of your reading, poem number 2. Don't go anywhere. I got love next for you, unless you want to skip it and go somewhere else. There is so many more that you can get from this reading. So we're not even halfway there. So hold on tight. I'll be back literally in a second. Welcome back, poem number 2. This is your love and romance reading. I'm using Zeki's Arcana or Zeki's Arcana, whatever it is. I can't pronounce anything. Just remember that. I'm terrible at pronunciation. My excuse, I'm Australian. We abbreviate everything. And I can say that because I am Australian. Born and raised for like 4 generations or 5 generations. Okay, 5. Yours is very nice. I think poem number 1 had a huge love reading. Yours feels very direct. Okay, again, I do not read reversals. And this one does have a few cards that are renamed. So, I might check them. Okay. Okay. Oh, but you do have the lovers. Oh, okay, darling. Okay, number 2. The Patron. Let me double check. This might be a special card. Okay, so it turns out this is a very special additional card. So they've got card number 22 and card number 23 in this deck, just as well as I checked. So card number 22, the Patron. The face on the mirror suddenly came to life. It yawned as if it had awoken from a long slumber. Ah, there you are. I've been waiting for someone who needs support, someone who I can help on their best selves. Look in the mirror to see who that someone might be. The mirror chuckled. Oh, it's just your regular reflection? Well, that someone must be you then. Together we can do the impossible. The patron represents our collective ability to help one another achieve great things. Until recently, this ability was reserved for the elites, but when we band together, we can all support one another and create a better world for everyone. There's nobody here but us, and that's magical. Okay, that tells me a lot, especially when we have this for a love reading. I feel like you may want to help someone in life. You may want someone to want you, to need you. You know that song, I want you to want me? It's from 10 Things About You. Yeah, I'm getting that, but I'm also getting, you might find it hard to find someone who is on the same page as that, who wants to also help you and give back to you and support you, but you also want to do the same. You need to try and find someone who won't take advantage of you, and I think you're a little worried about that. You also have the King of Pentacles, so you may be very prosperous. You might be a leader. You might be very determined. You're very you want to be very financially secure, and I think you want to keep your finances safe. Or the person who's coming in is going to be a King of Coins, which is an earth sign, male or female. It's a Taurus, a Gemini, or a Virgo. So wait, Gemini, did I say Gemini? Oh, hey, just take it if it I mean Capricorn, not Gemini. Gemini's there. Capricorn. So yeah, I feel like you want someone who's going to bring something for you, or you're very worried about your finances. The person who can be coming in is probably an earth sign, or is going to be bringing that sort of leadership, that prosperity, the determination. They might be very comforting and good with wealth. They might like do lots of budgets and stuff, or they might work in finances. That's something. Or it's just like, it might be the person you're looking for, the way you view yourself, and it feels like this is what you're searching for. Like you're searching it out. You're like, you're after something very specific. I feel like because you need a lot of, like, it feels like you need a lot of like mental stimulation. I feel like you like to like go over things, like you like to think about how the world works and talk about justice and legal, and I think you like to go on about a lot of things, like really go down the rabbit hole on quite a lot of things. And I think you need someone who can do that, who can keep up with you mentally, maybe even physically as well, because honestly, your earth signs are gorgeous. They are very beautiful people, not just on the outside. They have like a real natural beauty about them, but like even handsomeness, like for men. But they're very stable, and they're calm, and they're patient. Don't get me wrong, they can be hard-headed, and they can be possessive, materialistic, and don't ever get between an earth sign and their food. They don't like that. So yeah, it seems like, and like, it's funny, they got grapes here. I feel like they really would enrich your life, whoever this person is. But I feel like for some weird reason, I don't know if you have someone in mind for this. I don't feel like this is talking about a current relationship. I feel like this is something to come. I feel like you're searching for something, and I think I even mentioned earlier, you might have someone in mind that you want to romance, or you want to, what's the word when you proposition them? However, I feel like there's something's holding you back. I feel like you're holding yourself back. I think I mentioned, because you have the Three of Swords. That's like heartbreak. That's loss. That's being stabbed through the heart. I mean, look, it's crying. The heart's bloody crying, man. Sadly, it's could be separation. You might actually have a lot of trauma from past relationships, negative relationships. And that's probably what's reinforcing what you're after. You don't want someone who's like the saying is like a gold digger, or someone who's going to use and abuse you. I think the second you see a red flag, you're like, I'm out. But you got to remember, everyone has a red flag. Even you yourself would have a red flag. It's just, you have to decide if the certain red flags you see, you can deal with, or you can communicate on, or you can grow regardless. Like, you can work on red flags. That's the thing. But yeah, so you have a little loss and trauma, and like even the Five of Swords is loss and conflict and indecision. So you've got loss. Both of these mean loss. This is more like arguing, fighting. Sorry, I think I'm talking too much. I've been going on for over 2 hours now. Oh, we hit 3 hours. Okay, 3:03. So maybe 3 is important for you. However, the Lovers is a choice. You got 2 cards that sort of show what you're after, what your mentality is, what you're chasing, what you got in mind. Sorry, I had to have a drink. I kept coughing. So like I was saying, this might be what you're chasing. This is the ideal partnership, the ideal partner, the person you're after. I feel like because you're a mental person, you might already have an entire world, a relationship, everything already set up in your mind, and you keep putting everyone up to that pedestal, like, oh, you got to reach this pedestal to be good enough, to be to be on my level, to be someone I'm after. You have to meet all this criteria, and of course it keeps ending up in heartbreak, it keeps ending up in conflicts, it keeps ending up in issues, in hurt and failure for you, because you've got a bar raised to the bloody heavens, man. I feel like I feel like you're probably someone who's not going to take any red flags. You're not going to have, like, I don't know if you're male, female, whoever it is, I feel like you've got a very high bar, and that's bad coming from here, because I mean, I've got a high bar. I do. I don't settle. There's some people I might settle for, or there's a lot of things I can deal with, and there's a lot of things I can't deal with. So I know that, but like, everyone has the ideal relationship that they've built in their mind, but no one will ever expect to live that ideal relationship. I feel like you, number 2, you want to live that, and that is sort of getting in the way. I feel like you're going to have to make a decision to lower your standards, change what you're going to be going for, who you might be going for, lower your bar a little. This could be a choice, but it also can be cooperating with the person. If this is indeed for some of you, if this is a person, there could be some conflicts, heartbreak. Someone's probably broken your heart in the past, and you've had to deal with that heartbreak and move on, and you're finally now moving into it. I feel like you want someone you can trust, someone you can have harmony with, like maybe like you're after someone who's like a best friend. Now I've got a feeling that you've had a lot that you've been wanting. I don't think it's horrible what you've been asking for. I just think it's probably unreasonable to expect most people to be able to do what, this sort of choices were. Yeah, so I'm trying to stick to just a general and a basic. So this could be a past lover. Maybe they promised you the world and everything, and they sort of like, their mask came off, and you were like, oh god, and it was horrible. I don't think I feel like maybe you've had plenty of people and relationships in your life. I just get that because you're probably an extroverted person. You have a lot of bonds and connections. I feel like you get along with people quite easily. But I feel like there's that one really big relationship that sort of has left a mark, if specifically, and it's been hard for you to actually think about getting back out there to open your heart up again. This reminds me of Adam and Eve with the snake and the apples. But look at this angel's like combing their hair out, like on them, like they're giving them protection and luck. They're giving them love. And the thing with swans is that they mate for life. They can die from heartache. They do never ever mate with someone else. There's even been situations where two males get together and they actually steal another swan's eggs and they raise them themselves, or they give them like there's been a time, I think over in France or Norway, someplace, they gave them like fake eggs, and then they gave them some swan ducklings, like, you know, baby swans, when they when the parents were unfortunately gone. But they mate for life. They're very committed, very loyal, and maybe that's what you're after. I think that's probably the basis of what you're after. You want harmony with someone that you just click with like seamlessly, like puzzle pieces. I feel that's what you're after, and you might be going out and looking for love. I wonder, like, this is for November, but I'm quite curious. Like, this is the one that I wanted more on for you guys, and it seems like it's given me the bare minimum because I'm quite curious, and it feels like, but it does feel like if you know too much, it might not work out. Let's see if I can get anything for, this is meant to be timing, divine timing, but let's see, next fall. Well, you know what, fall, technically we're not even in fall where I'm located, so some people might be in fall right now, especially over on the other side of the world, but for Australia, our fall begins, let me see, February, I think, February or March it begins, so that might be important. And I do want more. I want so much more. You don't just finish with a lover's card. I feel like you will eventually find a lover, like you will find what it is you're chasing, what you're after, who you're after. You could be after a earth sign, or earth sign really fucked you up, sorry, but this really isn't for people. Yeah, you might have a lot of burdens left over from that partner. Yeah, you're finding it hard to make a decision. Do you go back out into dating or do you not? Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. So you really want something, you really want a partnership, you want trust, you want harmony, you want love, you want all of that. You really do. Honestly, I think you might even tell people you don't, but subconsciously you're really after. You want that security, that connection, that harmony, that never-ending love. To the point you've probably taken on more burdens to make a lifestyle for it, or you have a lot of burdens from a previous partnership and you're actually debating, like, do I just give up? I think you're going to be right on the precipice of being like, that's it, I'm not even going to worry about partnership, and then boom, you get a partner. It's when you stop looking that it comes for you. When you get it, it's when you stop wanting it that it comes for you. I don't know why, but that's just the way it is. Especially with relationships, everyone I know has said it. It's when you're not looking for a relationship, you get into a relationship, and it seems to be a little bit of like surprise with with your justice. So your justice is all about fairness, it's balance, it's decisions. I feel like this could be karmic justice, like you're gonna have the perfect person come through for you, like it's gonna be divine timing. It feels like this is gonna be your soulmate, and the fact that you got the Ace of Pentacles, this is like So typically, if this was like a new job or prosperity, you might even meet this person at a new job, or whatnot. You might meet them when you're doing something new. So this is actually about ambition, prosperity, opportunity, new material wealth, gain. You might actually view this person that you're gaining as a freaking diamond, or as like the richest person in the world. They might not even be rich, but you might be viewing them in that manner, like they are the gold you've been waiting for. Like, you know, you've been digging and digging and digging, and you've just been coming across coal. You've been wanting gold, and it's when you give up, there's a little shiny nugget of gold and you find it, and it feels like you're fully complete. This is going to be very I think this is going to help you in more ways than one. I think it feels like everything's going to come together. It is justice, and justice is unbiased. It gives you what you deserve. And I feel like you've been waiting, you've been doing you know what you're like, you know what you want, and it's right when you have to make a decision. So this is a choice as well. The Two of Swords is about making a decision, making a choice. And I feel like it's sort of like a crossroads where you're like, do I keep on searching or don't I? I feel like if you say no, that's when you're going to get it. I feel like if you say yes, that's when you're going to get it. It doesn't matter what you choose, you're still going to get this partner you've been wanting. So if this doesn't happen this month, which I do feel like maybe the 12th of November, because I think November is fall for a lot of overseas, or it's just at the end of fall. It could be the next fall, or for if you're, you know, in Australia, it's literally the early next year. Or it could be that's when you're like, you might meet this person now, but relationship wise doesn't even happen. So yeah, this can also be they could also work in a legal system, a judicial system, government. So it is justice. I just have to mention anything that does come up. You might even find when you get a lover, you lose a lot of burdens, like they take a lot off your plate. Yeah, this is what I've got for you, poll number 2. So the next, because there's more, but wait, there's more. The next reading I have for you guys is advice and guidance from any spirits, any guides, any angels, your higher self, the universe, family who have passed on, anyone, any spirit guides or anything. So that's what I have for you now, and I will get on to that. You don't have to do anything. I'm gonna cleanse and carry on. Okay, poll number 2. This is the very last bit of your reading. So advice and guidance. I'm using the Insecta Oscura Tarot and the Light Seers Tarot, so that we can get any advice, guidance, anything for the month of November for you. So I'm trying to stick to pulling them out. With this deck, they do like to just come out sometimes, but sometimes yours is very controlled, very interesting. I feel like perhaps you have a spirit guide who's a lot like you, someone who's very controlled, likes to take action, likes to have a sense of what's, you know, going on. Okay, let's see. We are the Lovers again. Oh, either you have a lot of choices to make, or love is on your brain. Two of Swords, again, making a choice. Two of Cups, another romantic one. It's, sorry, I've got storms happening and rain outside, so you can probably hear the wind wheezing in. So, Two of Cups, the Queen of Swords, and the World. Okay. Advice for you is to keep your options open, and to, I'd like to say for the Lovers, is you make your choices with the relationships in mind of the people in your life, and harmony and cooperation. Two of Swords is obviously about making decisions. So again, this feels like making decisions with love in mind. But your Two of Cups is, so you're the only person who's had this so far. The Two of Cups is about harmony and cooperation, but partnership. So I'm getting a lot of harmony, choices, partnership. So I think you're going to be making choices with your partner, or you're going to be searching, making choices with the thought of having a partner one day. Your partner could be a Queen of Swords who is, or you know, for a male, female, not sexually specific. Your air signs is your Libra, your Gemini, and your Aquarius. So that is possible for a partner. That person might be coming in, or you'll be, you know, working, making choices with them in mind. And you're, you know, I feel like for advice, your spirit guide, higher person, whoever it is telling you to make decisions and choices for yourself with love in mind, or with the people you love in mind, or to have, like, you know, doing so is going to give you a completion, a wholeness. I feel like you might also feel like you're going to be whole once you have your partner and your lover in life, or your lover is literally your everything. And your guides, they are advising you to make choices based on this, based on love, based on harmony, trying to stay positive. I feel like maybe you are trying to become more harmonious, more connected and positive. You are working on yourself and the people of, you know, your 3D world, and I feel like you might actually be purposely working on that, but you're doing it with love. I think you have a plan. I think you're very, you like to take control, you like to have action, you like to be in control. I feel like you will, yeah, love is again, guys, seriously. I can't make this shit up. The Magician, the Five of Swords, conflict, contemplation and worry. The Hermit, but strength as well. I feel like you're gonna have to make choices. I feel like this could be representing a person, so could this, if there's any like, you know, king or queens of like water or wands, they can be people, but typically the King of Cups is a very loving, caring, abundant, you know, passionate, balanced, creative person. And then you have Lovers, and you've got the Queen of Wands, which is a fiery, powerful, creative, determined, passionate person as well. They do have quite a bit of intuition. This before I didn't even see this, but there's a cat on here. There's a cat, so maybe this is a very intuitive person, or you feel intuitively drawn to this person. See this? I feel like magnetized. And you also got the king. He has like a little blue crown. I feel like, yeah, you're tipping. I feel like you're tipping possibilities down the drain, or you're tipping, like you're giving up on a lot of things. Like you're like, oh no, I'm not good enough for that. Like that negativity from the very beginning of this reading is showing up, but you actually have the ability to do anything. I think you second guess yourself. I think you might cause conflict, or you might lose a lot because of your ability to make a decision, because you don't view yourself in a way where you're worthy of certain things. I feel like yeah, your guides are definitely telling you to do some introspection, do some internal growth and learning. So the Hermit is about solitude, introspection, guidance, and inner wisdom. Now, I remember at the very beginning you had introspection come up from, I believe it was the Pearls of Wisdom. You're definitely having to grow and get beyond whatever it is that's making you doubt yourself, or you might even be self-sabotaging a lot of the romantic connections you've had in life, or even friends and partners and stuff. I feel like you are making that yourself. Like you create the ability, like, you know, you wanting to manifest a partner, but you're also like, I'm not good enough for that person, and then you self-sabotage it, like you turn them down or something. I feel like after some introspection you gain the courage and go forward. I feel like pole number 2, which is ironic because when I originally done your cards, you only had 5 come out in the love pile. They were very big cards, but you only had 5 come out, and I had to pull out more. I feel like this is something you want a lot. Like, you might even tell yourself no, but I feel like subconsciously this is something you really, really want. You want a partner. I'm really getting that very strongly, especially with your advice. You guys are telling you to go for it, to make good choices with love, but not just for the person, but for yourself. You need to learn to love yourself first before you can love anyone else. And they're saying you should love yourself because you are giving up everything. Every time you have someone who's more than worthy, someone who does tick all your boxes, you're sabotaging it and saying no, because you don't view yourself in a way where you're good enough for them. It's actually very upsetting. It's very upsetting. I'm sad for you, pole number 2. Know that you are good enough, and if someone tells you they love you, take them at face value and see where it goes. I feel like you might have I feel like you're probably, because you're very active, and that you might be a very attractive person. Fire signs do tend to be attractive, so do earth signs, but like, I feel like you're trying to get a balance. You're trying to get calm, you're trying to be passionate, but you're trying to find a way to keep it balanced. And I feel like sometimes you might fall off the bandwagon. You might fall into dark dips. I feel like you might have a dark psyche. You might have a lot of shadows. You might need to do some shadow work this November to get beyond and to try and manifest. You might fall off every now and again, or you might have a bad inner critic that's always trying to sabotage you. That does really relate with what I've seen in your reading. I feel like you're gonna learn. I feel like, see how this person has the light inside them? Like, you are a sun, you are a star, you have light, and I feel like you are a very magnetic and happy person, but like internally you are not like that at all. And I feel like you're growing to try and learn to be like that, to be more like that. And your guides, they're telling you to do that because you'll get strength, you'll get courage, you'll get determination, and you'll get the ability to get what you're after, to gain what you want, what it is you're subconsciously wanting. And I feel like that is, like, as you can see with this card, she actually has an infinity sign there. I feel like you want eternal love. You want a partner you can be with forever. You want, and that's what you've been trying to manifest, but I feel like every time you get something just offered to you, literally, you're turning it down. You're turning them away. You're breaking hearts to self-sabotage because you just don't view yourself as worthy. Pole number 2, you have a lot of work to do in November, a lot of introspection. I feel like you want to do this anyway. Also, you do have a Sagittarius sign here. I keep saying there's been a lot of fire in this reading, and you have a Sagittarius star sign. You might be a Sagittarius. But yeah, I'm definitely feeling you have a lot to work on. You have a lot to try and grow and learn about yourself, a lot of shadow work, a lot of, like, I feel like these eyes are saying we see you. Yeah, you definitely have. There's someone, you might even have a maternal, like someone who's older who you turn to for advice and help. They might be the ones who keep telling you, when are you going to settle down? When are you going to get a lover? When are you going to stop sabotaging yourself? They might give you great advice, but I feel like you don't even listen to them either. I feel like I feel like you will eventually get there. You're going to eventually get the courage. You're going to go for it. You're going to do what you want. And I do feel a lot of love in this advice. Either love for yourself and growing some patience. I feel like you had patience. So getting some patience to learn to meditate. I feel like you're not a meditator, but I feel like you have to learn to center yourself and gain some passion. But I feel like, look, another eternity sign. 8 could be very important. 8 is infinity, but turned up right. So yeah, I feel like you have a lot to do, a lot to grow. But yeah, I might actually, just for you guys, I do have the Hidden Truth Oracle. I feel like you need to hear the truth. I feel like you've been sabotaging and lying for so long. You need some truth. You need a nice dose of some truth your way. These are romantic. And it's ironic because the rain and the storm just got much worse. I will wait for a sign from you. I regret lying to you. I lost myself for a little while there. I feel like you did. Honestly, I really do feel like you might have been sabotaging yourself, and you might even be kicking yourself. You don't react when people mention you. I want to tell you how I feel. I think you've been trying to control so much of like your feelings and what you do and how you feel. You might have even lied to someone and told them you don't love them when you actually do. I need to close my windows. Give me a sec, I'll be back. I'm back. So yeah, I will wait for you. I'll wait for a sign from you. I feel like you might have been given signs and you just said that's not a sign. You probably could have had it thrown in your face and you're like, huh? No, I didn't see anything. You might have even told someone that that's not true, and you did lie, not just to them but to yourself. That could be definitely something. I lost myself for a little while there, and I don't react when people mention you. You could be, like I mentioned, you could be controlling yourself, or you could have lied for so long that you actually lost the love you felt for them, or the feelings you have for them. But I feel like you want your peace. You want to have your peace. So, poll number 2, that's the reading I have for you. If anything resonates, please share, comment. I said care, I noticed. Maybe take some care for yourself. I feel like that will be important for you, number 2. Either this could be love for yourself or love for someone else. I hope you get all that you're after. You definitely do deserve it. You are a hardworking, wonderful individual. But yeah, you definitely got a lot to work on, and I know you can do it. You will make it through it with strength. You are strong. So this is my reading for you. I'm leaving you with lots of love, light, and positive vibes, and I will see you in the next reading. Bye! Hello, my beautiful poll number 3. If you chose this union card, which is reconciliation, coming back, second chance, and rebuilding, or if you chose this heart, the lemon jasper heart, I believe it's a lemon jasper, then this is your reading. Let me just place this. So our first card is from the Angel Arium card, like deck, and you've got Semikiel, Angel of Vengeance. Oh, okay, Angel of Vengeance. I'm going to read this one from the book. because this is a deck that you don't really not read from the book. Where's Samikiel? There he is. Number 18. Okay, Samikiel. When the time comes, we cry his name. Once on the path of vengeance, we're choked silent. As if a hand grips our throat, those who intend harm will suffer threefold in return, like Samikiel. Like Samikiel's words. Oh, hold on, swords. Why did I read that as words? Sword, which cuts the wielder while attacking others. Miracles. A sword, an aching heart, torn skin. So that is that for Samikiel. Okay, that's very intense. That's very dark, actually, very dark. If someone is in an abusive relationship, maybe someone's words cut deep, or maybe they cut down anyone who harms you. We have medicine. By taking ownership of your healing journey, you embrace the transformative power of divine love and nurture and sacred flame of your heart. Okay, and then our divine blessing is presence. Don't worry about the past or the future, but be present here and now. Practice being present in your relationships, in nature, and in your daily activities. Take your time. I also just heard like you could be like this. You might even need medicine to not be so harsh. I do know, like, personally, I have a ballistic temper, honestly. It's from hormones. A lot of women have PMS, PMM, and it is all, it can be helped with other medications and stuff, SSRIs and stuff like that, and estrogen and stuff, but like you literally cannot control your temper or yourself. So maybe this person needs medicine or needs to be medicated. Maybe their words cut deep. Because I did read words, not sword. You might have a lot of internal thoughts, because swords is air sign. Yeah, vengeance. You might be out for blood. Maybe instead of this being a relationship, it's the end of a relationship, and you're out for vengeance to receive the medicine and the healing you need. I think it's petty. You might be petty. Yeah. That's the 3. Let me move that. There's nothing wrong with being petty, by the way. I'm an adult. We're very adult on here. I say it how I see it. It's as simple as that. Maybe enjoy the pettiness while it lasts. Or maybe in a relationship, you've got to be present in the moment. Angel, spirit guidance, protection from harm. If someone is dealing with this is actually abusive, please get the help you can if you need to. However you can. Definitely don't stay with someone who is absolutely abusive, and don't go back to someone who is like that. Hills, obstacles to overcome. Shield, you need to defend yourself. Okay, this is getting very dark very quick. I was not expecting a reading like this. If not a partner, this could be someone else who's aiming after you. Maybe they're jealous of what life you have, and they have vengeance in their heart, and they want to like take everything from you. I was watching that I'm sorry if the rain gets louder, I'll talk louder if I can. I was watching that Genie Make a Wish, and it's a Korean like drama on Netflix. Really good, loved it. Got my mum to watch it too, and it's dubbed, by the way. So if anyone wants to watch that, go for it. Very much loved. And one of the women in it so the main chick she's very rich, she has everything, she's, you know, she's viewed by someone else who's very jealous and wants everything that's hers. Doesn't want money, no, wants her money. Like, she wants to take everything from her entire life and all of that. She's very vengeful, and she's selfish and trying to sabotage the main character's life. And that could definitely be something you're dealing with. And they're probably, it could be that they're trying to, you know, destroy your partnership. They could definitely be doing that. It could also be, you might take ownership. But I think in that series, when I watched it, she actually says, like, I don't care if you try to destroy my life, you can have all the money, it doesn't bother me. Like, she takes ownership, like, I don't know why you don't like me, but, like, I don't care. Like, it really didn't bother her. And that might be the medicine you need, but you might take ownership of how you've made them feel. Not saying that you're the problem, but you might actually just do that. So this is self, and this is our Shadowscapes Tarot. So what I do is I read what the cards mean, and then I state how we might perceive it in, like, this is for self, like your internal emotions, thoughts, you as a person, and I explain how that could correlate. And of course this is just general reading, so you take what resonates, leave what doesn't. Not everything has to be spick and span and spot on, because obviously we have the collective and everyone has a different, you know, a different life. Everyone's going to take this differently. So the Six of Cups is obviously harmony, nostalgia, happiness. It could be childhood, connecting to someone you know. You might have had a really good childhood. You might be very emotionally mature. You have a good connection with family. So some stuff like that. As you can see, this sort of reminds me of Alice in Wonderland, how they have a tea party. And a little bit of like Maleficent. Anyway, just I had to mention that. So you might have grown up with a lot of family, a lot of siblings, a big happy joyous family. You might be very emotionally secure, had a really healthy family relationship. You might not have, and you want to give that to your family. You might even have children and you still play tea parties with your kids even though you're an adult. The Ace of Cups means joy, creativity, new love, abundance, like you have a lot of emotional fulfillment. You seem to be a very emotionally mature, very emotionally smart person. You're creative, you're kind, you're caring and loving. You do have the Seven of Swords. Seven of Swords is actually illusions, uncertainty, sneakiness, moving quickly. It is, you know, having someone try and deceive you, be deceptive. Either you are keeping the truth from someone, or you're very, you could be paranoid or worried other people are lying or everything is an illusion. This might be because swords is air signs, it's mentality. You might think that, like, you might not be a very trusting person. And then you have the Eight of Pentacles. You're most likely a very hard worker. So the Eight of Pentacles is skills, craftsmanship, determination, studying, learning. You might be currently in an apprenticeship, traineeship, studying, doing a job where you get extra training. You might be doing something personal where you get some extra training. Like you might be doing a tarot course yourself. Not saying it has to be tarot, it could be anything. You might be doing your own learning and studies that you're paying for off your own back because you want to. You might even be a teacher, someone who's training others, or you're even teaching your children, like giving them good morals, raising them the way you want to. And that makes a lot of sense because you do have the Three of Wands, which is growth, creativity, and self-expression, looking towards the future, looking for your ships to sail in. You might be also waiting for some response or like a test returning to you to give you some more clarity and information. So when we put this into self, you seem to be like a very emotionally mature, kind person. You might be searching for things in life with emotions. I feel like you know to be careful of deception. You might also, like, you see how it swings around. I didn't read this for anyone else, not like this. Like, I'm reading this very differently. Like, you might have some boundaries. I feel like you're protecting someone. Like, you might be a very family orientated person with the Six of Cups, and you feel like you're the protector. You've got to protect them, whether you're a male or female, doesn't matter. You seem to try and protect those that you love and care for from illusions, deceptions, even maybe online, you know, online forums and, you know, Facebook, stuff like that, Twitch, Twitter, all that. Like, I think you're very careful, very protective. You might even be, when I said you could be teaching someone, you could be teaching your own children, like homeschooling could definitely be something. I feel like you're very careful, you're very particular to attention and detail. You're very creative at the same time. You can be both. You can be creative and you can be, you know, organized. A lot of people think it's one or the other, but that's not true. You can be definitely both. And obviously, I think you definitely think towards the future, long term. You like to, but you're also very creative. Even this card means creative and growth. I think you love to express yourself. You don't hold back. You don't beat around the bush, is our saying here in Australia. And like, if you look at this, look at the trust on this cliff. Like, I think there's certain things you have no problem trusting, but there's a lot of stuff where you know where you're drawing the line. You're very specific. Yeah, you're forward thinking. I don't think you cut off or shut off. I think you're very perceptive and you know what is okay for you and not okay. Like, you know where your boundaries are sitting. Let's get your the others around you and your world, your outer world. I think I got this upside down. So with all these decks, I do not take reversals, quite obviously. I really feel, oh, one just tried to fall. I really feel like I just got this. I think you like to stay in the present moment. I think you like to think of the future, but you don't stay in the future, like, if that makes any sense. Like, it feels like with this, like, you like to be present. You think being present's more important than anything. If you do have children, you might like to be present in their lives as much as possible. That's definitely coming forward. I'm getting that you're creative, but I don't feel like it's self-creation. I feel like you're creative and you do fun things with others in mind. You're a very giving person, but not in the same way as pole 1 or 2 were. I think everyone is giving to a certain degree, and everyone is a taker to a certain degree. That one doesn't want to come through. There's one more I need to get. I found it. There we go. So these cards are going to represent the world around you and the people in the world around you, and, you know, how that all correlates. I do not take reversals, like I said. And after this, we are going to move on to other topics, and I will let you know when I do that, and you can just stick around. I'm going to do all the changes and stuff, and we can go into each individual part of your reading. So there's like financial, creation and passion, love, and then there's advice and guidance. All right, so with your surrounding world, you got the King of Cups. So the King of Cups is actually calm, they are balanced, they're love, they're creative. Again, you got more creative. Your Three of Swords is actually heartache, it's separation and loss. Your Two of Spheres is actually your Two of Pentacles. It's choices, balance, and partnership, like juggling. Now the Tower. Your Tower is chaos. It's change. It's a revelation, awakening, unknown or unseen change. It is freedom. It's loss. It's both positive and negative at the same time. It just depends on what chaos is hitting you. Because this is like, you know, the world you're in, like the house, the society, the community, the people, not the best sign. The Ten of Swords is again pain, sadness, stabbed in the back, anxiety, depression. It's really dark, it's intense, and it's not good. So if I was to correlate this, I feel like maybe you live in a place where you're trying to be balanced and sorry, there's thunder and it's big storm. You're trying to make a loving, caring, balanced, creative home, or you're trying to live in that sort of society. However, there's a lot of heartache. This could be that you're dealing with a negative partner or someone who's out of the picture. You want them to come back. That's something I'm hearing. There's heartache, separation. You could be separated from your partner currently, or other family members. You might feel isolated where you're located, and you're trying to make the best of a bad situation. The Two of Spheres is like you're juggling everything. You are performing to the highest of your ability. You are doing everything from the job to the chores to finding house to putting food on the table to putting clothes on the back. If you're a parent, you're a bloody brilliant parent, and never say otherwise. You are dealing with a lot. You are doing a lot. And with the Tower, it could mean that you feel like you're on loose foundation, like you're not in a secure situation, you're not in a secure housing, you're not in secure finance. You feel very like in one wrong move and you could lose everything. I'm definitely feeling that. And with the Ten of Swords, you internally worry about everything. Your home life and your community is not supportive. You probably don't have many supporting family or friends. You could literally be alone. You probably don't even have family, or you've been kicked out. You're probably living in the worst, like it could be absolutely horrid, honestly. And it is weighing on you. And sometimes when we're living in a negative place, it does play on our psyche, it plays on our minds. I feel like you're trying hard, and I feel like you're trying hard not just for yourself but for the other people you love and you're taking care of. But your home, your situation is actually not really good. Pole number 3, I'm so sorry that this has came out like this. I feel like you're one wrong step to everything crumbling, and I feel like you might also feel like you're the person who's gonna crumble, but like you're not in a good, like, if this is like, you know, your surroundings, you're either not in a good neighborhood, or the housing is god awful and you're just having to put up with it for as long as you can. I feel like you're gonna try and build, because you got to remember the Tower is both positive and negative. So when something falls and is destroyed, there's a new foundation to rebuild back up, and I feel like it's going to be very difficult for you. However, remember with this, you do have the angel protection from harm. You do have obstacles to overcome. This could be something that you don't see coming. Most times, 9 times out of 10, the Tower is something that is unseen, unforeseen. So if you're already in like a bit of a bad spot, you know, you're dealing with a loss, or you're trying to make things really good and you're juggling everything, and then something comes unexpected, it can be like the last nail in the coffin. But please don't give up. You are very capable. I feel like you need a lot of help in finding a place. You might have even lost your partner recently. If that is the case, things can be very difficult. I had a friend, her partner went to jail, unfortunately, and she had to try and support a whole 3 children on a single income. She had no job. She even considered selling her body to make ends meet. Like, when you get to this sort of desperation, I mean, and you are protecting young ones or dependents, or you're taking care of people, honestly, when you're that strong, you will do anything. And I would never ever call a woman horrible for even thinking that, attempting that, considering that. You do what you've got to feed and clothe who you need to, and to protect yourself. So no, and it's not like people who do pay for that is bad. Like, I do not view it that way at all. So yeah, I feel like that's gonna be quite full on for you. I just want to get... I have these cards. They're just meant to, I don't know, they're different. Just to get some advice or ideas or thoughts or anything for you. Because either in November you're gonna have a really big shift. Envy doesn't judge, it reveals. What we envy only often reflects unconscious longings and hidden desires. I've got a feeling this is whoever's going on a vengeance strike for you. Just pre-warning, if things fall apart, someone could have a curse on you or is purposely sabotaging your life. Please just know that is definitely a strong possibility. I am obviously very spiritual, so I can believe that. I can ask for help. This card is about the power of mutuality, about allowing yourself to ask and be heard. Yes, that's probably the medicine you need, is to ask for help and know that you're protected. And you do need to defend yourself, and you will overcome this obstacle. However, ask for help when you need it. Ask for help. While you might be isolated, or you might feel isolated, know that a community is not going to turn their whole back on you. Chaos is sacred. This card is about inner reconciliation, about accepting yourself in the past and present, about the softness you can offer yourself. What guilt do I still hold against myself? What would I say to my younger self right now? And what message do I want to send to my future self? This is so powerful, because the Tower embodies chaos. And be present. It even mentions that accept your past and present. And it also says, what would you say to your younger self? The 6 of Cups can also mean reconnecting to your younger self, like the things you loved when you were younger, or your inner child. So that could definitely resonate. You might have a lot that you need to deal with. You might be the person who has envy. What true desire hides behind my feeling of envy, and what would I do if I allowed myself this longing? Or it's someone else who has envy for you. Either. So that is this section of your reading. I'm sorry that, you know, your surrounding world isn't of the ideal for November. But let's see if this can grow or change. I'm just getting what I'm getting, and the cards speak for themselves. I did not have any of these really come out in this deck before, so it's not like there's a repeat or anything. But yeah, I'm gonna continue on. So we're gonna move on to like finances, work, material wealth. You don't have to do anything, my beautiful pole number 3s. I am going to move on, and I'm gonna clear this, cleanse the area, and start doing your financial reading. You don't have to lift a finger, just gotta wait literally 1 second and I'll be back. Okay, pile number 3. This is your finances, your work, your materialistic, your reading for all of that. I am using the lucid dreams. So we straight away have the King of Pentacles. He's a practical leader, prosperous, business, security, provider, abundance, reliable, safe, kind, patriarchal, protective, and sensual. They are typically a Taurus. This could be a male or a female coming into your life who's going to bring some resources, or someone who is just going to help you gain some more material wealth, someone who's going to offer you a job. This could also be you becoming this. You are getting some more insight and learning more about material wealth and gain. Maybe you're looking for jobs and you're getting more financial smarts. Like you might be doing learning like budgets, learning how to save a bit better, learning how to deal with some debts. All of these flipped over all at once, so there we go. You have that one. Okay, that's fantastic. So you actually had the Tower in like your outside world, like in your living situation and the world and the people around you. Now, I never sugarcoat anything. There's manifestation, grounded, ambition, offerings, a gift, a goal-orientated, financial opportunity, a planner, consistent, loyal, faithful messenger. You could, so this can come across so many thousands different of ways. Like I mentioned, you could be embodying this. This could be someone coming through to help you. This could be a provider. This could be you manifesting. This is about manifesting more money, working on something. Someone might actually you might win something, or someone might gift you some money, or loan you some money. You might get a new job offer. There is a sudden change, an upheaval. So a Tower, again, this could be a positive. You might actually win money. You might also lose money. It's chaos. It's massive radical shifts. It can be both positive or negative, destruction, trauma, disaster, upheaval, revelations, awakening. It is a massive shift. You're followed by the Four of Cups, which is obviously contemplation, apathy, revelation, feeling unfulfilled, missed opportunity, indifference, discontent, melancholy. You might actually feel like you've missed a big opportunity. This Tower moment might have built up your life. It could also be that you were moving along and then there's been something out of your control that has taken away an opportunity. Either it's self-sabotage or someone is sabotaging you. I did mention before there was envy. You could also be dealing with karma. If you've done something bad to someone in the past, or you were envious in the past and you ruined something for someone else, do know that karma will come back around. That's just for some people. I feel like you're gonna be very upset. Like you're getting this offered cup, but you're only thinking about all the losses you've had. You need to look up. You need to look up. You are gonna transition. You're gonna leave what doesn't serve you, and you know, move on to calmer waters, distance. You might even be physically moving to be able to move to a place where it's more affordable, or things can come a bit more easily. You are going from like these choppy waters to these calmer waters. So you might be learning your lesson. You might be putting distance between someone who might have been bringing some chaos to your life. This might not even be you. This might be someone else who was in your vicinity, who's sort of like, I like to say, like, I've got this, it's from Destiny. I think it was like in the season where Cade is passed on, like he has been you know, killed. Anyway, he has like recordings, and you go through and you listen to them all, and each one is someone who might have been the person who killed him. He just wanted to write everything, you know, say it and have a record. And there was one where he's talking about Petra Venge, and he's like, if you're hearing this, then maybe Petra Venge is the person, or I'm dead and she might be the person who ended me. If so, like, I don't blame you. You're just someone who has a blast radius. Now, this is what I meant, like, someone, probably not even directly, but they have a blast radius, and that blast radius affected you and your life, and you're like, you don't really want to blame them. And I think this is why you contemplated something so much. You're trying to be indifferent, but it affected you so directly that you're having to move away and move on. I feel like you want to leave that chaos behind, that person. I think you're trying to get away from that person. You don't want to blame them. However, you definitely need to leave them. In another way I could read this is a partner. You guys try to work on stuff to manifest, and it doesn't work out. Maybe they fall off the bandwagon and they're not good again. Maybe they lost a lot of money. Maybe they have gambling debts. You end up having to move on, and you find someone who's better. Now, the King of Wands can be a fire sign: Sagittarius, Leo, Aries. They are a natural born leader. They have like a vision for the future. They're very bold, daring, they're direct, they're very charming. They're typically like a CEO, business owner, entrepreneur. They have a lot of power. They're a big picture person, so everything they do it with the big picture in mind. So all the little goals lead up to that. They're very optimistic, and they like being in control, taking charge, stuff like that. This person might offer you something. So you might feel like you missed an opportunity. We're going back to you gaining money. Someone could offer you, they might be able to see your capabilities, and you end up getting your wish fulfilled for you. If this isn't a partner who's going to take care of you and you don't have to work another day in your life, this could be this person has an opportunity or a job for you, or you end up doing a business yourself. You move away to start a new life. This could be, I feel like it starts off with you thinking a lot about money and jobs and opportunities, but there's so much happening in your life, it's affecting your ability to make money, or to gain finance. And so you literally have to remove yourself from that entire world and situation. Like I mentioned when we done your reading on like your surrounding world and the people, you were isolated, you had the tower, things were very hard for you, not the best. And I feel like another tower moment, see, this could also be a revelation. You decide, you're like, you might hear something or learn something like this. This city, they're talking about like, they have a lot of jobs and they're building it up, and they need people to be workers, and they've got affordable housing, and you hear about that, but you're like, oh my god, do I move there? Like, that's a huge radical change. But you're at the point where I think that anything can be better than what this is. So I feel like you will end up packing up and you will be moving. I do notice that you have a lot of sixes coming through. I think even before you had a few sixes. I think it was the Six of Cups came up, and that felt like really important. It was the first card of yourself. Yeah, so you might be offered something. You might meet someone. I feel like it could be online. This could be a messenger as well, so this could be communicating with someone loyal, faithful. You might end up having an online relationship and you move to that person. That's just for very few people, but you definitely end up achieving what you're after. You get abundance and success and enrichment. This can be from very small things, but I feel like with the tower showing up, it's going to be a radical change regardless of what these smaller cards mean. So yeah, you might start up your own business and it ends up being very successful. You might get with someone who has a business that's very successful. The person is, or you are the person who's being very successful. But yeah, this is what I have for finances. It seems like there's a lot of other parts of your life that is impacting your finances. Your ability to make money and finances might be tied up with other things right now. Like maybe you've had to, like, especially if for example, women, when we have children, we don't just go straight back to work. Like, it doesn't work like that. Like, you have to give up a lot to like have a child, and not that that's not worth it or whatnot, and you might, you know, love your children, but like, you don't have the ability to just make money effortlessly. Like, you got to have plans, and you got to have a good job, and you got to be very secure, and you got to make sure you have your maternity leave, and then you got to make sure you can afford to like have someone take care of your child. And if like earlier it was very isolated and stuff, you might not have had that support, and you might not be able to just go back to work. Like that's just an example for some people. So I feel like there's something that is impacting your finances, and I don't think it's like just you, it could be other people. Like maybe you had a partner who had bad gambling debts, for example. Maybe you had a bad habit of a gambling debt. Don't feel like that's coming through right now, but like I feel like there's other things impacting your ability. Like you need to move. I feel like this is like very optimal, and you go into something brighter, you go into something better, more bolder. I think this is really big, courageous, bold step of you. I think you're very worried and you are scared to do it, but not as scared as you are to stay in your circumstances. Because like earlier you had like the 10 of Swords with your surrounding world. I feel like whatever situation you're in is the worst thing ever. Anything is better. And I feel like this is going to be exactly what you need. If you are thinking of moving to benefit finances, jobs, your lifestyle, your family, do move for it. If something bad happens, this could see a tower could be anything from winning money to losing a person to absolute devastating accidents, chaos and trauma, earthquake, you know, it's everything and anything. It can be from positive to negative. So whatever this is, if something, and typically when a tower moment happens, you will know. Trust me, you can tell it from a mile away. It is something that only happens once in a lifetime. It is huge, and when it happens, you know, like, this is chaotic, this is catastrophe, this is not what I was expecting. Even like chaos, there's positive chaos, like winning the money, winning lottery. If you win lottery, that's something that brings you positive chaos. So you're still gonna be like, oh my god, like, this only happens once in a lifetime. So when this happens, do know, look at all your options, but the best thing is gonna be to move on. This could be moving on from a partner, a job. If you do work in like lawyer, finance or whatnot, you might be leaving behind a partner. Like you might be working with a partner in whatever job you had, or whatever, like, what did I say, finance? I think I was meant to say lawyer firm. I was thinking of lawyers. Like, you know how you have a partner, like you work, like lawyers work together and they have, I don't know why I said finance. Maybe that's important to note. Maybe you're gonna work on finance, or you're leaving you could be leaving one entirely different job title for another job title. Like maybe you're going from hospitality to banking, or you know, like a mechanic to an office job. Like a huge, massive shift. But it is gonna fill up all your cups. You're gonna feel like you're living on cloud 9. You are gonna be so emotionally fulfilled. It is gonna be like your wishes have been granted. Whatever wish that is, if it's a new job, if it's a better income, if it's more time for your family, whatever it is, that's gonna be the wish that gets granted you. It might be, I wanted a partner who can secure us and provide for us. That might be it. Whatever it is you've been wishing for is going to come through. And it is connected to your finances, your materials, and your abundance. All right. So that is the reading I have for your finances. please stay tuned because there is more. The next one up is creative passion, and like, you know, all your projects and stuff that you're working on. So I will cleanse and start that, and you just wait 1 second and I'll be back. All right, pile number 3. This is for creativity, passion, projects, anything like that. 2 of Swords. Now I think there was one other group that had 2 of Swords come out straight away as well. I keep nearly ripping my own nails off. Ouch. And sorry for the noise. There is a thunderstorm where I live. In summer sometimes you get a lot of downpour and like cyclones and rain during this time of the year. So it has been raining off and on like the past 4 days. Okay, let's see what we got. So we have the 2 of Swords, the 3 of Wands. Now, I know you had the 3 of Wands in your self, in the reading for yourself in the very first part. The Seeker of Cups. Now, the Seeker, I believe, is your page. Yes, it is. It's your Page of Cups. And the Queen of Cups. Conqueror of Swords is your Knight of Swords. So the 2 of Swords is like having to make decisions, balances, opposing ideas. So maybe there's something like there's things you want to do but you don't know what to do. You need to make a choice, and you feel blind to the choice, like you don't know what to make, what choice to make. 3 of Wands is looking towards the future for growth and creativity. So you do have creative ideas. I think you're thinking outside of the box with the ideas you've had, like with the life you live and trying to make money and stuff. I think you've had to look outside of the box. The fact that you also have, like, you know, these coin looking designs here, like it's to do with like getting money, like gaining. The Conqueror of Swords is your Knight, so that is the fastest acting Knight. It's the fastest moving. It could be gaining a message, some information, which could also it could also be acting impulsively or moving ahead really quickly, jumping. I'm getting the words jumping the gun. You also have the Seeker of Cups, which is the Page of Cups, and they're very curious and creative and sensitive, but they're very naive. So I also have like a wish being granted, or information that's going to lead to you feeling like a wish is granted. You might find out you get some financial help with doing whatever it is that you're wanting to do, whatever positive shift it is. And also this leads straight up into your Queen of Cups. Now, your Queen of Cups is a healer. She's very intuitive, very compassionate and loving, very kind and caring. You might be working on something to eventually be in a position to take care of other people, to heal others. You might even be a light worker. So someone who's like a nurse or a doctor or in therapy or something like that. You might actually, I have a feeling, so with your creativity, it feels more like it is a controlled business sort of creativity. Like, I think like you might actually have something that you've studied and you've been working, like you've got some smarts under your belt. Like you might have done a course and you're probably actually qualified, but like to gain finance and funding and to be able to, you know, like run your own business in the profession that you have studied might be what it is. Like, for example, if you're a therapist, you want to do your own therapy. Like, you want to work your own therapy firm or place or whatever. You don't want to work under a big institution. I feel like you're going to get a lot of passion, a lot of drive to do this. And you are looking at the long term, like big picture. I feel like you thought that this was going to be an impossible possibility, but something comes through to let you know, no, this is definitely possible. You know how like earlier I mentioned, it's like you get some information, like you hear something on like you hear someone mention like, oh, like, you know, there might be an ad or something like, this place, you know, come here, we need certain workers, we're building up the community, you know, come live with us, you know, you can everything's affordable, like, you know, it's a better lifestyle. And so you know, you need to hear that to make the decision to move. I feel like that's the same sort of, like, it's sort of carrying over to your creativity and your passion. You might have heard something like your ship sailed and given you some information, and you've jumped to act upon that. And in doing so, it's like you've had a wish granted, and it's gonna be what you were expecting. See this, like you're waiting to like gain something. Here the hand matches it. It's exactly the same, except for now there's a cup with a wishbone being granted, like a horseshoe, catching all that luck, all that goodness that you've been well and truly deserving. I feel like your oyster is your world. Like you are gaining way more than you thought you were. Like there's a pearl there. You weren't expecting to have that much abundance. I think it's going to be a lot more than you were expecting. And I think like you've probably not realized, but every step of the way you've made the decision which has created this entire situation. So this is why I feel like a lot of these are showing like creativity. I'm not getting the whole like you're gonna work with your hands and you're very ambitious and driven. I feel like you do what you have to do, and every time you've jumped through a hoop, or every time you've had to just make a decision, or you've gotten some information, you've made a gut instinct, so you've listened to your intuition and you've made the right decisions, and it's just happened to lucked out for you. Like I feel like if you do have karma working for you, working with, against, whatever is, karma is unbiased, it will give you what you deserve. I feel like perhaps you're deserving. This good karma comes around and you get what you need, what you deserve. But this is what I have for your creativity, your projects, your passions. If this is definitely not resonating, there is, so all of the piles have a creative reading, they all have a love reading. You can always pick and match different pile love or creative readings for one another and create what your November is gonna look like. If this is indeed like you're working on a project, you might have writer's block at the beginning of the project until you get some more information, and then you work on it really quickly, I think like close to the deadline, but it ends up being a masterpiece and you get recognized for it. So if you do have a job and you are actively working on a project, that's how this could read like you do really well, and then you probably shock the people you're working for, because I've got a feeling if this is a job, you're probably new to it because you feel like you don't know what you're doing. So yeah, there's that also coming through. It just depends on how you decipher this. This can be read like 1,000 different ways. When it comes to general readings, it is very hard to get extremely direct readings. Some people have a very specific feel, and it's very easy to pick up on their energy. So some people get very direct meanings and it comes through, but we don't actually know who it's for. We just sometimes do that. So this is the reading I have for you. I am going to cleanse this area, and we're moving straight on into the love reading for you, number 3. Welcome back, pile number 3. So this is for your love reading for November. Now it's Zeki's or Zeki's Arcana that I'm using. Now with this deck, they do also have 2 unique cards just for it. And the last reading for poll number 2, one of those came out, so I had to read it from the book because it's not a card that anyone has read or knows. It's not from any other deck. It's very specific to this deck. So let's see what your love reading for November is. I actually, with the very beginning of your reading, I thought like union was, you know, you might have a big love reading. However, pole number 2 had a huge love reading. I feel like their entire, like, that's something they are subconsciously looking for and after. So for you guys, I was expecting love, but I feel like for you it's like growing and moving and building up from, like, maybe you're in a bad place right now and you're trying to get out of it. I feel like you're taking chances, opportunities, and you're trying to create the opportunities, regardless of how that is. So I'm quite curious for how this could read. These readings can also be like just friendships, relationships, family. So let's see. Page of Wands, the Six of Cups again, the Star, the Ten of Swords again, and Justice. Okay, my darlings, so I'm not really getting much of a love reading. I am getting you know, family, being connected to family. The Page of Wands is curious, creative, and enthusiastic sort of feeling. Maybe you get a message from someone, which you could even get a message from a family member. The Six of Cups, like I mentioned, is harmony, nostalgia, happiness. It can be familiar bonds from childhood, people you knew from childhood. Someone might reach out with an offer or some information. Maybe you even stay connected through listening to gossip from other people about your family. The Star is about rejuvenation, healing, happiness, good fortune, faith, spirituality, hope. It's like rejuvenating your hope. You might be trying to heal bonds and past relationships that maybe you've had falling out with people, and you're trying to grow that, trying to heal that. It could dredge up a lot of negativity. As you know, I've mentioned before, there's a lot of pain and sadness being stabbed in the back. You might actually learn from connecting to people of the past, like, you know, people you grew up with, people you've known for a long time, people you might have cut them off and then have slowly came around to, like, make, you know, bygones be bygones or repair the past, and it's came back to bite you in the backside. Maybe they stabbed you in the back. I just yawned. Maybe you're extremely tired. Maybe you've experienced this so many times, so often, because you did also have the Ten of Swords in your outside world, like your surroundings. Maybe these people put you into that scenario, or they kicked you out, and that's the reason you had to live such a hard life, and you thought you might get an apology or something, and that's not what happened. The Justice card is fairness. It is legal matters, making decisions and finding a balance. Now, it isn't a card that is biased, so it's unbiased, so justice will be served. So if you are dealing with someone, let's say you have a stalker, it could be someone youthful, if we're being honest, because a page is a youthful person. Someone who might live in your head rent-free is what I'm hearing. Maybe someone you've known from your past, maybe from a past relationship, and right when you're rejuvenating and you're growing and you're moving on with your life, they've come back out. Document everything, I think, and report them immediately, because I can feel like justice is going to play a big part. But yeah, I'm not getting real, like, romance from this. I feel like maybe it's not something you're chasing, or you still got a lot you're trying to deal with, either depression, anxiety, overthinking, you know, past trauma from other people, toxic people, and it seems like with the Star, so the Star shows like fluidity. You're getting into a balance, you are healing, you're growing, so you have whatever this is, if you are connecting with someone from the past, you do heal a lot. But sometimes, even if when we heal, we do also have to bring up some trauma. You can't heal without looking at what you're healing. So you can't stitch up a wound without looking at it, you know? So whatever it is, there will be justice. I feel like this could even mean you move on. This could be what you needed. Justice gets paid out and you living your best life is the justice, because it's not what the person, maybe that envious person gets pissed that you are living the best life and they end up, you know, having stuff happen to them because karma comes around and justice, you know, gets paid to the person who deserves it. And I'm just saying. But I'm not getting a real, a direct, like, love from this. I'm getting that you're growing, you're healing, you're moving on, and you're attempting, you would put in the work. There are, but I'm sorry to say, but you've got, like, and it's not at your fault, I don't feel, not with this. I feel like you're putting in a lot of effort, but there is a lot of stuff that keeps coming back from the past, or from your life, or just negative people. I feel like you've now known what to look out for, like you know when to cut your losses and move on. But sadly, you do have a lot to deal with from the past. So, beautiful poll number 3. I thought you were going to have a love reading because of the union. I've just got something, you might be reuniting with people from the past, and that's what that reunion was. That union card was coming back together with people. Didn't have to be a lover, but it could have been connecting back to people. If someone passes and you do get together at a funeral and stuff, do have set boundaries to protect yourself, your mentality, because it seems to be that's something that you have shown up a few times, the 10 of Swords, and it's not the best card to have showing up when you have love, but also like in your surroundings. So maybe the people that you're gaining love from, who is in your surroundings, is not good for you. That's another way I could read this, but this is a general reading, so I can only give you what I'm getting. But yeah, you do have hope if you can try and channel, like you got Star and Justice. These are giant Arcana cards. So Arcana cards are bigger, they're stronger, and they last longer. So in November, I would probably say that you've got some reuniting with family or friends or people of the past, and whether you intend to or not, or you just bump into them, I do feel like there's a reason you bump into them. I feel like it's healing to deal with it, but you're also going to be having to obviously look at those wounds regardless. But do channel the Star and the Justice. If someone's purposely trying to harm you when you're there, like someone's sniky and being an asshole, you know, do know Justice is coming their way. Justice is unbiased and it will deal what it needs to deal out. But yeah, try and embody the Star. You are, you know, honest, you are good, you have hope, you are spiritual, you are loving, kind, and you deserve to be healed. You don't deserve the pain, and you're not going to take it anymore. So yes, this is the love reading I have for you. Next up, wait, but there's more. I'm going to be doing some advice. I feel like that might be quite useful. Some advice and guidance from like your spirit guides, your angels, your higher self. Yeah, and so I'll get some more messages for you guys in a second. So 1 second and I'll be back. Welcome back to your advice and guidance, poll number 3. So I'm using the Insecta Obscura Tarot and the Light Seers Tarot. So we're asking for advice for you in the month of November 2025 from your guides, your spirit guides, your ancestors, your, you know, your guardians, your angels, your higher self. So your higher self is your highest good, the highest vibration of you, and also your future self. So if I can get any advice and guidance for my beautiful pole number 3. You got the Hanged Man. Okay, so that's about changing your perception. It can be patience and slowing down. Now I think, I'm trying to think, you had presence. Yeah, so being present, meditating, thinking about 10 of Blades again, 10 of Swords again, and the 9 of Swords again. Okay. But this isn't bad. It means you're de-escalating. I feel like you're dealing with some stuff. The Hanged Man can also be about slowing down, changing your perspective, but also letting go. It could also mean sacrificing. It could be sacrificing something or giving something up. However you perceive that. If you have bad habits, it could be letting, you know, giving up those bad habits. It can also be having new perspective can help you start something new. So the 10 of Blades, we know exactly what this means. Of you know, pain, sadness, being stabbed in the back. I feel like changing your perspective, you could also suffer from victim mentality. You might learn how to heal that. And the 9 of Blades is worry and insomnia and suffering. So you might overthink things and make it much worse than it actually is. You might be a cup half empty kind of person. But you also have the 5 of Pentacles. So you're like worrying, you're feeling left out in the cold, you're disappointed, you're lacking resources and money, and I think you're wallowing. I've got the feeling like your guides are telling you to stop wallowing, change your perspective, grow, and, you know, grow beyond what you're worrying about, like change it around. The 3 of Cups is actually about, you know, happiness, friendship, and community. Like maybe you've been in this, you need to grow, change your perspective, and move out of that. You might also need to change the way you act so that you can be part of the community. Maybe you've been ostracized from the community, or maybe you need to change where you are living so you can have the 3 of Cups to you know, celebrate with others, to grow. Maybe your guides are telling you to change where you are living, to get off the tree, and to actively go to a place where you don't have people who stab you in the back and leave you out in the cold and make you, you know, have sleepless nights. So I feel like you need to work on this, even though this might be from other people causing this. If it is you, I think you're going to have to address it and grow and learn. However, if it is others causing this, I think you're going to end up having to say, okay, enough is enough, and get rid of them out of your life. Like physically move away from them and surround yourself by people who appreciate you and approve of you and want you and care for you. There could be an event where you have worried and haven't wanted to go to it, but it's going to be worth it in the long run. You might actually really suffer from social anxiety, I'm seeing. Okay, let me see if there's anything else for my beautiful pole number 3. Oh, 3. Oh gosh, you got so much advice with these cards. Love to talk to me a lot. It sounds weird when I say it like that, doesn't it? Anyway, yeah, that's just the best way to say it. Okay. Justice again. Yeah, I feel like everything will balance out. You have the 9 of Wands, the Queen of Wands. You're going to be having some fun, and you might find you will fill your cup again. The world, you'll feel completion. Eight of Pentacles, you're working. Yeah. And there'll be judgment. I hope you can see. Yes, you can. Fantastic. Okay. You need to go with the flow. You're going to have to follow this. You're going to even have to, I feel like, get through some of the nitty-gritty to get out of there. So you have Justice, which we've had a few times. So things will balance out. I feel like whatever, like, people are going to see what is in their reflection. Like, I feel like Justice sees the truth no matter what. Your Nine of Wands is actually about completion and determination and strength. It's like that last haul before, like, the perseverance to get to where you need to go, and to, you know, be passionate and to keep going. And it feels like you will get there. You'll become the Queen of Wands. You'll be out, you know, you'll be powerful and strong, and you're gonna be creative. You're gonna be confident. That's the word I was thinking of, confident. But the Ace of Cups is actually clarity. You might actually have a good communication and clear up some things. It's probably exactly what you need. I feel like communication is going to heal a lot of your things that you've been trying to fix and deal with. It's going to complete and fulfill you to the point, once you feel fulfilled, you're going to know, like, what you're going to work on. So the Eight of Pentacles is all about skills and craftsmanship, determination. You might even have someone come to you with a new relationship. The Knight of Cups, he is typically you know, chivalry and romance and communication again. You might even communicate with someone. And there's Judgment. So Judgment is renewal, it's an awakening, it's choices, self-revelation and reflection. So yeah, it's like releasing the old and carrying on with the new. You might, I feel like, perhaps once you release and let go of everything that you do not need, all of this negativity you carry around, it feels like baggage. You know the old saying, you carry in your baggage? Yeah, it feels like that. And I feel like you need to heal before you move on. And I feel like everyone is doing that in November. November has a lot of you know, focus, direct focus to deal with certain things, and delving deep into our shadow self and our, you know, our trauma and our past, and growing. And then from that you can expand and become more than you were before. You can heal and grow, and you can move on, because it feels like you're a bit stuck in the muck, like your surroundings and the people in your life and the things you've experienced. I think maybe you even when it comes to the past trauma, it's always been something like, well, I went through this, and it's like, it's something that the act and the trauma itself has been holding you there. So I feel like you're going to be definitely getting beyond that. You might even, someone else might come along and help you. I think someone is going to see who you really are, and they're going to offer you a relationship, or they're going to be wanting a relationship, and they're going to pursue you. I feel like they might actually help you release a lot of stuff. I don't think you're going to do it all alone. I think you're going to want to. I think you're going to be scared too as well. But I think once you get some confidence and you grow a little, and you talk a bit more, like you get some communication out there, like you communicate with someone, that's going to really help you to move along. And your spirit guides are saying to go with it, to follow your heart, to follow your intuition, and to communicate, and to have your confidence, to not think of yourself, you're not defined by this traumatic experience, this traumatic past, this event. You are more than that. You are creative, and you're innovative, and you're expansive, and you are more than anyone else can ever imagine. So my beautiful pile number 3s, this is all the advice and guidance you are getting. If this resonates in any way, please consider a like, a share, or a comment. I'm leaving you with lots of love, light, and positive vibes, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye. Hello, my beautiful pile number 4. If you chose this card, which is guarded, past trauma, building up walls, defensive, and block heart chakra. You can see they have a shield up in front of them. Or if you chose based on this circular amethyst, this is your reading. Now, I've time-stamped all of these readings solely because you can mix and match any of the readings. So if you like the love reading of pile number 1 or the financial reading of pile number 3, you can put them all together or whatnot, take what resonates and what doesn't, to get your full complete November reading. So we've got some cards that I've already shuffled out, and then I'm going to, sorry, it's thundering here right now. It's 1:45 a.m. and I was never gonna sleep, so I figured I'll do this November reading. It is technically the 1st of November right now. So this is literally first thing in the morning. So I'm gonna get some tea leaf cards. I'm getting some cards pulled from the Shadowscapes Tarot for yourself, for you and yourself, and what you're going through, like for November, your mentality, your emotional state, all of that. And then I'm going to be pulling from the Black Tarot about your world around you, your community, society, family, the people you surround yourself with, and we are going to then move on to doing a financial reading, a creative and project passionate reading, creative passions, a love and love, relationships reading, and then lastly advice and guidance. And I'm gonna have timestamps for each one of them, so I'll clear the area, cleanse it, and then we'll begin the next one. So if you want to stick around for all of them, you can. If you need to jump to any of the others, you can as well. So yes, this one is from the Angelarium, and I'm gonna read it because they don't actually explain what they really are unless you read the book. Okay, so Yesod, root and connection. So let me read that. Yesod. Okay, let's see, where's Yesod? There he is. Root. It says foundation here, but it says connection. I've noticed that with the book and the cards, there's some things that aren't meeting up. Okay, foundation, page 12. Page 12, Yesod, root, foundation. The 9th Sephirah, the world's support, forming a gateway between spiritual and material realms, our medium for experiencing the tree of life. He is Cayenne. Through him you see the path to the spiritual world. He resides in new beginnings, communication, and thresholds. So the root chakra is cayenne in color. It's like a burgundy cayenne color, and obviously this is saying through spiritual awakening and learning and growing, you can gain material wealth. I'm wondering if this is also from creative, like creating something, because sometimes people feel spiritually called to create, or their spirituality and creation are sort of intertwined. But that's very beautiful. That's very beautiful. Lovely card. We also have a Pearl of Wisdom, which is healing. By taking ownership of your healing journey, you embrace the transformative power of divine love and nurture the sacred flame of your heart. And then we have our divine blessing, strength. You are stronger than you think. You possess an inner strength and courage that can help you overcome any challenge. You have the inner strength required to navigate the situation. Like, look how pretty he is. He's got like all these little teeny tiny decorations on his head. There you are. Gosh, that was hard to see. Okay, so I've read from that. I'm going to get some of your tea leaves. Now, I have been shuffling these in bits and pieces because I can't shuffle them all at once. It's only for a few extras. I knew there was one more from this pile. No one has gotten like a purple or green at all, and I think because this is a November reading, I have had another reading where they said I need to get some timing. I think that was the first one, about their finances. So that's the only one I had to get some extra timing, and it had a month other than November, but we were asking specifically if there was another, like some other time that would be beneficial for them. Okay, we have younger woman, dealings or relationship with a younger woman. Could be a child, a daughter, a niece, a friend. It could be a partner. Maybe you're going to be dating someone younger. Maybe you're a woman dating a woman, or a man dating a woman. Dog barking, advice from a friend. She could be a person who is giving you advice. And scales, keep your life in balance. Maybe she's advising you to keep your life in balance. Who knows? We'll figure this out as we go. But it is very interesting that how quickly they can all connect. You might ask for help for healing your past traumas, and you're using spirituality to help you with that. I feel like you'll find the way through therapy and growing and healing, like therapeutically, and using your spirituality. So for some people hear spirituality and they think, oh, you know, you're into this woo-woo stuff. It can be your religion, it can be your faith. Spirituality doesn't have to just mean one thing. It means many things. It can even mean your intuition and you knowing what to do with your own strength and your own ability. It could be you learning. For you, spirituality might be learning. Everyone has a different take on it. So let's get you for this November. Ooh, 2 came out. Okay, that's it. 2 of them. I was only going for 1, but 2 came out. You have the Queen of Cups, 7 of Swords. I think this has came out for every single person. So collectively, people do tend to experience the same sort of similar connections. However, with you, I feel like advice from a friend. I'm just going to move these so we have some more space. I was saying something and I've lost it. I feel like everyone is experiencing some of the same energies. When it comes to collective, yeah, it does. Everyone tends to resonate with something. So there's either something, what I've been doing for the other ones that I've been reading, and I will continue to do so. So I'm going to explain what each card means, and then I'm going to try and correlate it to this specific thing. So this is for you and yourself, your inner self. So your emotions and your mentality and what you're doing and what you're thinking, you know, your choices for November. So let's start off with the Queen of Cups. She's all about intuition, creativity, compassion, healing. She goes with the flow. She's very spiritual. Like, I wouldn't say fully spiritual, but like she has faith and trust. Like she trusts the flow of the water. She trusts she's being guided the right way. She has a lot of self-assurance and reassurance. Very strong, and she knows what to do with her full cup. So I feel like you're quite caring, and you might be a parent. You might be very giving. The 7 of Swords is illusions, uncertainty, someone moving in the shadows, someone being sneaky, tactful, purposeful, moving very quickly. You might have someone trying to pull the wool over your eyes. I feel like you're too wise for that. I'm just saying. Or you get told something and then when you investigate it, it turns out it's nothing like what the person originally told you. It actually might end up working out in your favor. When someone lies about something, it ends up being well and truly in your favor, because the Ace of Pentacles is actually ambition and prosperity and opportunity. I think, like, you know the saying, kill them with kindness? I feel like if someone tries to, like, ruin you or vindictively hurt you, or someone's not being truthful, or you learn something about someone which isn't what you first perceived, or someone makes an event which is unkind, or, you know, it's not what you wanted, I feel like you end up benefiting from it, or you see right through it. I'm also getting you know, you might be sneaking around in the shadows. You might be very carefully planning your next steps. Like, you don't want people to know what you're doing. Being the Queen of Cups, that does sort of resonate. You might be embodying the Queen of Cups, which is actually really good. You don't have to be a woman or a man. Like, you could be anyone and be, you know, like, you know, channeling this, because Queen of Cups is very meaningful with her steps. As you can tell, each of her steps seem very calculated. And look, she's stepping onto the turtles to get across this ocean. And she's not looking, she's just trusting, and they are helping her. You might have a good support system. You might care and take care of people, so other people are there and take care of you. Like, you've built trust in others. Though you don't overly share and you don't give all the information. I feel like you keep a healthy boundary. You know what to share and what not to share, and you're not going to feed. You're going to only give enough to keep people at arm's length, or keep them adequately, you know, informed. However, I feel like you are making big moves, and you are changing your life, and you want big things. You are ambitious, and you go for any opportunities. You look for prosperity in your life. If this is you, you could be a water sign. With how calm you are and how reassuring and self-assured you seem to be, I am getting that you could definitely be either a water or an air sign. And I only say air sign because we do have the scales here. What might be quite funny is that, like, maybe you have a younger person giving you advice, or you have a friend giving you advice, but you haven't let everyone see or know everything. So you're like, sure, and you're internally like chuckling to yourself, because they don't know the full picture. They don't know you already done all this stuff, and they're like advising you on what to do. You also might be a kind, caring person, and you do listen to all your friends, and you do take advice. See how there is this now. I remember that used to, like, if you see, hold on, I don't know if you can see, it might look like a blur to you. You see all this background? Do you remember back in the day, you used to have the round thing and it had the ball, and you used to have to move it around to try and get it to the center? Yes, I'm that old. It was like the little maze plastic thing. Maybe you are maneuvering around the advice people are giving you, or you're utilizing it to get what you want and need, or it's given me that feeling like every time someone gives you advice, you do take it to heart. Like, I think you are taking it. I think you're utilizing anything given to you. I feel like you're someone who's very capable of taking, like, not taking, but like capable of utilizing anything at your disposal. Like, you will make the best, and you will benefit as much as you can from what you have and what you're given. Hence the prosperity. I think you can find you are very prosperous. You have a lot of great ideas, and you probably do things that people would never have thought of doing to like get ahead or gain an opportunity, or you think outside the box. You do have the Eight of Wands, which is, you know, it's about taking action. There's a lot of excitement, but also like it's quite fast moving, good communication, fast communication. Things just go so quickly. It's funny because like you notice that you got the fox and they're sort of just slowly watching this fly away, but in reality everything's happening so quickly. I think you're going to keep everything very quiet, but when you take action you do it very rapidly. Like I feel like it's assured action, like you've really considered everything, but it's sort of like people will be like, oh, she's so spontaneous or he's so spontaneous, but in reality you've actually been like fleshing this out for like months. You've been so specific and you have all the steps ready, you have all the paperwork ready. You're very careful, but when you do something you go for it. And I feel like people just think you're spontaneous because you haven't told them everything. You haven't let them know you planned on doing this from the get-go, because you keep your heart, your cards close to your heart. You play them close to your chest, and then you act on it once you know you're like guaranteed a win or a satisfying outcome that benefits you. And then you have the Wheel of Fortune, which is like a lot of good luck. You might be a naturally lucky person. You could also, you know, this could be a cycle, a change. It could be karma working against you or in your favor. It is life cycles, and we are technically, literally, I'm doing this from, you know, Halloween night to the 1st of November. It is literally like, I think it's like 2 a.m. Yeah, it's 2:01 a.m. where I'm located, which is Australian Eastern Standard Time. I live in Queensland, so good morning. And we are going from the harvest into, I think, the harvest, the fall season, into winter over in America and a lot of those countries. But where we are going from spring, and we're slowly going to transition into summer, hence why we have a lot of storms, a lot of hot, like summery storms coming in, a lot of cyclones and typhoons. It's like a massive shift in our world. So you might be experiencing what our outside world is affects our inside world, and the way we act and what we want and what we think. So that could be relevant. This could also be when you take action, you're moving towards your destiny. Like this is actually the path you're meant to be on. If anything, I would say this is the path you're meant to be on. And I feel like this is something that's probably been offered to you, or you've made it happen. Maybe you're not aware that you actually made it happen, but once you get there and you take action, it's exactly where you need to be and what you're meant to be doing. But it feels like you're very self-assured, like you knew. It's like you know you're heading towards your destiny. Like you have such faith and reassurance, and it's like an inner self-knowing that is like so confident. I've never seen a confident sort of like this. It isn't like a fiery, passionate, confident, or yeah, I'm hot and I know it. It's like, it feels like a religious confidence. You know how like you believe in God and you just know, anything that comes your way, good or bad, it is the right thing for you. I feel like that's what it is. It feels like you just know you're going to be all right, and that is true. In yourself, you know where you're heading, you know what you're doing, and it's actually really beautiful. This is beautiful to read. This is beautiful to see. I'm so happy for you, pole number 4. Which is amazing because you have like past trauma apparently. You're quite defensive. You have a blocked heart chakra apparently, or you're guarded. And you're healing. You're in a process of healing, but I feel like you're just, you have a strength to get through it, and you're just going with it. You're building up from your root chakra back up, and you're trusting the process. You're trusting, you have faith in not just yourself but your abilities, and you're going with it. I feel like you're ready to move on, like you know that this has been coming for a long time, like a very long time, so you're like ready for it. Honestly, this is such a beautiful self-assurance and like reassurance for you. Like I hope, number 4, when you're watching this, you've got this. You might actually be going, well, I have nothing, I have no clue what's going on, I am literally, you know, flying from, you know, the seat of my chair. You might not even know what the hell you're doing. You might want to cry and break down every day, but don't worry, you have it. You've got it. You might not know it now, you might not see it right now, but because look, she's not even looking at the turtles, but they are your stepping stones. They are keeping you afloat. So there's, I feel like this could also represent, like, you might have a lot of spirit guides or you know, ancestors, people who have passed on, who are supporting you and helping you, and they want you to, you know, grow and, you know, get past this trauma and heal, because there's so much amazing things for you. There's so much you're capable of. You're strong. I feel like you've got a heart of gold, but you probably don't view yourself that way. I feel like you're very go with the flow, down with the earth. You're very, oh yeah, sure, sweetheart. Like, you're very relaxed and laid back. But like, you are so smart, you're so capable, you've got a heart of gold, and you deserve a lot of good things in life. And I think, you know, like, you might be someone who's naturally lucky. There is quite a few people who tend to have like, there's just some star signs who have more luck than others, and that is actually a legit thing. There are star signs who have luck. My grandma was one of them. Okay, let me see. So this is your world and surroundings. Now, I don't take reversals, not in these. I do with like certain decks, ones that are designed to be read in reversals. I do take those, but not this deck. Okay, so this is your surroundings, the people around your community, your society. So the 9 of Swords is sadly, it's like worry, suffering, overthinking, insomnia. You could be losing sleep. Maybe you're living in a community where they're doing, like, they're building houses, or there's a lot of renovations, or people are loud, or you get woken up every morning, so you're actually not sleeping as much. You could be sleeping on a bad bed. You could be losing sleep about paying bills, because you do have the 4 of Spheres, which is the 4 of Pentacles, which is like greed and control and security. Like, maybe you want some more security, maybe you want to secure where you're living, you want a better secure home. You're probably saving a lot to get into a better location. I feel like you're working hard for that, but you definitely you're trying to attain something with saving and holding on to your money and material wealth. It's something that you have been thinking about for a very long time. You do have the 10 of Cups. Now, this is really good, because the 10 of Cups is about harmony, divine connection, love. You might have a really supportive spouse, or you might be surrounded by very loving, supporting family, like a really good like, this can also like mean that all your cups are full. So emotionally, you might have a really good family supporting you. You might have a lot of help where needed, or a good community around you who know that you are, like, you know, you're trying to take care of kids, and they're like, oh, this young mother or this young father, you know, is trying to, you know, raise their child, and they're not, like, you know, they don't have all the money in the world, or they're not able to sleep because they don't have they got back problems and they got a bad bed, or, you know, your community and your society hear you and they see you and they support you. Maybe your friends and your family. You do have a younger woman giving you advice. This person might be helping you out. They might be garnering help from the society. Maybe you're trying to keep everything afloat and balanced, hence the, you know, the Four of Pentacles. Originally it shows like someone holding money with like the two front hands and got it on their feet, like they're keeping it really held down and balanced. But you also have the Five of Cups, which might feel like a loss or a sadness or a disappointment. And you have the Four of Wands, which is actually comfort, stability, and celebration, like family get-togethers. You might have a very supportive family. There's probably some things you are noticing you do not have. So you might notice like you don't have the house you have, or you don't live in the neighborhood you want, or you might be thinking a bit more materialistic or money wise. You might want to live in a safer community, or maybe you're living in a place that doesn't line up with the lifestyle you have and you're trying to change that. You do seem to have a good family life. You get together, you might see family quite regularly. But you are feeling a loss. You could also be losing a family member. I'm just stating, I have to tell anything. This can be related to a birth, a marriage, or a death, like a funeral, marriage ceremony, or a birth. Five of Cups is feeling like you're conflicted. You're trying to decide something. You do feel like you've lost something. You're at a loss. You could have lost family. That's one way to read them together. You could be maybe if you have to travel and see family or go to get-togethers, you feel like you're losing material wealth because maybe things are costing you money. Something as simple as getting together with the family is costing you money. So I feel like you really love your family. You have a good community. You do have the emotional support you want. Maybe you have them supporting you with like the healing and moving on and growth, and they know you have the strength and they're your biggest supporters. However, you might even hold yourself up to, like, because, you know, Queen of Cups, hold yourself up to a certain degree, and you feel like you're not good enough and you need to keep on aiming higher. Like, you need that house, you need that car, like no matter what you have, you never feel fulfilled. That's definitely coming through, because you are after something. You're having, I feel like you don't feel like you've got the house, or you're not living in the society or the community or the neighborhood that you want. I know a lot of places are dealing with a lot of political change. You could be losing sleep because you're wondering on how this is going to impact you personally and your family. It might actually scare you, and you're like trying to save up because you need to get away from that because you are putting family first. And you might need to lose something to leave that, and you're worried. You might even consider moving closer to family. You might even move in with family. But yeah, I feel like there's something that's worrying you in your living area, situation, your home, whatever that is. Take it as it resonates. If you are losing sleep, you might just have anxiety about money. That could just be something simple, something not too over top. You are working on it. I think you're working on getting your cups full. And I think you might even be communicating and considering your options, communicating with those who are in your corner, who have your back. So it's not bad entirely. Like, you do have, like, there is something you're changing. You're wanting to make a change, and I can see that because of this. You're wanting to grow and make those moves and move on. You want to make a huge shift, I feel. It feels like you want to turn the entire, like if this was like a dial, you want to turn it entirely 180. Like, yeah, you want to turn it around the opposite way. And I feel like you're aiming for that. You're trying to do that. Hence, you know, you're noticing some things and you're doing some actions. But yeah, this is the first part of your reading, pole number 4. Don't go anywhere, because your next reading is actually with the lucid dreams, and I'm gonna be reading your finances, job, material wealth. I feel like you might have something there. But yeah, stay tuned 1 second, and literally I will cleanse and remove all of this, and I will be right back with your financial reading. Okay, beautiful pole number 4. This is going to be your financial, your material, and your abundance sort of reading for November 2025. If you hear thunder, there is a storm. It's been going on for like an hour, I think, since the end of pile 2. It sort of just never went away after that. Alrighty. Okay, so we got the 7 of Wands, the 2 of Swords, the Sun. Yep. Okay. Fantastic. And you got another 7, so 2 7s. I have been noticing some frequencies with certain cards. So your 7 of Wands is all about boundaries, defending your position, challenge, perseverance, protectiveness, protecting territory, and standing your ground. You were guarded. That was your original card. It says guarded. You might be very overprotective of yourself, your surroundings, the people around you, your choices, because your next card is about 2 of Swords, which is making a decision, making a choice, having some doubt or confusion, being a little bit stuck in between, you know, some choices, having to choose blindly. It could also mean, like, you know, you're trying to stand your ground and defend yourself with, like, you know, like maybe a job or a position, to the point you might make a, like, a choice, like, spontaneously. There is like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. It reminds me of the song Do I Stay or Do I Go Now? There is hidden information. I feel like if you do get, because Swords is mentality, but it's also an air sign, so if you do get some information, some clarity, it's going to help you with moving on to make a right choice, a choice that's gonna, like, benefit you. I believe you'll be successful. There's more choices, clouded judgment, many options, illusions and opportunities, wishful thinking, searching for purpose, indecision and disarray. But you're gonna be successful. So it's like successful choices. So standing your ground with choices, success, choices, success. If you were to look at it very, very simplistically, you could have a choice come up and you want it and you're gonna take it. However, they might be like, you're too overqualified for this job. And then you go back to having a search. There is going to be some bad choices here available and some good choices available. But there is definitely opportunities. And it's pretty much you're going to be so successful. You're going to make the right choice to the point that it's going to be recognized, not just by, like, people, but by, you know, the public. You're going to be praised for it. It's going to be like, you're going to have a lot of pride in the choice you make. This could be like you make the decision with the fact that you want to do a job that is going to bring you joy. You're not thinking of a job that's going to bring you money, or you know, a business that's not going to bring you money. You're thinking more of, what do I want to do? What's going to bring me the most amount of happiness and fulfillment? You could also, like, gain some confidence from whatever this choice is. I think once you make that decision, you might realize that there is actually a lot of options for doing a job that you wanted to do out of happiness. Like, you might say, oh, I want to work in this sector because I love working in this sector. Like, you know, it might be a job title. You love that job title, but it's not one that brings you lots of money. But once you choose to do that, like, you might find out that, like, oh my goodness, there is actually so many jobs available for me. And look at the giant variety. Like, it's like if you were to work in business, well, there's admin, there's reception, there's a business developer, there's a project manager, there's a contract assistant, there's a contract manager. Like, there's so many jobs, and they range from like earning a couple of $100,000 to earning like 20 to 30,000 a year. Like, it's super varied, and I feel like you'll find the right job. And for some weird reason, I'm seeing this cup because look at that little, okay, I heard like we can't see, so they're holding up like a little round wand. But if you notice on this card, this one has a little round thing as well. I think you're gonna notice, like, you're gonna do all the pros and cons. You're gonna really perceive what's gonna serve you the best in a joyful position, and you're gonna choose the right one. I feel like you're gonna pick the right one. You're gonna pick the winner. That's what I hear. Winner, chicken dinner. I've got a feeling you're gonna have a lot of people in your community, in your family, a lot of those people who you surround yourself with that you absolutely love, and you support them and they support you. They're gonna tell you no, and they might even give you an ultimatum. They'll be like, if you take that job, we're not supporting you anymore. Like, they might be so against it, because sometimes family can be against that. I'm also getting the feeling that this might not just be a job, like a sole providing job. This might actually be a second sort of income that you're considering doing to balance out some finances, because you are trying to get more balanced. You might have to hold your ground in a position you are currently doing and do some extra work elsewhere. Sorry, it's 2 a.m, so a little bit of a few yawns there. I'm also feeling that maybe what brings you joy is your family. Like, if you have children, because there's cherubs here, if you have children, I feel like you need to make the right decisions for them. If this is a single parent household, I really feel for you, because you've probably been doing it really hard for a very long time, and everything you do with them in mind. And I think that's what's making this so hard. Maybe this is what earlier in your surroundings you actually had sleeplessness, insomnia, you were really worried about something. And I think if this is the case, like if you are a single parent, I see like a mother playing with her children, like they're young, and you're the sun of their life. You are their, you are the sunflower, you are their bright light, you are their joy, you are their happiness. And you have to be very careful, because I feel like you can't just take any job. You're not going to take a job that's going to put you at a risk, at like injury, or that could hurt you, because obviously you're the sole supporter. You need to be able to be healthy and support them, and you can't have sick leave, and you can't have injury, and you can't like have your children being left without their sole parent, which is ironic, because before you had a lot of support in that. So if this is something like where you get cut off, I am seeing the swords getting like cut, like crossed, like cut off. I feel like you will be fine if this is definitely showing through, like if this is resonating with that specific topic, like if you get cut off from family or supporters. With earlier, you actually had a woman gives you advice. You might stand your ground against advice, or that advice might help you, and it might get you where you need to go to a little faster. Like, I feel like it might help you to see what you want and what you need, or you might get a faster, like you might get push through quicker with selection due to the help and advice from someone else. I'm hearing the words, it's not what you know, it's who you know. But you're gonna choose the right cup for you. Like, I don't think you're choosing the most prosperous cup or the most fulfilling cup. I feel like you're just choosing the right one for you. Whether that is like a job, a second job, like even downgrading, like you go from a high position to downgrading because it's what fits best for your life balance, like your work-life balance. But you're doing it feels like you're doing a giant overhaul. You're not thinking about the money. I feel like you're making this choice not just for you but for your family and your friends. You might have had something, you might have gotten some clarity, like you might have learned something about health that's going to impact job or income, and you need to adjust accordingly. And even though I feel like even if it is bad news, you're living in the moment and you're trying to be as positive and joyful and enjoy the time and enjoy what you have, which could open up more choices with moving forward into the future. I feel like you're going to be successful with whatever you choose, but I'm not getting a lot of like finances. I thought I would. However, with your earlier reading, you seem quite self-assured. I feel like you know you're on the right path. I just think maybe you're not looking for success per se, like money wise. I think you just want the right thing for you. I think you're quite humble now that I look at it, because you are very, you believe in, you have faith. You had this, you know, a lot of like reassurance. You believed and had confidence, like a self-knowing. And maybe that's exactly it. Maybe that's why you're not looking for money. You just know what's going to come is going to be right. You might work in a position that isn't seen as good. You know, it's scrutinized or looked down upon. That's another thing I'm getting. This is what I've got for you, pile number 4, for your finances. What's up next is actually passion and creativity, projects, anything like that. So I'm going to be moving straight into that. So I'm going to clear and cleanse, and I will see you in 1 second. Welcome back, pile 4. So I'm using the Threads of Fate, the Weaver Tarot. It's the Ascendant edition. I am actually, I do like this deck. It's one of my most used decks, even though I don't know all the, there's some of these cards that have been renamed. But I've used this a lot, even for personal readings. I've done it quite a lot. So yeah, it is a deck I know pretty well, and I've shuffled a lot. So this is to find out what you're doing creatively, like with creativity, with projects, with your passion, if there's a passion driving you, if you have a hobby, something you're utilizing your spare time with, you know, anything along the lines. I'm trying to get 5 cards because I feel like 5 cards gives us a really good idea of what's happening. And this is just for November of 2025. We're gonna, I saw that one. I saw it. Definitely saw that one, and it tried to escape me. Okay, I got a little bit more actually, which is interesting. I do have my book out just in case one of those weird named ones. I hate when they rename them into something entirely different. Really upsets me. Don't know why. It's something that grinds my gears. You learned something new about me. Okay, beautiful pile number 4. I'm getting a lot come through. Okay. Oh wow, you've got the 3 of Swords. Surprising. But when it comes to creativity, you might feel like you've lost your creative spark. You might feel like you used to do something you're really good at and it's like you can't do it anymore, or you feel like you can't do it, or you feel like you've lost that ability. Sometimes that can happen, like you can feel like you used to do something, and if you don't, you know, if you don't keep feeding an ability you're good at, you sort of cease to learn, and you sort of cease to have that natural talent. So you might feel like you've lost that talent, or you might feel like you're separated from your creative ability. Maybe you feel like you've got like a writer's block or something, and that happens in life. Sometimes we just feel like we're further away from what we're good at, or we have to step away. Like, I don't do tarot every single day. There's sometimes been months where I've gone without even picking up a deck. That happens during difficult times in our lives. You also have the Nine of Pentacles. I think this is security, and it's comfort and abundance. You might be picking up that passion or that creative thing you were learning that originally gave you a spark. You might be trying to learn it again, or you might be doing it again in hopes of growing that ability back. Like if you used to draw and you stopped drawing, and now you're finding that you can't quite draw the same way, like the technique isn't the same, you might be trying to pick that up again. You might be trying to get back into it to gain abundance, hence doing something you love, which can correlate to your financial reading, where it was like the sun, to do something that you loved. Maybe that's it. You just want to do what you're good at, your hobbies, what gives you joy, and if you gain abundance from it, then that's great. It's worth it. You do have the Five of Wands, which is like conflict, ambition, and competition. You might be actually doing something in a creative field which actually has a lot of competition. Example is, there is so many tarot readers now on YouTube. I'm like one little drop in the bottom of a bucket. There's so many of them, so many readers, and they're all so wonderful. There's so many ways to interpret the cards. There's so many ways to pull the answers from them, to get the reading of the energies, to read for collective and for general. There's so many amazing readers online, honestly. So yeah, there's so many, like, that's the example. You might be in a field that's quite competitive. Maybe you're writing a book in you're writing a children's book, and that book, like, you know, there happens to be a huge abundance of child book writers right now, and when you send it to a publisher, they're like, oh, we've got so many other children books, we're not interested in publishing any children books at the time. And you might find that keeps happening. Just remember, for example, like, this is just example, if you are trying to do a book, I believe it was J.K. Rowling, she got denied from over like 20 publishers before she finally got her book, Harry Potter, published. It took her forever, and look how big that became. So never give up. And there is also the Five of Wands could mean conflict. So some people are like, oh my god, like, it could cause conflict, like that you're doing this, like you put an energy and effort into it, and they're like, oh well, if you're not gaining money from it, why are you wasting your time or energy? Or it can cause, like, I feel like someone's just gonna be like, if you're happy, they've got a problem with it. I'm definitely getting that for some people. The Conqueror is a knight, and he's the Knight of Cups. So your Knight of Cups is about chivalry and romance and communication. You might be wanting to romance your life a little bit more. You might find a romantic connection to what you're doing. You might find you're, like, for example, maybe you're trying to learn how to cook. You're not good at it, but it's something you're gaining some passion for because you want to cook for a partner romantically. you might want to wine and dine them, but at your own home. Maybe you're trying to be affordable, but you're also thinking, what can I do that is creative? And maybe you learn you're good at it, or you get some passion and some ideas about how to tweak certain recipes, or you find you're really good at it and you get some technique about it. I'm wondering, I'm now getting like you might have some past trauma in this same hobby you used to have. Maybe you've had a past lover or a person or a family member totally rip you down and destroy you in a toxic, manipulative way, to the point that's why you originally stopped this. But it seems like that person is now gone. So you're trying to grow and heal and go back, because you did have, I believe you had healing as your Pearl of Wisdom card. So, and that's probably, it makes sense that you're guarded if you had past trauma from someone who harmed you and said not to do it. Or it could have even been like, for example, if you're a guy, a lot of men would realize from a lot of their upbringing that if you cooked, I mean, a man in the family would say, what are you, a pussy? That's the place for the women. Like, they put you down about it and try to make out like being a woman is the worst thing possible, when that's actually the polar opposite. You should be proud that you can do something like cooking. I mean, when you're older and you grow up, you need to be able to cook for yourself anyway. It's like a necessity. I mean, is he gonna say that to Gordon Ramsay, one of the best chefs in the world? Like, I don't think he would have those balls. This is just an example, but if someone resonated with that, let's just say so. But yeah, that's just an example. You might be romanticizing your life, or you get a new partner who helps you touch base with your hobbies and what you love. You might gain confidence from someone you have a hobby with. So you might meet someone and they're like, oh my god, I love doing that as well. Oh my god, you want to do it together? Like, I love painting. I'm going to a painting class, you want to join? And you actually get a bit of a social side of this, because even though this is about romanticizing and like charity and communication, I feel like this could be gaining more like gaining new bonds, I'm feeling, from this one. And it's not like romanticize, it doesn't have to be romanticizing as in, oh, they're gonna become my lover. It could be having a best friend. Like, that is I'm just saying, that's romantic. It could be a bromance, or a best friend forever. It could be those friends where it's like you meet them and it feels like you've met them you've known them your whole life. It could be like you're meeting one of your key people in your life that you're meant to meet, you're destined to meet. I think I remember hearing that we're meant to have 4 soulmates in our life, and they're not all lovers. It could be like someone that is your best friend who you lived with in your past life. There's someone who's meant to be a mentor, and it's like there's different kinds of soulmates, and there's meant to be 4 in our life. And you can know who someone is based on how you feel around them and how easily you like click and stuff like that. This might be a best friend forever sort of situation, like someone who's a ride or die, someone who's like your sister or your brother, someone who you even if you go a long period of time without them, when you come back together, it's like yous were never apart. I'm getting that for some of yous. The 8 of Swords is denial, helplessness, feeling stuck. This could be a writer's block. Like, if you notice, the card actually has like all your fingers are a bit stuck in the weaving. You're trying to create something. You might experience a writer's block, or like, for example, it's like any creative sort of block, or you're just finding when you used to do it back in the past when you were younger, it was easier to do. However, you do have the 7 of Cups, which is fantasy and options and temptation. You might not do it the traditional way that people would do this sort of hobby. You might put your own little creative spin on it, and it ends up being better and more loved by others, and you might come up with something new. I'm pretty sure pickleball wasn't a thing. Someone just decided to play handball, but with one solid, you know, wall, and then turned up the intensity to 1,000 and made it super competitive. So like, you know, someone thought about maybe doing handball, but let's put a spin on it. We only have one wall here. Or they wanted to play handball, but they didn't want to be outside in the sun, and they were like, okay, let's do this, and then they just create that. There you go, pickleball exists. You know, like something like that. Like, I don't really know the history of pickleball, but you know, I'm getting a feeling like you're going to put your own creative spark to it. Like, you're going to do it in a very different way, like a way that most people wouldn't have thought about. And it's going to work. It's going to be like you put a fantasy towards it. Like you thought of your other options to do this sort of creative thing that you've been wanting to do, or you've been picking it back up again and you want to do this creative thing. And maybe, like, for example, you're doing an outdoor sport, but it's raining and you still want to do it, so you do it inside, like, you know, like I mentioned, like the pickleball. Or like there's something you want to do and you can't because you don't have something, so instead of creating a cake inside of you know, a cake tin, you end up doing it in something entirely different that no one would have expected. You know how like cake in a cup or something, or in a mug, something like that. Like it's got that feeling like you're going to put your own creative twist on it, and it's not going to be a way people do it normally, but it's going to be well received and well loved. So that's what I've got for your creativity, my beautiful poem number 4. Now, I still have love to do. So next up is love. So if you just wait for 1 second, I will be back with your love reading, and I will clear and cleanse this area. Welcome back, my beautiful poem number 4. So this is for your love reading, your bonds and connections, any relationships. So we have Zeki's or Zeki's Arcana I'm using. Very colorful, very unique, very different kind of deck. It's very bright, very shiny, as you can see. Got that one. Let me continue on. Feels okay. Okay, that one or two apparently. So we're gonna try and get 5 cards for you, for your love, relationships, connections. It doesn't always have to be romantic. We are gonna go with what we are seeing and getting from the cards. I've had a pile. I think I have a love reading that had nothing to do with love. It wasn't in their cards. But we do try and get as much, or I try and get as much of your cards as I can. Not everyone has love readings. Sometimes what's more important for one person is actually the connection to their boss, or the connection to their family member, or, you know, like that's more important than love. Like some people don't have romance or love or connections in a romantic way. When did that slide? 4, wait, no, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 6 of Pentacles. It was sliding off, so let me slide that one there then. Okay, you get 6 cards. 7 of Swords. Okay, so we have a lot of uncertainty, illusions, you know, moving too quickly. We could be working in the shadows. You actually had, I think, this card come out in yourself, so probably being quite careful and guarded, trying to protect yourself, not giving all the information. You also have the 5. I think I had this come out for quite a few people in love readings. I feel like a lot of people have felt loss and conflict and upsetting, like heartbreaks and issues with past lovers. You also have the Five of Wands, which is conflict, competition, disagreements. So you probably have been cycling through a lot of, like, go to a one date, sit down, hear their side of everything and go, nope, like totally on different pages. However, this could be you're being very guarded due to past failed relationships, past losses, and conflicts with lovers. It could even be from abuse in the past. It feels like that's what's made you strong. You're more of an introvert, where like you live from home, you think about the future and gaining your money. You're very homebody. You're very capable when it comes to money. So this is the Queen of Pentacles. She is very down to earth. She's brilliant with gaining material wealth, like finding ways to gain money or use money, or like coupons, or, you know, getting by. She's very connected and capable of finding a way to deal with money issues. She is a very comforting person. She's very stable. She likes her home. She likes to be comfortable in her home, and she is more introverted. She keeps a nice, good, clean, organized house. She thinks of her family. She takes care of the people living in her house, or she might even live alone and have a very prosperous home. There is also the Ten of Pentacles. So Ten of Pentacles is all about prosperity, fulfillment, and good fortune. I'm feeling like dynasty. You have like a family. You may want to get a family one day. I feel like maybe you know what kind of future you want. You might want to not have to worry about finances at all in the future with any partner you have, or you might want to have a big family, like a lot of children, or you might want to have generational wealth. So not just you, but your children and your children's children and children's children all are well and truly set up. There is also the Six of Pentacles, which is gonna be like good fortune, advancement, and generosity. So I'm feeling like you're gonna like advance with a partner who's quite generous and actually agrees with the views that you have. You might even, like, this might be you, this might be the person you're going to go on a date with. Maybe they're ticking a lot of the boxes you have. You might also have like a maternal figure, could be a man with, you know, with very feminine earth sign placement, because this is Pentacles, so it's earth signs. So your Taurus, your Capricorn, and your Gemini. No, Virgo. Sorry, Virgo. So yeah, they might be, you know, someone who's given you advice in relationships. I think you had at the very beginning, you had a young woman gives you advice. A friend gives you good advice. This could be where this advice is coming from. You might be a very guarded person. You've been hurt in the past. You've had a lot of disagreement, conflicts, a lot of loss, a lot of pain. And I feel like, just from this picture, I feel like you're feeling like personally attacked, maybe, to have to move forward. Like, if you notice, she's viewing all of this, not what's behind her. I feel like if you actively look for partners, there will be a lot of abundance there. But I also feel like maybe you are viewing that your family is your abundance, and you don't need to have a partner. You don't need to have a relationship. You don't need to marry and settle down. If you already do have a partner, I feel like you guys are going to be working on any issues or conflicts within your relationship this month. You are going to get a better home, a safer, more abundant home that feels more stable. And also it feels better to be in the house when you have a lot of this stuff all sorted and you have been going to therapy and stuff, and it actually shows through with your family life and also your abundance and even possibly your spicy life, like your bedtime life. But also this could just be your priorities. So you might be wanting a good relationship with a boss. Maybe you've had bad relationships in the past with a boss, like being in a competitive environment in work places, and you've had to, you've kept stuff close to your chest, or there's been a job which is just practically a lie, and you've had to, you've lost a job and you've had conflict, and you've had previous jobs where you've had to be in opposition and you had to compete, and all you want is a boss where they want to pay you and take care of you and you have a good work-life balance. So you might want a really good relationship with a boss or someone who pays your wage. However, I am getting more of like, this feels like trauma, like past issues in relationships. I feel like this always is playing on your mind. This could be what is keeping you awake at night, and you feel like you need to have a partner and you need to have a good, healthy family relationship. You might need a good partner and a new relationship to not keep worrying about this. Maybe you need someone to step up and prove to you that this isn't what all the partners have to offer. This isn't what all the men or all the women have to offer. This isn't all that's out there. Like I feel like you sort of want to be reassured by someone that that's not what there is. Like there's a lot more. Like it's like you want to be reassured in humanity again, but in a relationship way. You are thinking about the future though. But it's funny because you're looking towards the past and behind you seems to be the future that you want, like the prosperity in a relationship, the growing, setting down roots and yielding the fruits of the labor of growing that relationship and putting in that energy and effort. Although it feels like maybe you can't move on until this has been sorted first. I feel like in November you're going to be delving quite deep. And in November this year there is a lot of direct focus, and look how focused she looks. She looks like she wants to destroy all of these past obstacles so they don't happen again in the future. So that's what I've got for you, pole number 4, for your love reading. It's not a typical love reading. I don't feel like it's in the vicinity for you. I feel like you're mature enough and smart enough to know that you shouldn't go into a relationship like this. Like you shouldn't go into a relationship with these fresh and on your mind and probably getting in the way. I feel like you're mature enough to know you need to grow, or you need to find the right partner who can help you with this. But yeah, that is the reading I have for you for your love reading for November 2025. But wait, there is more. So the last part is going to be advice from your guides and your any spirits, your ancestors, angels. It's for advice and guidance moving forward in November, anything they have for you. So I'm going to clear and cleanse this area, and I will be back in literally 1 second. Okay, welcome back, pole number 4, to the very last part of your reading. So we are going to be asking for any advice or guidance from your spirit guide, your higher self, your angels, anyone who has something to advise you on for November 2025. This could even be from ancestors or those who have passed on and are still looking over you. This could be from your angels. You might have an angel helping you out. I thought one flipped over, turned out no. Yes, turned out one did. There you go. Any advice? So this is the Insecta Obscura. So yes, these have insects on them. I'm sorry if you don't like insects. But they're not like gross looking insects. They're pretty little designs. The King of Swords. Okay, now he is very truthful. He's got a lot of mental strength and power, and he's very courageous. So he says it how it is. He cuts out all the BS. He's not rude. He's just direct, and he knows what he needs and he goes for it. You have the Hierophant. The Hierophant is actually a Taurus sign, and it is about spiritual wisdom and leadership and tradition. A lot on traditions and institutions. So like maybe your church, or maybe someone in the social community who is a leader or a teacher or a trainer. The Magician. So the Magician is hidden power, it's resourcefulness, it is you being able to manifest. You are typically depicted as a magician, or having the ability to create what you want. We also have another king, a King of Cups. These could mean guide certain people, or it could mean other people that you will need to come upon to help you, people you'll have to go to for help. A Hierophant does feel like an elder or a teacher or someone with a lot of wisdom that you might need to go to. Might be someone you traditionally would go to for help, like a teacher, or someone in the area you need help in, like if you need to see a therapist, you know, to gain some mental clarity. We also have the Two of Blades. So the King of Cups, where we were before, he's very caring, he's loving and balanced. So very emotionally mature and secure. He's also about creativity. And the Two of Blades, we know the Two of Blades is the Two of Swords, which is about balance and decisions and opposing ideas, which can mean conflict. I feel like I need some more, which is like, it's not complete. I feel like it's not complete. What is your guide trying to say? The Nine of Cups. Okay, wish granting. Okay, all right, I now know what this is saying. Okay, so you're definitely going to be asking for help from someone. You're going to be seeking out some help. Your guides are trying to tell you to decide on what you want to do and go for it. Once you make a decision, everything's going to fall into place. You might have some people that you can turn to. You seem to have quite a lot of males. If these aren't people in your life, they can be these guides who are trying to give you some guidance. You might be learning something, and from what you've learned, you're going to create something from it. For this month, I believe this is saying to focus on your mentality and your emotions. You might need to actually ask for help and do some steps of your own to get back to a happy place. You might need to actually do some therapy. I've got a feeling, because this is about mentality and this is about emotional stability and balance. And because they're both on the end, I'm feeling more like a scales, like you really need to balance out your mentality and your emotions so that you are within equilibrium. And in doing so, your choices are going to come a bit easier, and you'll be able to have your wish fulfilled. Let's get some more. I'm not going to use those cards. I'm going to use these ones. Okay, now these ones love to pop up. So this is the Light Seers Tarot. Straight away. These ones love to come out. They love to talk a lot. They are very communicative. So you can have, like, this could be from someone who wants you to feel like you're in a healthy, controllable balance. To feel like you are in control of your own self, and to be able to make a decision that's going to help you. You do seem to have a lot of choices coming up, but I feel like in November everyone is actually in the exact same spot. Honestly, everyone's in that. Like I said, the second one, they like to talk a lot more, especially with this deck. This deck seems to just come out so easily. Your Nine of Wands is all about strength, determination. So you're so close to getting there. You're so close to getting to the finish line. You just got to persevere that little last bit. I think your guides are telling you to persevere just a tiny tad more. The Page of Swords, as you know, is about curiosity. It's waiting on a message to come through. You might hear from someone who doesn't have your best interest at heart, someone who is embodying the devil for you. Like sometimes someone, I'm like, oh, they're my devil. I know they are a bad vice, or they bring about they're like a trigger. There could be someone who's a trigger for you, someone who might when they come around you fall to bad habits, or you wish to be connected to this, and because the devil does depict people purposely chaining themselves to their things that they want, even though it's not healthy. So you might be getting a message, or you might be curious and learning about something, like she is reading a book. She seems to have a lot of ideas, but I feel like maybe this devil's going to try and hinder that. You're being told to be confident and rise above whatever this devil is for you, to rise above it, and in doing so you're going to be quite prosperous. Like, you're going to be more happy and abundant rather than falling back on your old vices. It's going to bring about a shift, not just for you but in healing, and you're actually going to connect with more people. And you might even get, with the Knight of Wands, you might even get someone who's going to come towards you with some passion and ask you out, like a wild stallion shooting their shot. You're gonna seem to, I think this is something your guides are telling you you need to overcome. You're so close to actually overcoming it, and a lot of people finding in November they are doing their shadow work. They are delving deep into the things that are holding them back. And I feel like for you, you might be getting held back by a literal devil, whether that's a bad habit, whether that is a person who brings out a bad habit, whether that is a physical person holding you back. The devil can show what we desire and something that we purposely chain ourselves to. It could be, for example, it doesn't have to be like drinking or smoking. It can be like, you might, like to spend money, you find it, you love that quick release of happiness, and you have to try not to, because you need to get your money. The King of Pentacles, you need to take more control of your finances and be more smarter with it. And there's this devil that sort of wants to pull you back into whatever it is you love to do that isn't healthy. And it's not that you love to do it, you probably are well aware it's not healthy, but you keep falling off of that bandwagon. So the best thing to do is, I think once you get enough courage and you get enough confidence and you know exactly where you sit and who you are and what to do, like you've got the power in your hand to say no. Once you take your power back, that's when you are going to be released. Because if you see, his hand is out and he's got nothing there, but her hand is out and she's got fire, she's got power, she's got energy, and it's as if he wants to take that from her. Like, this is just the pictures, I'm not saying he's a man and you're a woman, but it feels like this reminds me of the Six of wands, like the victorious. You're victorious, and from that you can live a more relaxed lifestyle where you have abundance and you have what you want. You have your prosperity, and it's not like, you know, you're gonna be rich and have everything, but it's like you're content with what you have. But from being happy and confident, when we're happy and confident, we can actually bring opportunities to us, and we didn't expect to, but it's like what you put out is what you receive. So you might be manifesting without even realizing you're manifesting, because you're finally, you know that thing, I remember seeing it. She's like, if you want to attract a man, you know, live your life, improve yourself, get therapy, do everything you love, glow up, and then a man will come along and try and ruin it all. I think there was that. So like, when you're doing great, everyone who you don't perceive is going to come out of the woodworks. But I feel like it's that with whatever you subconsciously want. You might not even consciously be aware that you're after something, but it's like once you're doing fabulous, everything comes to you because you're so positive. You bring in positivity. If you're negative, you bring only negativity. If you're positive, you bring in positivity. And from doing so, I think you're going to make new connections. You might grow. You might have things to celebrate with people. But this feels like a positive tower. And I think that your guides are saying once you reach this Queen of Wands, it's going to be a lot of work, but once you reach the Queen of Wands, everything is going to be worth it. And it's like everything sort of falls into place, not just like with money or a job or a living situation or the people you're surrounding yourself with or the, you know, a romantic thing. It's just everything. So you know how you have good spells in life and bad spells in life? It feels like you're going to be moving on to a good spell. And all those nights of worrying and staying awake and you know, contemplating is going to pay off, because it's going to be a thought of the past. You're going to definitely be happy and you're going to be fulfilled. Wow, that was a lot. So, my beautiful pole number 4s. This is the November advice and guidance part of your reading that I have for you. If any of this resonates, if, you know, anything from pole number 4 reading felt right for you, and you want to share that, please comment, like, share, subscribe. I would appreciate it. You don't have to, of course. I'd never force anyone to do that, but I do appreciate it at the end of the day. I'm wishing you lots of love, light, and positive vibes, and I will see you all in the next reading. Bye.